champions. Picked up for the side of Wildcard. They want
Azio White are getting routed. They lose.
I'm proud. It is Polar Ace.
Polar Race or the Kings once again.
That Fruition are looking.
4 and Radiance will push on.
5 comeback. Loki
Is going to be first blood.
value immediately blown up. The culmination of this entire summer. It's all here. It's ending now. 3-1. ANEW are going to be able to take down Supernova convincingly.
This time catching out the middle. Yumi here though, final chapter, rooting up 2 members face to face saying, hey, buddy system with this Mordekaiser, let's have a little bit of fun. Mordekaiser is continuing to heal. Is it on pickup?
That's getting low.
It is Smite down. There's going to be those flank coming in from Rodef. We're going to see who they can lock down. It's going to be Kenzie who dies first with Rodef falling out.
Oh!
Wow, what a shockwave coming in from Fire Puppy. It's going to go down to the grave as well. Only connected.
Here, it's out trying to keep everybody healed on up. They're going to be able to get a huge amount of damage. Coffee going ahead and taking one. They're going to be able to find another.
Tenacity, the top laner of 100 Thieves next, and also Kenby, the jungler, will be joining the Academy team.
Diving tools put to place. Great knockback from the Callista ultimate, but just not enough damage. Here comes NXI.
Keep looking for it. Oh, he doesn't get the slap. But under the reach and breaks their back. A stat check for you and a triple kill for Coffee.
Fallen Man is hitting level 6 first here in this lane. He's just gonna go in, and Engo's gonna go out.
From ANEW. They will crack the Nexus turrets. They will make sure the bottom lane of 100 Thieves can do nothing in the fight as Auto falls. Yon going to be the next one to go to. It's going to be the double kill. It's going to be the end of the game. And ANEW get themselves right into the grand finals, undefeated so far. And they're looking for a short view. They flash in for a triple kill. Coming in from Yon. They got the lockdown on Aurora. It's going to be a quadra kill for Yon.
2.
I don't know if Fire full health has something to say about that. Might be looking for a multi-kill here.
Yeah, he's going to get rooted. Joey! Oh my god, Fire with the double kill and the dragon! Pop! Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the UPL Finals. I am so excited after seeing that absolutely fantastic video, just encapsulating everything that's going to be phenomenal about this final series that we have for you here today. But with a phenomenal game, we have a phenomenal desk. As you guys may hear, see my name tag here. My name is Travis C. I am joined here by the ever so dashing Cubby and the absolutely fantastic, never been wrong before, Prussian. How are you guys feeling about tonight?
I have to say that hype video, like seeing the history of UPL, and I know it's my first SGC split as a caster. I'm thrilled to be a part of finals and a part of all the history that this league has and all the history that these two teams have going up against each other. They're 6-6 so far in this year's SGC circuit, and we get that tiebreaker tonight as one of these teams is going to bring home the UPL championship. And excited to be working with you, Travis D, and also you, Prussian. It's going to be fun.
Definitely. It's going to be a close race. It's been close this far, 6-6, but one of these teams is going to break that tie. So
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking for a nice icebreaker here. And what better way to do it over here instead of the UPL finals? And we got so many fun things that are for you. Of course, with the finals, it does leave us into a very interesting bit of time, right? Because the finals also means it's the finals, it's the end of a season, right? And with the end of a season, we got to recognize all the players that really put in all of the effort into just putting everything out there on the table and making this season of UPL just so freaking great. And we are going to be able to take a moment to look at them here and be able to get a look at the all-pro UPL team.
Yeah, so just as a bit of background, UPL reached out to a lot of people in the space. There are some coaches of teams, some casters as well. I know, Prussian, both you and I filled out our ballots. And starting off with the third team, we have actually a few members that we'll be seeing today. So we have Rodolph in the top lane, Mike Young, all-pro third team, Robbie Bob in the mid lane, Jan and Shady. Prussian, what are your thoughts on seeing some of the members here on this all-pro third team? I know we got to see the voting. The race for mid lane was actually very close, and Robbie Bob edged out a couple good talents here to get all-pro third.
That's true. Absolutely. Mid lane and AD carry both were extremely close races, but overall, I think that it's a little surprising to see both Rodov and Mike Young a little bit lower down on the UPL selections, but the relative parity of competition was just so high this season. It's definitely the highest we've seen yet out of any amateur tournament this far.
Gotta agree with that. And, you know, we're going over to the second team here now. And this is some stuff here. Prussian, to give me some insight on some of these players here.
Yeah, definitely. We've got Niles in the top lane. I'm Avi, Five Fire, Shoryu, and Otto. All of these players are at the top of their class, really. Five Fire from the mid lane. He's a big carry on the ANEW roster that we're going to be seeing play in just a few minutes. Shoryu too. Otto recently swapped from AD carry, former CLG Academy AD carry, and recently he's been tearing it up. I'm Avi, great carry jungler, extremely good at Lee Sin, Graves, Niles. One of the best strong side players in the league, hands down.
Yeah, and before we move on, I kind of want to hit on I'm Avi again, because if viewers don't know, Prussian, you are the analyst of Radiance. What is it like working with this guy, a part of your roster, and like what he brings to the table as a jungler?
You know, I love Avi. He's a great guy. He has a strange sense of humor. Definitely took me a long time to get used to him, but I think he's extremely talented and his mechanics are unreal. I think that he is perhaps the best mechanical jungler in the SGC.
That is phenomenal to be able to hear that. I love being able to hear this direct insight to all the goodness. But, you know, you said they're the top of the class earlier, so we do have to go ahead and just nip at this, because they're not technically the top of the class. They're second in the class here, as we have the first team here. Tenacity over in the top lane, Kenvi in the jungle, Copy in the mid lane, Andy Bendy inside of the AD carry / marksman role, and you got Winter down there in the bot lane. So this is a star-studded cast, I would definitely say so as well. Every single one of these players have had huge carry narratives written behind them going into each and every single one of their games that they've gone into, and have consistently been a big factor in all of their wins.
Definitely. And one of the biggest things I want to point out actually is the top side from top to mid, just 100 Thieves next. 80
Right.
carry support, just Optic Academy 2018 spring.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even realize that one. Yeah. I mean, I think the big surprise for me is I think Copy is such a good player, and he's so underrated in his role with 100 Thieves, but especially when it came to UPL and the news performance in this league. I had Five Fire first in my mid lane voting and second in my MVP voting as well. So I kind of think that he could have made a nice chance for being top of the table there for mid lane. Good to see Andy Bendy get up there. I know Radiance, they don't find themselves in the final, but Andy Bendy has been a huge carry for you guys. And I'm going to pick on you once again, Prussian. What's it like playing with him or working with him on that team?
Well, one would expect an AD carry like Andy Bendy to have like a massive ego. Just he's constantly given all of these resources, and he's funneled gold into. But in reality, I think Andy is one of the most level-headed players I've worked with. He's definitely just very humble, extremely humble. He doesn't deal with praise well at all. He's very, very nice, very kind person.
That's good to hear. I know that I've been able to talk with you and Deos, and it sounds like you guys are all living radiant over there at the Radiance household. Unfortunately, I'm going to live evil and say you guys didn't make finals. We got to talk about some other teams here, as we still have to go into this matchup against ANEW versus 100 Thieves next. And I know that we do have the MVP. We're going to hold that one a little bit. Gonna hide that as a teaser, maybe have that one in between games. You guys will have to wait to see what that one is. But Travis, we got to start diving into these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to start diving into the two teams that we have here in front of us. And that's going to be the exciting thing to be able to see, because, you talked about it already. The MVP, of course, we are going to have that later on. It's a little well-kept secret. We're changing the formula up this time around and making sure that we go.
We can't give it all away at once.
We can't. No, we really can't. We have to keep it a secret for a little bit, keep you guys on the edge of your seats. We also want to keep you guys around at the edge of your seat to make sure that you guys stick around for the giveaway. If you guys are looking, if you stay tuned for everything that's going on today, we do have a fantastic giveaway that's going to be coming up your way. So make sure you check it out. Stay around. The better that you can, the longer you're here for, the better your chances are. It's the OLOY. I don't know if you said it all together. Somebody said it was a uwu type of face earlier, and I cannot see anything but that. But it's some RAM. Make sure you'll be able to get that and be able to have your computer souped up one step closer to that supercomputer, which we all know and love. I know everybody out there has some love for that. But it's like my boy Cubby was saying, we need to start talking about the teams here. We got two teams here that made it to the finals, and they made it for a freaking reason here. And I want to pass this over to Prussian here. Prussian, you're coming into this match. What are you kind of looking at between these two teams in this head-to-head?
Well, I think before the substitution, as we all know, happened, Tenacity, Kenvi out, Fallen Bandit, NXIN, I actually thought these teams were diametric opposites of each other. I thought ANEW was this brawly caveman style team with picks like Olaf, Trundle, Set, Volibear, they're most prolific for, meanwhile 100 Thieves was more of a surgical team that would play for objectives, trade throughout the map well, etc., things like that. One's more kill focused and much more prone to fighting, and the other one is more about the towers, more about map control, more about actual objectives.
Yeah, and I know that you mentioned before the substitution. I mean, this team, even like the way that they played and like who they played through was different, right? Because we have the catalyst for ANEW really being 5Fire and getting Shoryu ahead in that bot lane, along with Mike Young, as he likes to play a lot of supportive picks. Meanwhile, we had 100 Thieves play very much towards Kenvi and Tenacity, right? They try and get a lot of gold on their jungler, try and get Tenacity ahead, give him those counter picks in the top lane, and let him cash in on so many brawlers that he was so very talented on. But with those two moving up to Academy, how 100 Thieves plays has really changed, and it's gone from having like options of having Tenacity carry and having Kenvi carry to really the NXI show when we've seen them do well.
I love the fact that you bring that up too, because this is somebody who's up and coming inside this roster. He's new to the roster, and really getting to see him strut his stuff. We've got a low volume of games to really judge how he's synergizing with the players of 100 Thieves Net. So I'm really, really loving the fact that we get to see what he'll be able to do. He's stepping into some big shoes and whatnot. But you know what? If we got to talk about NXI, I believe we got a video that's going to be able to show this a lot better, made by our very own Prussian. So make sure check this out.
NXI joining Scouting Ground Circuit Team 100 Thieves Next following the promotion of Kenvi has spawned a lot of questions in the NA amateur community. Who is he? Where is he from? And how does he play? NXI, or Shin Din, is a 20-year-old jungler with a pool mostly comprised of carries. Nidalee, Graves, and Lee Sin make up his core champion pool, but he does have pivots such as Gragas and Nocturne, among others. While some may not be familiar with NXI, as he had not competed in amateur prior to 100 Next, This is not NXI's first attempt to gain entrance into professional League of Legends. NXI attended the 2019 TSM Scouting Grounds to try to showcase his talent, but he was overshadowed by several other junglers at the event, particularly Winston. In NXI's debut match against Radiance, 100 Next clearly swapped up their style in order to accommodate the fresh face in the jungle. While Kenvi was an aggressive jungler, he was a calculated killer who prioritized taking away enemy jungle camps in order to accrue a substantial lead. This objective-focused style would result in 100 Thieves being far ahead in gold. Despite being down in conventional metrics players would use to evaluate gold values between the teams, namely kills and towers. In contrast, NXI plays a much more confrontational style, which involves NXI brawling with the enemy jungler when they show up to neutral objectives. 100X was great at trading with Kenvi, but now they're great at killing with NXI. That being said, this swap has had its consequences. 100 Thieves required a reverse sweep to conquer Polarice on Wednesday, and while NXI looks stellar in the latter half of the series, his Game 1 and Game 2 left much to be desired. Furthermore, NXI has had the benefit of receiving more draft resources than Kenvi. In said series against Polarice, NXI had the benefit of counterpick in 4 of the 5 games he played. 100X play for NXI's tempo just like they did for Kenvi, and they wouldn't be sacrificing resources to help their jungler if he wasn't worth it. Copy in particular has observably stepped it up following the departure of Kenvi, and while 100X are still looking to solidify how they play as a team, it's clear that 100X are on the correct path to the proper implementation of NXI into their roster. It will take either a mechanically talented player or an innovative thinker in order to circumvent NXI's aggression. Luckily for ANEW, Mike Young has fit into both of these categories in the past. NXI is one of the most aggressive junglers SGC has seen yet, and the footage teams have on him is scarce. Will Mike Young be able to stand up to 100 Thieves' newest jungle prospect?
That was just an absolutely banger of a video there.
Stuff,
Absolutely fantastic. And, props to you, man. But, I got some questions of my own because, NXI, he's a player that's fresh here inside of the UPL. And really, his champion pool was like kind of a concern for myself when I came in here. I was like, this guy can play some Nidalee, right? That's pretty great. But is there give me some in-depth rundown here because I'm not sure what I should be expecting.
Definitely. So far, NXI has played Lee Sin, Graves, Nidalee, Gragas, Karthus, Kindred, all those types of carry junglers. Mm-hmm. He's always one of the highest gold share percentages as far as jungle in the entire league so far, even though he has only a few games. On his team, he is consistently super high. It's not typical for junglers to really be a major carry threat on the team throughout the game, but so far we're seeing this stylistic similarity to Kenvi and the fact that he is very carry oriented.
Yeah, and I mentioned the fact that it feels like 100 Thieves, they've gone even more towards playing through the carry jungler just to make sure that NXI really shines and looks good, right? I mean, when they pick Nidalee, it's not like they're pairing it just because it's good into the jungle matchup. They're giving him even more tools, right? They're pairing it with stuff like Twisted Fate and Galio mid, so you have some CC to chain that taunt with. They're pairing it with stuff like Voldabear top, where or a Kennen, where you have more stuns to give Graves some space to actually do that damage. And I really enjoy watching 100 Thieves kind of play this style and also watching players like Copy step up, because it felt like Copy was always very solid, but there was always the question of, hey, how good is this mid laner really without the clear stars and Kenvi and tenacity? It's really fun watching him shine through and play even more towards this supportive style that he's very good at, and it's been a major part of getting NXI ahead in these games.
With us talking so heavily about this, we've talked a lot about 100 Thieves Next here. We've talked a lot about some of the new changes that they've made, some of the adaptations they're probably going to look to make. But man, we are looking over what is a giant here if we do not talk about ANEW. ANEW is coming back into this game here. And honestly, we talked about it already. 6-6 in terms of the match record between these two teams. However, ANEW is looking like they are the favorites here. If you want to talk about the underdog, 100 Thieves Nets look kind of like the underdog with these new roster changes. And ANEW, they're still on fire, it feels like.
One might say five fire, in fact.
Five fire, yeah.
Yeah, as he really is the catalyst for this team. And when we saw them go up against 100 Thieves Next, it feels like a lot of ANEW's leads come from Five Fire just getting leads in the mid lane. We saw him getting the best of Copy in the last best of 5 until the last 2 games where Copy was able to step it up. And there was some janky early game plays going on, referencing Big League when it was the old rosters. I mean, the series went to 5, but it feels like for anyone that's really involved in SGC, like we all realize how good ANEW is, but I feel like for people coming in, just the fact that they look at their roster, they see 5 academy players, they go, oh yeah, like academy players like running amateur. Amateur's really talented this split, and ANEW has stepped up. And these 5 players that some people on the outside may see as washed up are actually performing, playing some really good League of Legends. And I don't know if you have a member or two in particular that you really like on ANEW side, Prussian, but their performance has me really favoring them considering the late roster changes coming in for 100 Thieves Next too.
I definitely agree. Specifically, Five Fire, definitely a mid laner that plays around his jungler, that plays for that priority, that really tries to push out his lane and cooperates with Mike Young very well. Winter, another player on the roster that works very well with Mike Young, placing vision with him, clearing vision, just general map control, very solid from the side of ANEW. And that's something that they're head and shoulders above a lot of other SGC teams that lends them a lot of success throughout the map.
Yeah, well, let me tell you about something that we need to talk about when it comes down to success. It could be the possible big matchup to look at here. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to introduce the Surge Spotlight here, as here's a matchup that looks very interesting. Shoryu, Yeon, they are looking pretty scary here on each one of their teams. And Cubby, go ahead, take it away. Tell me about these two teams, like with these stats that we got here. Look at these two in comparison.
I mean, we mentioned earlier about the fact that ANEW really likes to play through Shoryu, right? Five Fire, when he picks the champions like Twisted Fate and Galio, it's not to get Mike Young ahead. Yes, he might help with that, but it's mostly just to go bot and make sure that Shoryu gets this big carry, whereas Yon has played primarily league side. I believe he has the most Senna games in SGC. Prussian, I know you actually have a lot of stats on this one too that you prep for this.
Definitely. Yon is a player to watch in the series. He plays unlike any other AD carry. He has the lowest gold share in the entire SGC out of all AD carries. And a lot of that can be attributed to his proportion of Senna games. He has played the most Senna games out of any AD carry in the SGC. But if you remove those Senna games out of all AD carries, he's still the 4th lowest at around 22.1%, which is insanely low for an AD carry. And he doesn't even compromise that much as far as damage per gold, kill share. I mean, his kill share is low and his gold is low, but he's still pumping out that damage with the best AD carries.
Yeah, I love this because of the fact that also you look at these supports that they have, they're backed by these phenomenal supports in both of their roles too. And that's a big thing whenever you're looking at the bottom lane. You can't forget the supports. They've both been putting in incredible work as we saw them both making their way inside of the all-pro teams in their respective slots and have been just really phenomenal. And I feel like it would be some harm to not bring up how great they do to help out Shoryu and Yon, the synergy that they're able to bring into these matchups and whatnot, and really bringing these lanes into life, because that's so important for both of these teams, especially inside of this matchup. I feel like we're just going to be looking at this bottom lane and seeing what they're going to be able to pull up. With that being said, though, I got something fun. I got something spicy. I got something it's getting a little hot in here,
What do you have up your sleeve?
Oh, man, let me tell you about League of Legends has changed me here recently. Okay. League of Legends has, I don't know if you guys have used the client recently. However, they have entered into the realm of visual novels. And with this, there's been a question that I've been asking everybody, who are you simping for? And, we're going to open up our own visual novel here, ladies and gentlemen, as I snuck into some DMs, some private thoughts in the mind of Cubby and Prussian. And it gets a little bit crazy in here, but I'm going to ask you guys, who are you simping? I'm starting with you, Cubby.
Who am I simping? Do I have to have a conversation with this person, level up my bond as we go through?
Oh, no, they're just awkwardly looking at you while you're simping for them. That is what this is.
Well, perfect. I'm really good at looking awkward, so here goes. Who am I simping? I'm simping for Mike Young. I think that Mike Young, like a lot of people look at this guy and see, like remember him from Rift Rivals, how talented he was on Phoenix 1, just coming out of the gate as that really, I guess the high tempo early game jungler. His game changed going over to TSM. And a lot of people remember him not doing well in the LCS. Well, yes, he does find himself down here in tier 3, but I have to tell you, this guy, he looks like he has his confidence back. He's back playing so well on these aggressive picks, and I really think that he needs more credit than what he deserves. I feel like he doesn't get it just because of his track record and history, but if any other jungler that didn't have that was playing at this performance, they'd be getting a lot of hype and talked about quite a bit right now. I think Mike Young, he plays, I believe he's played like he's like 11 different junglers in UPL alone. I mean, he's got a crazy champion pool. He gets thrown on flexes quite a bit, as ANEW likes to throw around Set and Voldabear. And that gives him sometimes not the best matchup, but he still makes the most of it. And whether it is on Trundle, whether it is on champions like Nidalee, like Lee Sin, Mike Young always finds a way to have an impact on the game, being aggressive. Fire loves to back him up, and I feel like these two have really started to work well together with Winter as well, who, has even incorporated this Pantheon to really play around Mike Young too. So big props to Mike Young. I really want you guys to keep an eye out for him, and I think he needs a lot more credit than what he gets right now.
And you know what? Prussian, I see you over there. You're looking a little flustered because you know that the secret is out. You know that all your deepest, darkest desires are going to be revealed on the screen. Who are you simping for, Prussian? Let me hear it.
Well, there's only one man that's earned my heart, and that's going to have to be Rodov. Close race, actually, between Rodov and Winter, but I had to go with Rodov. So a lot of top laners, they play only one style, weak side, strong side. Obviously, there's a little more to it than that, but Rodov is surprising in the fact that he can play with a lot of resources. He can play with very few resources, and he doesn't compromise in his performance in either style he implements into the team composition. He's flexible, and his champion pool is likely one of the widest we've seen in SGC. Tank Fiddlesticks top, who else is playing this? Kennen? I mean, we're starting to see Kennen, but there's just no comparison. The Set flexes, the Volibear flexes, Rodov can really do it all here. And honestly, I think he could he's at least 6 foot. That dude could step up. I couldn't choose Winter, I'm sorry. Rodov is going to have my head.
You know, I love the genuine fear that comes out of that. Sometimes simping, it doesn't just come from an attraction, right? Sometimes it comes from a deep, dark fear. But let me tell you guys something. There's something I'm not afraid of. And you know what that is?
Who do you have?
I'm not afraid to simp out loud. You know what I'm saying? I got a simp over here. I'm simping for somebody who doesn't know what the meaning of too aggressive is. I am looking at somebody. You guys over here all going after ANEW. I got somebody who lit a fire in my heart. I got Otto in here. Why would I have Otto, you may ask? Well, let me tell you. This guy's an absolute Chad. He talks with his chest, for crying out loud. He plays set, gets right up in your face, lays out the haymaker. Absolutely phenomenal. Puts out some amazing damage numbers as a support and just runs into people. He's literally the mascot for what 100 Thieves want to do, and that's just kill you dead. He is going to continuously make you play gray screen simulator, and that's so impressive with the fact that he was an AD carry. Usually, you look at an AD carry and he's like, oh man, he's got to get walked around by the support, and his support has to kind of guide him. No, this man is an absolute Chad in any role that he wants to be inside of. And Otto looking so clean on all the champions that he's played inside this split. Yeah, he's a little bit over aggressive. Yeah, sometimes he dies under tower. Yes, that's questionable at a lot of times. And you do me a ping that. You absolutely do. But he's not ashamed, and neither am I for sipping for the boy Otto. But man, Otto, he's out there pumping out his chest and whatnot. And, I think that's really about it for us in terms of that. I feel like we need to go ahead and go into
Whoa, boys. Okay.
Uh-oh.
How can you be here and do this injustice, my guys? How can you do this? You're talking about simping. You're talking about players who deserve your love, but you don't mention the one man who brings the spice to the mid lane like no other. That, my guys, is the man named Copy.
Copy.
Wow, I did not know we were going to have a surprise hyper appear from the wild.
Yeah,
Secret hyper.
Did somebody who let production out of the cage? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. They were not supposed to come out. I am going to have a talk with the admins of Upsurge. This is unprecedented. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost done here with our bit of pre-analytical prowess here. But before we finish it off, we got the best part of the analyst desk. We get to find out who the superior analyst is. So, with that being said, I am going to start it off with Prussian. What is your prediction for tonight's series here?
Well, I think it's going to be an easy 3-1 for ANEW, and that 1 to 100 Thieves is being quite generous. I think that the changes have weakened them substantially, and I think this is ANEW's time to claim the throne.
Ooh, being quite generous. That's some bold words getting thrown around. You know, I was thinking 3-1, but I see like Prussian, he's a current analyst. I was an ex-collegiate analyst. I have to prove that I still have some game. I need to this is like an ego check, not going a 3-1. So I'm going to go 3-2 for ANEW. I think 100 Thieves next. We'll see what kind of game they're able to pull out. I think if ANEW plays their game, they're the better team, but NXI is really the X factor. And I know that Hyper's trying to push this nickname Weapon X for him. He could be Weapon X for the side of 100 Thieves next. I'm going to give him 2 games where he goes off, and I think it's a 3-2 for ANEW.
Wow. I can't believe my desk is so incorrect because let me tell you, Ets is going to give it to you. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about 100 Thieves Nets picking up the win on this series here. They are going to have a 3-2 victory here for 100 Thieves Nets. The reason why I say that is because here's the story, right? It's going to be a clean first 2 games for ANEW, and then their greatest weakness comes up. Game 3 of a best of 5, and then ANEW is going to choke, and 100 Thieves are going to excel. So, I'm going with 100 Thieves Nets. I'm going with the brave prediction here, apparently, but hey, man, I just got to follow what my heart says. With that being said,
I actually have to make a reoccurrence. Because guess what? They couldn't. Apparently, they couldn't hear me the first time, ladies and gentlemen. But despite the simping I did for Copy that y'all didn't hear, I'm gonna simp again because I'm gonna say in the MVP series in a 200x victory.
So now he's just copying me. He's just copying my prediction. This is what production
we're in trouble. We might get host or producer gapped here. This could be a bad look for us.
They're shills.
I'm going to take over y'all's jobs. Analyst, colorcaster, the play-by-play host is about to take over everything. The production.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
The production just copied me. That's all there is to do here. Somebody, please keep him inside of his cage. Do not feed him. But anyways, with that being said, we are going to be throwing this over to some fun caster desk here. We're going to throw it on over to Rafa and Alkis. They're going to be throwing it away for the game as we get started for our finals.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're getting a little disservice here. We're not just some fun caster desk. We are the Alpha Caster Desk, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Rafa Alexander RMB. They joined here by Dimitri Alk Battery Toledo. We've got a long wave coming. We've been around since 2018, rocking the cast together, and we finally arrived to this pinnacle moment in history, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, we've got 2 best teams in amateur in the year of 2020. A lot of has already happened, but you know what? That is all about to change because we've got these 2 titans clashing it for the winners championships here on Upsurge, baby.
Yeah, and we've already seen the matchup before. 100 Thieves ekes out a 3-2 victory before, but again, like the desk was talking about, this is a whole new 100 Thieves. They're looking to try and steal away yet another win, and I mean, someone made a joke about it earlier. This is basically a best of 3, a best of 5, because they're also gonna have to face tomorrow over at Challengers Uprising. So I'm excited for now, and I'm ready to see what these two teams bring up in this game.
Yeah, I don't know if I discussed it with you particularly, but I know I mentioned it to Cubby last week. This is what we call the Tri-Wizard Tournament here in the amateur scene. We already saw these two Titans go at it over in the big league. 100X took it over, but that was with Kenvi and Tenacity. And as the analyst desk has already explained, this is the first time that the new roster for 100 Thieves is going to go at it at each other with NXI in the jungle and then a coach stepping down to fill in the slot in that top lane as Fallen Bandit. And then their final matchup will be over on Challengers Uprising tomorrow. So, ANEW, they're currently down 0-1. If they want to go for pride, they got to take these next two series starting tonight. But 100 Thieves, they're not going to let them off that easy here, Dimitri.
Yeah, and you know, some of the implications when we get in, both of these teams have already locked in first and second. It really doesn't even matter if ANEW win both of these series. They'll still land in second for scouting grounds. So really, this is mostly just playing you know, for that first and second, just playing for prize money. But still, I mean, 100 Thieves have a lot to prove, right? They even lost that best of 3 over in winners finals, so they threw they threw 100 Thieves down into losers. They had to go kind of win back. They went up against Radiance, and they're back in finals. So I'm interested to see what this new roster, who has been just looking on fire ever since, I mean, has undefeated in playoffs in Upsurge, to how they're going to be able to topple 100 Thieves next.
And one of the ways that we're looking at how this matchup will be dependent on, Dimitri, is that new jungler 400 Thieves. Because before, you know, we understood that a lot of the ways that 100 Thieves were gaining their leads was through Kenvi. But Kenvi, even though he was very aggressive and he wanted to go in for an invasive playstyle, he never wanted to bank on skirmishes. He was going for a methodical, calculated way of going about getting his leads. At the beginning, yes, he was very aggressive and, you know, sometimes unethical in the way that he would get those those leads, right? Just scrapping for no reason whatsoever. But then the more time he spent with 100 Thieves, he became more calculated in those accumulations and making those snowballs happen for himself. But now he's gone. He's over up in an academy and he's doing great things for 100 Thieves over there. Tenacity's also splitting time up with Fake God in the top lane, and they're already off to a bright start for their career. But now, looking at the new 100 Thieves roster, NXI, he's still got a ways to go in terms of learning how to be like Kenvi. And in some ways, we're already hearing rumors just based on this small sample size that NXI might be a better mechanical jungler than Kenvi, which I know Cubby is very, very, very adamant against. We all know that he's a big simp for Kenvi, as you know, which I'm really surprised why he picked Mike Young when he's been just talking about Kenvi nonstop. You know,
he's got to pick number 2. He's got to pick number 2.
You got to go with the number 2 option. It is definitely understandable, but you know, NXI, he wants to play these huge high resource economy champions like the Kazakhs, like the Graves, like the Nidalee, right? And so for 100 Thieves, it's much easier for them to just adapt to NXI rather than forcing NXI to adapt to the playstyle they were playing before.
Yeah, and I mean, again, they have a really great players all around. Jan and Copy, who have been staples, have been amazing at facilitating this kind of play, whether it was Kenvi or NXI. And with Fallen Bandit, it just means there's one less lane you really have to play around, considering what we've seen from the champion pull up there. It's more than likely going to be those tanks in some form of engage. Again, just allowing for NXI to do this. Now, we were talking about Kenvi before. Kenvi, both mechanically and also kind of the thinking man's jungler, being able to do it all, take all those quadrants. Speaking again to that Prussian video, doing a great dive onto this guy. But NXI, we've only seen the fingers from him. We've only seen him being able to kind of come out, make sure they can be that mechanical jungler, which, again, something that we saw from Mike Young when he also debuted. But need to also see him. What flavor of 100 Thieves do we get? You're saying, hey, we're probably going to continue to see this style where they continue to play through their jungler. And I want to see where we see NXI land in this game. Does he fall a little bit flat? Is his ankle not maybe in the right position and he's kind of fall on his face? Or do we just see that running start from them that we expected when we first saw him come out on the roster?
He does have 5 games to be able to get at least 3 of those in order to net the win here for 100 Thieves. As, you know, we've already seen just from the small amount of games that he's already played against Radiance over here on Upsurge, and then against Polar Ace over on Challengers Uprising. And then even if you guys tuned into the LWL qualifier match this past weekend when they went against Mirage, they actually lost that series 1-2, which, it just goes to show that, 100 Thieves next, even with this roster, yes, the hype about NXI is, slightly warranted, but they're not immortal. And ANEW Esports, with this huge accumulating change and this just progression of going from, we have the roster on paper that should be able to be one of the best, if not the best team in amateur, but the synergy wasn't there. Not everyone was trusting Mike Young. If you listen to the interview that Fire got a chance to talk about how the synergy in the team was working, a lot of times Mike Young is going for these aggressive invades and going for these plays that if everyone is on the same page, it works, but no one's trusting him because, sometimes it looks a little risky from the outside, but when you're someone like Mike Young, who has already had so much experience, not just in the academy, but in the LCS stage, sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and say, you know what? Even if this is the wrong call, let's do it together and make sure that it could be the right call and learn as a team going forward.
Sure. I know you got you got a lot of experience from our Clash team trying to do that exact same thing. But even ANEW, we've been talking a lot about 100 Thieves, and obviously that is the most popular thing to do, but ANEW have also tended to struggle sometimes. We saw that the Frostfire best of 5 where they almost got taken down. Now, I know when we got to talk to Kitso, there may have been some behind the scenes action going on behind why they ended up losing to ANEW, but man, that was it was a beautiful series to watch, and while ANEW were able to eke out that win, there's definitely some things that I think for ANEW, Fire, while this guy is just the kind of centerpiece alongside Shoryu and Mike Young, there has just been a complete difference in how this team kind of plays, especially when Fire is behind. Typically when I see this guy play, he's always doing fantastic, but things like the Corki and even his TF, which has been lauded as one of the best in SGC, has tended to fall apart sometimes. So
you're right, Alk Battery, I hate to cut you off, but we need to repair some technical issues that are going on the back end. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
there he is.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We're much apologies on the technical difficulties. We're just so hype about this matchup that just some things are, Murphy's Law. It happens to the best of us. But, as the draft is getting underway, we're looking at some of these champions like the aggressive invaders and the counter junglers and skirmishers here. 400 Thieves next is their priority. So we're looking at Nidalee or Graves. And even in this case, NXI, if he doesn't want to get a priority, he may not want to get something right away. He wants to have a counter pick of choice. We've seen that happen when he was able to lock in the Kazakhs over back in last week's semifinal series over in Challengers Uprising against Polar Ace. Now, if you're new here, Dimitri, what are some first pick priorities?
I mean, most people are tending to kind of pick AD carry. I think Ezreal, and especially with where we love to see Shoryu kind of play, I'd love to see some more focus on some of these AD carry champions, making sure that both of them can just lock this in, especially giving counterpick is so important. NXI on Kindred can also perform, so Mike Young and him are going to be kind of contesting each other for these aggressive and definitely proactive junglers. Now, for the side of ANEW, I'm looking to make sure that Rodolph is basically going to be put on an island. We've already talked about it before, but the flexibility of this guy just allows for these early picks in the game. Things like Ken and even Rumble start to come to my mind. That'd be really fantastic. Try and dissuade 100 Thieves next.
Now, one thing that has always fooled some teams recently, and it's been so vital for a new esports, is that Karma first pick. Now, I'm not sure if it's going to be in 100 Thieves' interest to ban it, but, considering the teams that did have to go up against ANEW and having to deal with that triple flex, I think that would be probably a pretty decent ban, but they're going to go with the Ezreal ban first. They still have one more up their sleeves. It might be that Karma. It might be something else.
Yeah, I don't expect them to. I was talking to Prussian before this, and we were talking about TF on the patch. We were wondering whether or not we were still going to see it. For ANEW, it is going to be prioritizing Mike Young and Shoryu's matchup, trying to get Winter on something of an engage. I actually wanted to dive into the stats, making sure whether or not we'd even see an Enchanter come out from Winter, because the narrative for this ANEW bot lane is to make sure, hey, they tend to play a lot of these, engage supports, melee supports, Winter, the Braum slave meme, but he's actually found a lot of wins on Enchanters. Lulu, all games he's won, and even though Yumi hasn't been too fantastic, we've been seeing it a little bit across SGC, even after some of the nerfs. So already picking up Kalista, pretty high priority for the bot lane, and definitely something that allows Shoryu to not only reposition on the fly, but max out on damage in this laning phase.
Oh, wow. 100 Thieves just might open up with the Nidalee blind pick. They say, you know what? NXI is throwing down the gauntlet game one, saying, Mike Young, I know you're on the LCS stage. I know you're in Academy, but there's nothing you got in your champion pool that can take down my Nidalee. So he's taking that Cougar Huntress in full prowl in game one, ladies and gentlemen. We got another pick up, though, for 100 Thieves, and they're going to go with the Varus, locking in that 80 carry while they still can.
Yeah, again, with Ashe gone, they want to have a pretty surefire way of locking down Kalista. You land the Chain of Corruption, and it makes it very easy, and especially for Jan, who has been more of a utility ADC. They talked about it on the desk, but most Senna games played, lowest gold share on his team. He wants to be as effective as possible, and while he might not have the items for it, Blade of the Ruin King and Rageblade are going to be fantastic for Jan in this situation. So love to see that, and already we're seeing ANEW getting ready to flex both of these junglers with that set being locked in. I'm ready for Mike Young to be able to play it, but we've seen both of these guys, either top and jungle, being able to pull it out.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Winter has a chance to lock this in for himself as well. I know there's a lot of things that we were hyped up about last week on Cup, where he pulled out the Pantheon support. That was pretty nutty. But considering that, Mike Young, I don't know about you, Dimitri. A set matchup into Nidalee, it just the 1v1 feels really bad. But there's not many junglers that can go toe to toe with Nidalee. In fact, stuff like the Groggers or the Lee Sin actually feels a lot better, because anytime that she does want to go in, you have ways of being able to disengage or stop her from the pounce and getting that empowered damage. So
yeah,
like you said, it's a flex pick, so we could see it go to the support role, and maybe Mike Young decides to go with something else. But for now, 100 Thieves are going to go with the Thresh for auto. We've definitely seen him being able to have not the best results, but he's definitely more competent than he was at the beginning of the season when he first role swapped his support.
Yeah, of course. And he's actually grown a lot. I know Cubby has specifically kind of noted and made sure to say, like, hey, Auto is performing fantastic on a lot of these hook supports. Blitzcrank comes to mind, and it even seems like 100 Thieves are going to be the ones to ban that away from them. I think they have an inkling on where this set may go, and they want to make sure that Auto does not get abused in this matchup. Especially, he's been developing, like you were saying. He's a fantastic support right now, but I'm looking for Shoryu and Winter to show some of their veterancy and to show up against these two, saying, hey, you have a role swap support? Well, let's expand that gap between us.
Fallen Bad, I don't think Jax is your type of champion, my friend. I'm not trying to say you can't play.
There it is.
All right. Now, I don't know about you, Alk Battery, but the last time we saw this guy on Gangplank, he was too involved with his lane, and, we just love seeing him on that Kennen or Ornn duty. You know what I'm saying? Because
his mouth fight's not bad either.
Yeah, just something with low econ, but Gangplank is the opposite of low econ. It's a very high econ champion. Well, Fallen Bandit, if you can make this Gangplank work, then it might just change things about how ANEW Esports are going to be looking to play the rest of the series here. Now, we still have to find a potentially top laner lock-in. Ooh!
Oh, there's the kill!
All right, well, so maybe it is that Pantheon support, so maybe we are getting set for Mike Young in the jungle. I guess, Rodolph, now you have your pick here, because you definitely don't want to take the set into the Gangplank. That's a pretty horrible matchup. Just
There's a lot. Yeah.
I
Okay.
guess
I was
we
gonna say. I was gonna say, you know, there's a couple of topside matchups that I was really interested in. We could have seen the Ornn potentially. I thought Malphite was gonna come out here for Rodov, but it seems like Mike Young, he wants that matchup into Nidalee. And even for Fallen Bandit, you had noted, hey, maybe we don't know we're not super confident on the GP, but even if GP does fall behind, he is just going to be able to pick up whatever he wants. Remember, he gains a lot of gold through his passive, and that Trial by Fire is really intense for those lane trades. So can still have a lot of value when it comes to outside of laning phase. And now we see Copy on the Cassiopeia. He wants that lane matchup, and Cassiopeia does fantastic into multiple of these champions here against ANEW. I mean, the Lee Sin, the Galio as well, they just get completely shredded.
I'm not, I believe I didn't lose my feed, did I?
No, I think we're still fine. Should be fine.
Yeah, I believe we're fine. Anyway, going off your point here, when we look at that final draft, ANEW Esports have basically composed for themselves a very, very aggressive early game skirmish centered composition here. I mean, when you look at the late game insurances, there's practically none on this composition. I mean, Kalista's probably your best bet, but we all know that Kalista's specialty is after laning phase and dominating it. It's really just about neutral objective control with it being able to stack the spears. Whereas you look on the side of 100 Thieves next, you've got a lot of late game insurance. Nidalee is going to be able to provide that bridge for you in the early game, providing that early jungle pressure, but you have this Gangplank, you have this Cassiopeia that are going to be able to spike incredibly hard off of 1-2 items and just continues just skyrocketing even further and further. So, but my question to you, Alk Battery, is, you know, when we're looking at this Nidalee pick, where does she gank? Because it's pretty hard to gank top lane as a Gangplank, and it's not the easiest thing to gank for a Cassiopeia if she doesn't have the Petrifying Gaze.
Sure, I mean, so yeah, she won't have that same gank pressure that Mike Young will on this Lee Sin, but I think you, being the Nidalee expert, I mean, you just want to farm, right? You want to make sure you can go into those 2 items, 1 or 2 items like you were saying. And even if we get into later in the game, he does have a few options available to him, right? He can go for that Athene's itemization, empower both NXI and Auto to have more, Copy and Jan to be able to do a little bit more in the fights. If they want, they can go for that damage itemization and pop a lot of the squishies here. For ANEW, they're incredibly short ranged between all of them. All of them are basically melee except for Kalista, and even once we get later into the game, they do have some ways of being able to punish a 4-1 if 100 Thieves go for it, but a lot of global compositions, but not a lot of people on the opposite side for 100 Thieves to really be able to punish that. If they want, they can go for some kind of split push and then immediately show up to fights with the Grand Skyfall and the Hero's Entrance, but still, Rodov has a lot of questions he's going to be able to have to answer throughout this series, and especially in this game. He is on the set, but 100 Thieves, they have a couple of tools to be able to keep them at arm's distance.
You know, once you are able to get towards that mid game, you do have a lot of strong poke tools. I'm not sure if Varus is still going for the full lethality build.
I can't imagine he would be.
Yeah, so the poke and sieging power is not the strongest here for 100x as it would have been on previous patches, considering that, as you said before, the Q from Varus did get significantly nerfed, so we will be seeing more of that. I would imagine is some type of lethal temple on hit build. You got to fill in the gaps for me when it comes to the 80 carry meta. You know, for junglers, I can get you, brother.
I got you.
No, thank you, man. This is why we're the alpha duo, baby.
There you go, keeping it alpha. But, you know, for Varus here, he's going to want to try and abuse his long range. He wants to make sure that Kalista and Pantheon never are able to walk up onto the lane. It's going to be on Auto to sit on top of Varus and make sure that he has those flays ready to cancel the stun from Pantheon. Because already, level 2, we're going to see Jan and Auto have to give up most of this wave early on, and we're going to see a couple of those early Drakes go in favor of ANEW if everything goes correct for them. Sure, you looking to try and reposition against Jan and make his life really difficult in the laning phase. Going to be giving up a couple of those, a couple of that lane in terms of CS and gold. I expect for a couple of those turret plates also to be at risk. And NXI, he's gonna be hard pushed. A lot of these lanes are losing, and even though Cassiopeia can give him some of that roam prio, as soon as level 6 happens, as soon as we even get close to level 5, Nidalee has to be very afraid of where Lee Sin is, and even going for invades to try and punish onto Lee Sin. So I am looking forward to seeing Shoryu and Winter take Yan and Otto on and make sure to, you know, kind of stamp their significance all over them.
Yeah, with the new esports basically all inning on this very early mid-game centric composition, they fall harder than a ton of bricks if it goes later than the 25-minute mark, and then we just start seeing Gangplank and Cassiopeia being able to run the show, and Vars will not be a slouch either when it comes to late game with that on-hit build. But we're going to have to figure out how these two teams basically clash with each other in this first game, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to take a quick technical break and have a quick message from our sponsors in Sector 6.
Started with a vision of quality, a vision of uniformity. We took the time to create something familiar yet refreshing, something with a bit of change.
Designed to fit any brand's unique vision.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for all the technical difficulties. We were just talking about the early level ones here. We saw the flash come out from both Winter and Otto. Again, take a look at just how kill oriented it is right now. They're going to have control over this wave. This does mean that Mike Young is going to have to go without a leash on his jungle. And actually, I was really surprised that 100 Thieves were not going to try and go for something. I'll hold that as Winter in the new bot lane do take a trade, but Winter ends up coming pretty negative on that.
Yeah, just to catch up everyone at home, I also echo Alk Battery sentiments. Welcome back. Winter went for an aggressive flash level 1 shield vault, caught out Otto into the jungle while they were invading, forced Otto to flash, and then even though they were trying to go and stay for a level 1 delayed invade onto the blue buff inside of the jungle, NXI was able to sniff them out with a beautiful spear. It forced Firefire to basically chug all of his potions early, so this is going to give Copy a very powerful lane advantage now that he's forced to burn 2 of those corrupting pots.
Yeah, and now it just means that, again, like you were saying, Firefire is going to be really weak in lane. I'm looking for NXI to try and take advantage of this because he's already been gifted most of his jungle quadrant at this point. I was surprised we didn't actually see a much more earlier invade. We even, like we saw earlier, ANEW, they were in position to try and punish this, get priority in the bot side, and not try to triple buff than Italy. So NXI will be gifted some more of those more of these camps. It even seems that he's going to try and go for a full topside clear instead of trying to pick up this scuttle sooner rather than later. Fallen Bandit is ready to roam when necessary, and while they will catch him out on a ward, we even see Winter's already made his way up into the mid lane.
Yeah, Winter, knowing that Shoryu got I don't know if you would call it a cheater recall, but Shoryu was able to get a longsword off the purchase, and it doesn't seem that Yan and Otto are going to be able to push the wave back enough in order to crash it and get it back of their own. So Shoryu and Winter are operating on temporarily higher power in terms of just raw damage output. So Yan and Otto are going to have to be a little careful, knowing that Otto still doesn't have flash from before, and if Winter and Shoryu decide to pull the trigger, that could be a first blood coming up for that team. Mike Young is also waiting in the wings just in case Otto and Yan get a little too frisky. Winter might be going for the shield, but nicely done from Otto. Is going to just go in for the flay and prevents any first blood shenanigans from happening.
Yeah, and I was wondering where exactly ANEW were going to try and be aggressive, because Firefire is just coming out of base. That trade on the copy takes out a whole bunch, and that magic shield from his W is going to mitigate most of that. But I was looking at Firefire in base. He had TP available. I was wondering, are they going to try and play aggressive? We even see NXI here now. Auto lands it.
Oh, and the beautiful spear from NXI. He's not going to get in range quite yet to jump it. Aegis is going to block a lot of the damage, but it's not enough as Jan
Auto?
finds the piercing arrow. First blood comes in. Beautiful flay prevents Mike Young from being able to secure a redeeming.
Wait, Firefire's here.
On 200 Thieves next, but Firefire is there. He's going to flash in, lands the 3-man taunt. Mike Young lands the Sonic Wave. That's going to be one kill.
Shoryu?
Auto, Shoryu now in a moment of defying life, but he's going to get sniped out by Jan. NXI.
Wait a minute.
He's able to flash back out, potentially gets out, dodges out on the winds of war. Beautifully played by the new jungler for 100 Thieves next. And despite Mike Young being able to get another kill for ANEW, 100 Thieves still take the overall advantage.
And Jan plays that beautifully. I mean, talk about, it's not Ashe, but the Rangers focus coming on through for him, for the 100 Thieves bot laner. Amazing job from Auto, being able to flay that away and make sure that the engage is stopped. While it is stymied for a little bit, we even see NXI come back through, and they wait out on Winter's E on the Pantheon Aegis Assault, making sure to get the damage through it. They're able to find that. They do force out Firefire's flash, so I'm expecting for Copy now to have some roam over this lane, but they immediately rotate some of their laners away. And take a look at this. This is beautiful coming out. There's a massive wave on either side for ANEW and 100 Thieves, so blowing this early, and now they're trying to look to shove this wave in and potentially look for a dive as Winter getting some aggressive vision for himself.
Yeah, NXI has just been benefiting from being able
look
to
at this.
clear most of it. Oh, but Firefire's
even a GP ult?
Jan is trying to survive as long as he can, and he just might. Winner will be able to get the Aegis.
Oh!
He goes in for the flash. It just needs one more spear, but Jan will cling to the very claws of life. Gets a piercing arrow. It's just another... Oh my god, I can't even finish my sentence. That is just so devastating and heartbreaking for Winner to go so far and only come up with so little.
What are they doing? What is ANEW doing? I don't understand. I think they're trying to go for an aggressive. I'll hold that as Copy flash. He has ultimate.
Well, Dimitri, I hope you're ready to not talk for a while, because it looks like both teams are ready to just scrap and throw fists at each other for most of this early game. We knew that it was going to be a very chaotic early skirmishing plan from ANEW Esports, but we did not expect 100 Thieves to be so willing to throw in or toss some punches of their own, and they're winning on most of the trades.
Yeah, they're throwing in with them, but they're also throwing down. They're able to find these kills. I'm confused by the over-aggression it feels like ANEW. It feels like they want to try and play at the caliber that 100 Thieves has been known for, where they're looking for some more lane dominant styles, especially if NXI is going to be here. They're going for it. I love that Winter and Shoryu are doing this, but the execution is just not there. They're diving under the turret. They have to overextend, and correctly so, Jan makes sure to position outside of the spear range. He's able to not only get that, but he gets himself 3 kills, so we already have this Kalista who, while he does have a 15 CS lead, the gold is still 700 in advantage for Jan. I don't quite understand this. This is... even with this Drake that they're able to get for themselves, they need to be able to find and correctly dive under these turrets. Now that Firefire is level 7, I'm expecting for this lane matchup to change at least a little bit in the dynamics of it.
Yeah, when we take a look at gold advantage over across the board, you have to remember, Alk Battery, that this composition that was drafted by ANEW Esports was supposed to be ahead at this point in the game, and they've been taking a lot of the correct decisions, but the execution, you know, quite frankly, has been quite horrible from ANEW Esports, and you know, and it sucks to be the deliverer of just such a blunt and harsh news, but that's what's happening, folks. You know, ANEW Esports are constantly not coming up with the advantages that when they make these moves should technically be getting, but 100 Thieves have just been outplaying them on a micro level every single time.
Yeah, and now we're going to see ANEW kind of take a step back, make sure they're utilizing their composition's advantages, and get themselves 2 massive objectives back to back. I'm a little bit confused. Obviously, they knew that the rotation was going to come out, so they just have to match it right now. And Gangplank should be able to secure himself a plate. But there's just so much vision right now invested from ANEW that the inside of 100 Thieves, they need to play a little bit careful. I actually wanted to check on experience before we continue. Yon will be hitting level 6 on this wave, and this does mean that they can find some kill potential. Otto does have Exhaust instead of Ignite, and with the Cleanse available to Yon, it should mean that if there's any kills coming in from the new side, they shouldn't be able to find it, but Firefire just trading Copy with a awkwardly late Cleanse there.
You know, we would have definitely preferred if he had insta-cleansed it, but he wanted to take a risk, see if Mike Young could actually land the Sonic Wave. Come on, man.
Oh, look at the rotation coming out.
Oh, Mike Young actually is in position, lands the Sonic Wave. Can he get the Ward Hop for a potential Insect play? And he's not quite getting it. He's taking a lot of damage, and Copy is able to join the fight here. Hero's Entrance comes in for Fire, but now they're on the retreat, and NXI says, it's go time, baby. 100 Thieves next, once again, finding another. It's a double kill for NXI on the Nidalee.
Make it a triple.
Respected. He's looking for one more. He's looking for a third one.
Oh, no.
Fire wants to get the burst damage down. Don't disrespect the Galio burst damage either. Oh my god, what an explosive early game here.
What is 100 Thieves like? I mean, yeah, they're able to catch these massive misplays coming in from ANEW, but they're not able to connect any of their CC in time. They had first roam, like, they're in position to do these things, but I think ANEW, either it's the nerves of the situation, or maybe it's just first game jitters, but what exactly is falling apart at the seams here for ANEW, I don't know, and we're gonna have to wait to see more of it. And I mean, I take a look at a lot of these fights. Again, Shoryu, great in his positioning, has to blow double of his summoners. Mike Young still has not only Flash, but the Dragon's Rage. So what were we waiting on? He was CC'd locked for most of it. And they found out after a while that, oh wait, we're not in range to be able to find this engage. They got the Hero's Entrance, and props to Firefire for being able to punish NXI for overextending for a kill and able to grab himself 450 gold, but take it slow. You were just then a little bit in the lead, at least objectively speaking, and now you're just falling behind. I mean, most of your players have not been able to pick up any of these turret plates. You're down in kills, and while I think they're going to try and find something onto Copy here, NXI.
And Mike Young does get the kick backwards, and Winner is there for the follow-up. Alley-oop, baby. Slam dunk. Winner's going to be able to get the killing blow down onto Copy, and, you know, at this point,
that was what I wanted to see.
Yeah, that is a lot of disrespect. I feel like we've already seen that story 3-4 times now. And Copy, yes, he's had Cleanse and Flash in previous times, but you don't have either of those summoner spells up, so you gotta show a little bit of respect.
I mean, that was exactly what I wanted to see. That's how you force an error onto 100 Thieves. They cause Copy, who does not have Flash or Cleanse, they immediately snap Engage onto him and find that available to him. Weirdly enough, when I take a look at this 80 carrying matchup going down to Shoryu, why does Yon have a Blade of the Ruin King before him when you have a Pantheon available to you? It just blows my mind. Now, Mike Young is available. We're seeing this engage.
Aegis Assault comes out, blocking a lot of damage, but they're going to have to use the Fate's Call just to ensure that Winter doesn't immediately get bursted by Yon. He's sporting a 1,000 gold lead advantage over Shoryu, and we have to go back to the draft here, Alkbatter, because we said that Callisto, the reason why they first picked it is so that they could get a lead advantage, but when your opponent Varus is the one sporting the Blade of the Ruin King first,
look at this!
Oh my god, it is just absolutely...
Even Copies here, NXI's available, here comes a Gangplank.
Oh my god, NXI, you're too clean, man. He goes in for the flash, gets the empowered auto attack. Thanks to that Sheen proc, they force off Shoryu, they take down Winner as well, and Fire is just going to ink into his death here. There's no way you can take on 4 members, my friend, and with a dragon up on the table, you already know where 100X is going next.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick up this dragon, an Infernal Drake. And the problem here for the side of ANEW, they needed to pop this Rift Herald a lot earlier. Not only was it, trying to get them some plates before this timer runs out in about a minute, but now we're in this point where Mike Young can't actually make plays without investing gold for control wards. And he was already behind the curve when it came to gold. I'll hold that as Grand Sky falls in. Oh my god, Yon!
Might be able to trade one back onto Mike Young, but
here's NXI.
Here. NXI's here. Oh, you cannot escape unstoppable empowered autos, my friend. NXI, however, might have overstayed his welcome here. Fallen Bandit also teleporting into play, but with Rodolph there, as well as Shoryu and Winner, they may be able to lock him down. But Rodolph takes the seismic toss of, a very charitable one, because it pushes him right back into the tower away from Shoryu and Winner, and they're not going to be able to follow up for the damage. Fallen Bandit is trying to
wait a minute.
He can, gets flashed on by
Fallen
Bandit, outplays it, and takes one back. Shoryu will be able to finally get that last hit down.
Uh-oh.
Meanwhile, mid lane, we got another skirmish. Fire says, you know what, I'm the better mid laner, buddy. Sit down on that snake. Gets the final Justice Punch.
I mean, doesn't even matter. I mean, Fire's like, you guys are gonna nerf Summoner's spell, or the unsealed spellbook. Sure, fine. I mean, I'll still take it, right? Ignites him down, and Copy showing a lot of disrespect. Yet again, left with a cleanse to his name and no flash available. So, ANEW, they're making some of the correct plays, but it feels like when they're starting to group up, they're just over-forcing in a lot of these situations, able to break a lot of turrets and again get Shoryu some more gold by cracking open a lot of those a lot of that bot turret HP, cracking it away. But man, I mean, 100 Thieves kind of just getting caught not resetting in time. They're overextending for some of these fights. They're not really spiking or playing around how much gold they have in their inventories. And now we're going to potentially even see another fight over this Rift Herald. Again, take a look. Fallen Bandit does have the ultimate available. No TPs for either top laner, but I'm expecting for ANEW to try and be as aggressive as possible and enforce their will upon this objective.
There's a lot of things that are of concern for ANEW Esports. We're at the 15-minute mark, 10 minutes away from the supposed, okay, timer's out, this composition from 100 Thieves just basically outscales you. But the gold advantage is in their favor. Gangplank has already hit the Trinity Force power spike. Rodolph has went for a Black Cleaver first. I don't even know what the proper first item into this matchup is, but I might eat my words, because Fallen Bandit just does not have any way of being able to disengage from the set there. So without Fallen Bandit on the map, there's no Cannon Barrage that can assist in taking away this Rift Herald.
Yeah, and they have vision of all the members of 100 Thieves right now. They know where NXI is. They're going to be able to grab this first turret, and if they want, ANEW can kind of play a bit forward here. Cassiopeia is on the flank. Here we go.
Oh my god,
Jesus.
Fire! Oh, three-man taunt and the three-man knockout with the Fates call. ANEW Esports say, shut the Alk, Battery, and Rafa. We got this game. There's nothing to worry about. They wipe out 100 Thieves X away from the Rift Herald, and they take all of them down. Mike Young also has eyes on the copy.
Look at that.
Down. Hero's entrance, but what is happening? This is explosive game one.
That was a beautiful execution from ANEW. They finally have found where the comp lies, and again, I mean, they got the better matchup for themselves, but Copy is getting hard abused by Fire. We had a lot of questions on what style of Copy were we going to see. Were Yan and Copy going to be able to step up? And while Yan has certainly so far shown that he has, I mean, Copy is just getting manhandled, and Fire, being the keynote player for ANEW, is showing up big time for his team. Not only able to find those double kills, but able to just, he just cucks most of this team. Excuse my language, but 100 Thieves are not able to walk into this Galley, who's, 4-1-4. He has his level lead, and Yan, while he does have the Chain of Corruptions, they weren't quite playing around that objective, so Rift Herald does go over to 100 Thieves, but it almost a Pyrrhic victory at that.
I'm just at a loss. This is definitely one way to open up the series here, and hopefully 100 Thieves, they got to realize they just got to calm down. And like ANEW Esports, we understand that with their composition and how it's going to fall off later the game goes on, they're the ones that have to make the plays. But 100 Thieves, they were outplaying a lot of the earlier trades and the earlier skirmishes towards before 15 minutes into the game. But 100 Thieves, they just have to solve.
Have that lead for yourself. He is going to be able to be pretty dangerous. We were talking about you're a little bit afraid here for Nidalee after level 6. Lee Sin will have that kill pressure, and so far we're seeing 100 Thieves are just looking to succeed a lot of these objectives and play behind their turrets. Now, they have some of them available, but playing in topside is incredibly dangerous for Fallen Bandit, considering that mid-tier 1 has already gone down.
Rodolph trying to pressure for this turret. Fallen Bandit is going to have to pop the Cannon Barrage to try and salvage this turret by taking out the wave, and Rodov, it's not going to get the turret quite yet. But with the support of Shoryu and Winter already on the top side of the map, they can always pressure for another one. Even Mike Young is there. Everyone is just all inning to make sure and they can try and break open further the turrets here. Rest of 100 Thieves, they are poised on around the top side of the jungle, but they gotta be careful as finally the members of ANEW Esports are starting to hit these power spikes.
I mean, but take a look at this. Look at how their vision right now is running across the map. They're going right on a copy.
Well, Copy immediately flashes out.
NXI?
Down, and Fire and Winter should be able to disengage the fight. You don't want to piss off NXI on this Nidalee when he's already this far ahead.
Oh, TP coming in. Watch Mike Young.
Yeah, Rodolph wants to be able to get the seismic toss down for the Showmaker. Auto gets face breakered in, but beautiful disengage from Auto, but they still are able to go with it thanks to the face. Oh, beautiful 5-man petrifying gaze is going to put them in their place. Now 100 Thieves next. They just got to step back and let it go. ANEW Esports are not going to get any more kills today. There's no dragon on the table, so there's nothing to lose for 100 Thieves, but NXI, brother, just leave it alone. It's okay. You got Fallen Bandit pushing on the top side of the map, man.
Yeah. I'm just, again, I'm perplexed by some of the decision making from this team because, again, 100 Thieves, I'm assuming what's happening is they're actually feeling incredibly pressured to make a play to fight over blue buff. They need this. Copy's like, I need this blue buff to be able to fight against Fire. He does have fully stacked tier, but they're so far behind the curve right now that they need to be able to at least get some gold back into themselves. Yes, we give them that scaling matchup, but Fallen Bandit not able to respond quite in time for that fight. And we see ANEW, they're trying to find some kind of kill, and thankfully Auto comes up massive in those plays. And while they're able to break open this turret, the turret deficit in mid and bot lane right now is creating the situation where 100 Thieves, they need to look for farm. They're roaming around as a 5-man, not only to protect themselves, but they're saying, okay guys, we need to get gold onto the relevant members of our teams, and we can't quite do that because we've pushed out all of our waves. We're not freezing the waves in front of our turret, and Fallen Bandit is putting himself in a really dangerous position by trying to farm into this tiered 1 in top lane.
We've reached the 20-minute mark here, Alk Battery, and the kills finally have evened up back over to ANEW's side, but the gold advantage is only slightly in their favor. And we talked about once we hit that 25-minute mark, those 2 item power spikes should be coming in close here for the members of 100 Thieves next. We already see Fallen Bandit is just sitting a couple hundred gold away. Actually, you know what? He's got the Essence Reaver already. He's online, and he's level 13, so those barrels are going to be hot and piping ready to order in these upcoming fights around the Baron Pit, since that is going to be the next objective. There is no way that ANEW Esports, unless they just completely blow him out or go for a pick onto Jan, he has to burn the cleanse just to be able to get out, but Fate's Call is there for the follow-up.
Wait a minute.
Winner is actually hesitant about going even further because they don't have the rest of the damage to go
in
for even more. Heroes Justice Punch comes in. Heroes Call goes in for the knockup, but he gets slacked in. But beautiful Fire says we're going to go back in for the re-engage. Plans the 3-man on, but the rest of 100 Thieves next members are just so damn strong. There's no way that Mike Young can tangle with all 4 of them. Shoryu has no more damage left in his tank. He has to get the hell away, but NXI can go in for the flash, looking for the pounce, needs the Empower Auto, does not land the spear. Fallen Bandit, meanwhile, is chasing down Rodolph, but 100 Thieves next. They've taken down the jungle, they've taken down the mid laner and the support. It's Baron time.
So many small little errors coming out from both teams end up in 100 Thieves being able to find multiple kills for them. They're able to slice down this Baron quickly enough, and with 40 seconds on the Cloud Drake, I can't imagine that that's not the next objective we see 100 Thieves take over from ANEW. But, I mean, not only was Jan able to find an escape out of that, Winter not quite able to connect, and he doesn't want to use that shield bash up against Jan when he's under the turret, has to force out the Aegis, but the chain of corruption actually is interrupted by Fire. He utilizes the ultimate on him, but it gets cleansed completely. So no chains of corruption to try and lock down the rest of ANEW. And Fallen Bandit, make all these Fossil Bandit, Fossil Boomer memes, I don't care. This game, he is playing his role and being able to almost be like a pseudo carry for him. Again, he is playing Gangplank, so there's a little bit more allowed to him when it comes to that. I'll hold that as now they're going right onto Auto.
Man. We saw Mike Young trying to go for the
Look
inside.
at that
a beautiful
damage
play from Auto, and it's a beautiful petrifying gaze. And Fire has been routed by NXI and Fallen Bandit. He's not going to be able to make another beautiful taunt play. He's just going to get routed out and taken down by Fallen Bandit. It's another 3 members off the table for ANEW Esports. 100 Thieves next are going to look at this Cloud Dragon while the rest of the other 3 core members are going to push down this mid lane.
Yeah, and now they'll just have free reign over this inhibitor. I can't imagine that they wouldn't take this early. Now, again, it is about 25 minutes, so this going down is not fantastic. They will have Baron to be able to empower themselves, and with a Cloud Drake, they can look a lot more successful, especially with Fallen Bandit's ultimate just being as ready as possible each time. They can protect Yon in this situation, and again, amazing fight from the side of 100 Thieves. They're looking quite dominant, and now Fire put in this awkward position where he's playing a melee Galio into a bunch of enemy teammates that make it very difficult for him to execute anything that he wants. He's looking for a re-engage, but Winter has been kind of falling off even faster than maybe we would have expected, already having to pick up the Kindle gem. So I think this is going to be a Black Cleaver build for him. But until then, I mean, Winter has not been having a fantastic game so far.
It's all about the draft, Dog Battery, and we knew that ANEW what they wanted to do this game. It was all in. You had the Kalista, you had the Pantheon, you had the Lee Sin as well, and it was just to snowball Shoryu out of his freaking mind and be able to just run over the game before Fallen Bandit and Copy even get off the ground. But that didn't happen, and that put a dent in their plans. Yeah, 100 Thieves Next might have thrown a couple skirmishes ANEW's way, but overall the scaling game is in their favor. Copy's already sitting on those 2 item power spikes for the Seraphs and the Leandries. He's working towards what I believe to either be a Zonya's Hourglass or a Banshee's Veil. I mean, at some point, there's just not going to be enough damage from ANEW Esports to be able to delete these guys. And 100 Thieves Next should just be able to walk it down as long as they play the team fights correctly.
Sure, and I actually wanted to dive into some of this jungle matchup. Probably have time. I think I'm going to have to hold that as we see the rest of ANEW. They're getting ready to try and find something. They have Pantheon in position. They can have him sit in Fog of War. I wanted you to kind of explain what this jungle matchup feels like from your perspective. You're obviously the jungle main here, but I mean, Nidalee with a level, maybe almost 2 level lead over the Lee Sin does not feel great.
I'm going to be 100% with you. The jungle matchup doesn't matter at this point. You could have put any other jungler in Anexai's case. He's just ahead. And
wait,
the rest of
coming in.
Next members are ahead, and Winter Shoryu might be biting off more than they could chew. They have the hero's entrance coming in. Oh no, Anexai! You've been flanked by Rodolph, gets the seismic toss down. Fire's trying to buy as much time as he can with the double stopwatch play, but it's not going to be enough to be able to save him in time. ANEW. Oh, that's not a good petrifying gaze from Copy. And Mike Young goes in for the play, looks for the flash kick, but look at the damage coming out from Fallen Bandit. But it's up to Yon to be able to clean up the pieces. Otto needs to be able to protect him as much as he can. Rodolph is getting the auto attacks, 1-2 punch, baby, but Sonic Wave will land onto Otto. Mike Young doesn't fancy it. Rodolph trying to get a little bit more damage in, but he's going to reel him in back with the death sentence, looking for one more onto Mike Young. And he's gonna run for the hills. That beautiful fight from Yon finds him over the wall. It's a triple kill for the 80 carry from 100 Thieves Next.
Yeah, and we even take a look in that fight. It doesn't matter that Copy doesn't land the ultimate. The petrifying gaze is for naught. We see 100 Thieves just stand behind their 80 carry. Yon, somebody had a lot of questions for alongside their mid laner, comes up huge in that fight, able to plant his feet, and no one from the side of ANEW are able to answer for him. Shoryu gets taken out pretty fast in that fight at the beginning, and while they are able to catch Fallen Bandit, that Gangplank ultimate makes it so that Kalista is just hurting to try and get into the backline of that fight. And while Winter, yet again, multiple of these members from ANEW are trying to get into the backline, get all of that access, but they can only blow some of their cooldowns for one member, and it seems like while NXI was receiving all of that attention, Yon and 100 Thieves were able to take that fight for themselves. Not able to get too much other than gold. They weren't able to take too many objectives, but with 50 seconds on the Baron, this does lead for ANEW to try and at least put their foot down around this area.
And you already see the members of ANEW are not in really the correct position to establish that aggressive vision control that they need, because even though they are massively behind, their composition basically sucks against in terms of just relative scaling power against 100 Thieves Next. They can always go for a pick. You have a lot of point and click abilities from Winter being able to lock him down with that shield assault. And then you just got to be able to follow up with the rest of the other members. Sure, you have Fate's Call to be able to enable Winter even further. Mike Young, you know, a lot of these kicks have not been the cleanest, but you still got a lot of single target damage. If you could just find one member, whether it's Copy or Yon, and take them out of the fight, then maybe you can win that numbers advantage. But right now, it's just looking very 100 Thieves Next favor to be able to take this Baron when it comes up.
Yeah, I was wondering whether or not what we were gonna see from Mike Young. Hasn't been performing too fantastic, but again, he's not been allowed too many of those resources, at least quite yet. I'm looking for that flash play of his. He does have the Dragon's Rage available to him. They would call in a TP from Firefire. Here we go.
Oh, Fire, but it gets interrupted. The taunt is not going to be had. He pops the Zonya's
Watch
Hourglass.
Rodolph.
Some time, and a lot of the other 100 Thieves next members say, you know what? We don't need to fight this fight. It's not a good angle for us. They're going to walk back out, reassess how to take the next fight as the Dragon is on the table. No soul point for either team yet, but they definitely need it. Fire is on one side of the map trying to delete Copy, and the rest of the fight is going on. Hero's entrance will come in. No knockup will be had, but ANEW Esports might have found the fight that they were needed. Copy going in for
Look
a
at Copy
on the other side of the fight, but Fallen Bandit is still alive, and NXI is still kicking, and Rodolph is finally the only member left to go in this 1v3, whereas Fallen Bandit is just buying enough time for against Fire. Fire, can you perform the 1v4? That's one, but it's still Auto and Copy and NXI that you have to deal with. But the rest of the 100 Thieves next members, they're going to go for the Baron.
I was gonna say, why are ANEW fighting over this? They call in the TP. It's not quite deep as it was in the Raptor pit, but now we see them. You give them free access to Baron. They're like, okay, well, ANEW, if you want to take that Cloud Soul or Cloud Drake, go ahead. Sure, we'll take a great trade from you. As now, Fire, he's fully upped. He does have Ignite in this situation. Could look for a couple kills, but I can't imagine he's gonna find too much success.
They get the exhaust down. Otto's got the CC chain, locking him down as much as he can. There's no Zonya's Hourglass to stall for as much as he wants, and Fire, it was a valiant attempt, but Copy and NXR are just too damn strong, man, and 100 Thieves next will secure this Baron. ANEW Esports, they're up on the line. Winner's gonna look for the spear. Otto's just gonna burn the flash right away out of respect. He doesn't want to die right now.
Yeah, he's like, you know, maybe me dying with Baron, not a fantastic, but now there's just, I don't know where ANEW step in. I don't know where they have room to be able to step back into this game. They're going to have to succeed this Dragon if they want. The best thing about this for ANEW is there's no waves right now in position. They have not quite pushed back on their waves, so they're going to waste a lot of their Baron here from 100 Thieves. Not a 2-key on this play from them myself, but they have to be able to get these waves back in, and they have a long way to go before they hit some of these outer turrets and start knocking on the base for ANEW. ANEW need to take this time to slow down the game. They are 8,000 gold behind. They are almost 9 kills as well, and right now we're waiting for Shoryu and Fire, but Fire has not had that same access to the backline, and while Shoryu has now has 3 items. He has his X-Drinker. He also has his Last Whisper. He can do damage, but Copy's level 16. Yana's also hit that point. There are level and itemization leads across the board here for 100 Thieves. I don't think there's going to be room for them to breathe.
And with the Baron on 100 Thieves next side, they don't even want to play for soul point.
Look at that.
They are just going to go in for the engage. They landed down to Shoryu. They pop the cleanse, but here comes the rest of the 100 Thieves next members. They want to lock down the 80k for ANEW Esports. Here comes Hero's entrance. Fire is going to buy as much time as he can. Zonya's Hourglass will be stalling for the flank coming in from Rodolph. He's got his eyes on a Yawn, and he gets it with the seismic toss, but is it enough damage for the rest of the ANEW Esports to follow up? Shoryu gets blasted by Fallen Bandit.
NXI?
Maybe he can get the 1v1 and prove he's the better jungler in that instance, but the rest of your team is dead, man. And 100 Thieves next are looking to pound on the doors of this base.
Yeah, and while NXI wasn't an amazing factor, didn't have any super flashy plays, we're going to see as Mike Young, namesake of the team, ripped inside of his base. 100 Thieves going to be taking game 1 quite dominantly, and we were taking a look, was the new roster going to be something that ANEW could easily take down? And while it's only game 1, we're already seeing some of that old 100 Thieves next fashion come right on through. 10, almost 11,000 gold in advantage for them, 18 to 31. 100 Thieves going to take an amazing game 1 of this series.
Yeah, now let's not get too hype, as we still got a full best of 5, so it's a potentially 5 or 4 more games coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. But you know, there's a lot of questions that need to be asked. We don't have time to answer them right now. We got to get ready for game 2. We'll be right back after this break.
Back to the analyst desk. What a fantastic game 1 that we got to see there. That was Chef's kiss. Beautiful all around. Got to start off with what was a bloody show for sure. And with that being said, something for us to kind of look at. That game was looking very, very close for a little bit of time there, but we started to see a little bit of gap that grew into such a tremendous gap. Preston, take it away from me, Preston, as we're looking at what was just a very fun game to watch.
Definitely. I think that we saw a very engage heavy composition from ANEW. This caveman run forward, engage heavy composition into a much more poke style, disengage, slower team fight composition coming from 100 Thieves. And I think the bottom lane really went down bad early. And I think that ultimately left impetus on ANEW to make big plays in order to try to save the game.
Yeah. Once you fall behind with that composition, like once the first Baron was taken by 100 Thieves, that game's over, right? Like you don't have a wave clear to take away Baron creeps with a Galio and a Callista and a set, right? But I kind of want to dive more into how 100 Thieves had that lead in the first place, because it was like 1-5, and I cannot believe like how far behind ANEW got with that team comp, because Pantheon, Callista, that lane should win every single time. And they actually fell behind to the Vars Thresh and kind of botched some dives down there.
Yeah, we were talking about that actually over here on the desk. We were sitting here looking back and forth at it. And we're like, wait a second, there's some resources getting put down here. But Varus Thresh getting the lead over a Callista Pantheon, something that we weren't really prepared for. And neither was a lot of the action that was going on after that. And one of the big things that y'all talked about that really got me hype was the fact of you guys said 2 words, summoner diff, which was the summoner spells that were getting used. And Preston, I'm going to let you take this away and kind of explain away how important some of these summoner spells were, because there was little itty bitty moments that these summoner spells were used to perfection.
Definitely. At the mid lane fight specifically, where ANEW had this massive advantage, they were walking down and they were constantly engaging, disengaging. And what it really came down to was a poor timing of flashes from ANEW Esports. Yon's flash in particular had saved that fight. And I think that winning these fights, when playing these fights, it's really important to keep in mind where these summoners are on the enemy carries. Because when they have that disengage button and all your cooldowns are down, you're just going to die.
Yon, I like how you kind of brought up Yon, because he played that fight specifically so well. We're referencing the mid lane fight that happened before 100 Thieves took Baron, and he used his cleanse to get out of Galio taunt. Pantheon wasn't able to stun him after that because cleanse reduces the cooldowns of future stuns, so you just be able to walk on out afterwards. And then he flashed away from Mike Young, and that Lee Sin ult coming in too, repositioning himself by the tower. ANEW couldn't get to him, and 100 Thieves just built their comeback really off of the back of Yon. And you know, the early pick Callista coming in for Shoryu, it's been such a strong pick for ANEW because they do love to put resources into that bot lane to really play through him. But the Varus coming out, it's a counter that we don't see as much into Callista. And I like the fact they were pulling out the on-hit Varus, and I feel like it really paid off because Yon played fantastic that game.
Yeah, an absolute fantastic performance there, trying to see if he can get that surge spotlight onto him and make sure he shines bright underneath it. But ladies and gentlemen, that was just the first game of possibly 5. So be sure not to touch your browser, as we are going to take ourselves a short break. And when we return, we'll be getting ready for game 2 between these two Titans. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UPL finals. We just got done seeing what was a fantastically played game one coming out from 100 Thieves Nets. I'm Travesty. I am joined here by Cubby and Persian. And, you know, we have some fun here for us, ladies and gentlemen. As you may know, earlier today, we turned around and did a UPL all team. We did the third team, the second team, first team. And a lot of people were scratching their heads on who is the MVP? Who could it possibly be? Cubby, you've been sitting here scratching your head. I seen you. Persian has been doing the same thing. He's been sitting here just like, who is it? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I got your answer. We got a video. Check it out on our MVP for UPL.
15 seconds now on this Ocean Dragon, as it will be Simplicity stacking up as 5. Kenvi starts off the fight but gets pulled in, has to kite back, and now as the first one down, the damage is good. Looking for more as it will be the trade. Aphelios has some good damage to offer himself, but Kenvi just a little bit farther ahead as he is just free-hitting everybody. The triple kill. Will it be the Penta? It's on the table. That will be the quadra kill. Round man Jerry, you better run for your life because Kenvi is running and he wants that Penta kill, and he will get it.
Undertow in the auto, knowing that he doesn't have a flash to follow up. Play is there, but they pull him right under the tower, forcing a flash of his own, and now Kenvi has made his way, as well as Tenacity, and Kenvi picks up first blood. Tenacity is also here to clean things up. Turn things around. Meanwhile, in the river, we got another 2v2 going on. Ankh Battery. Shockwave barely misses from on Kenvi as he's able to just.
That is Ankh is going to get slowly poked down.
King does find the death sentence, gets the 2-man play, but it looks like he's going to go down before the rest of his team is able to intervene. Avi gets the kick out, but has to flash away to be able to get away from imminent danger, but Kenvi with the flash of his own picks up the double, looking for the triple to copy.
Kind of feels like the cheats have been turned on, right? Like 100 Thieves are like, all right, so we're done messing around. It kind of feels like I'll hold that. Oh my. Welcome to ADC, boys. Welcome to ADC in season 10 laps.
Because I turn things around along with Akinoki. This bot lane is pretty much set and done if Avi cannot help restabilize it.
Yeah, and we were talking. I'll hold that. Goodbye and go. And we
you were saying.
Yeah.
Dredgeline is available here, and a couple flashes from 100 Thieves next could potentially mean that Crossfire's bot lane gonna get zoned out.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that package. Just barely put a beautiful catapult. That'll knock off both of them, and that is just the combo dream that'll come up to them. But Kenvi to look.
Congratulations to Kenvi, as you guys saw. Good luck in Academy. What a send-off, making sure that he has pulled up that huge highlight reel for himself there, getting that MVP for the UPL. And congratulations yet again to Kenvi. But with that being said, we got games in front of us, and Kenvi, unfortunately, is not in this game. However, there was quite a good performance coming out from 100 Thieves Nets to start off the series here. Need to go ahead and look at it we're going to go ahead and throw it over to you, Cubby, as we're seeing going into game 2. What are we going to be looking at here?
Yeah, we're getting in the draft really quickly here. I really don't think draft was that big of a problem for ANEW. It was more execution. There were a few things, though, they could have perfected, and we're going to have to see if they do that on red side, where they oftentimes give 5fire last pick. I'm expecting that to happen, and I hope that ANEW can maybe set up the map and the game for them a little bit better and have a few more scaling options this time around as well, because they weren't able to cleanly execute the early game comp.
I definitely agree. One thing that I was questioning in draft phase particularly was the Lee Sin on blue 5. You already have a set. You can work with that into Nidalee, and you can get a top lane counter pick for Rodov into the Gangplank. I would have much rather seen Rodov pick up something like the Rumble there to provide follow-up to the Galio all-in. But overall, I just think ANEW was over-indexing on the hard engage. And I think that was to the detriment in the games where I think ANEW went in, they dropped their CC, and then there was nothing left.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think anybody who watched that game would definitely agree with all of that. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting into some spice here. So get ready, as we're going to have to throw it over to the caster desk as we get into our draft for game 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready for game 2. Thank you so much to Travesty, Cubby, and Prussian as well from the desk for the throw. And we have some questions about not necessarily the draft here, Alk Battery, but the execution, because ANEW Esports, they've definitely ran a similar composition like that in the past, but the results were obviously much more successful than it was in game 1 of this series.
Oh, I feel like I'm getting hit by smacks. I can see my camera just feel it bad bit. But yeah, I mean, we were looking at someone like NXI to be able to be the carry of this game. We were looking, well, who is it going to be? But 5fire trying his damnedest to make sure that that game went well. It was a little bit scary, but coming in, I think the composition wasn't all that bad. I'm sure some of the people on the desk share my sentiment. It was the execution, which was just awful from ANEW. Shoryu and Winter, I have not quite seen them run down a lane that fast and that badly, at least most of scouting grounds. So I'm expecting that was a one-off appearance. I'm willing to give them benefit of the doubt, say, hey, you know, like, you get one. Everyone gets one. And so coming into this draft, I'm looking forward to seeing how ANEW shape up, and especially how we can utilize 5fire a lot better, because even though he does have a lot of these roam mid laners, that was not the best performance on his Galio.
And we should be jumping into draft right now. But just to let you guys know, it's not a Senna. It's not the Senna first ban. So for okay.
Woo! It's a Rumble ban. It's a Rumble ban.
Okay,
you know,
okay. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
We got the Rumble ban first. You want to take away that flexibility away from ANEW, and now for the side of 100 Thieves, they have a couple of options. They are on blue side, so there are a couple things that they do need to get rid of. I wonder where Karma is going to lie, as last time it was ANEW who banned it away on blue side. Seems like ANEW again going to have to pick that up, and I'm interested to see where we see the AD carry pool lie, because yet again, Jan had to go a little bit deeper into his pool, pick up the Varus, which you saw much earlier into the season, and Ezreal seems like he's going to be a permanent inclusion to the ban table as a whole, with that Kalista coming in as well.
A couple more bans coming in from both sides. Karma, this time the Graves is going to be the one that's sent here for ANEW Esports. There's no way it's an army first pick. Come on now, 100.
Don't play with my heart like that.
Yeah, now the Ashe definitely seems more understandable, and I do like that 100 Thieves Next, despite being able to stomp the crap out of this Kalista pick, they still respect the ban, that they want to be able to take it away from ANEW, and understanding that, you know, once the Gray's being taken away as well, Ashe is their best first pick option here. It's a safe and also has a dominant laning phase for Jan. But, you know, Cubby on the analyst desk has mentioned things like the Ziggs, if Shoryu has put in time to play against it, having a more advantageous time into the Ashe.
Yeah, I know it's something we talked about, especially like you're saying, Cubby. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pull it out. It would be kind of a last minute inclusion, and obviously has that flexibility for Fire, but it looks like we're just going to see the matchup old as time that we've seen the past couple weeks. Jin versus Ash, trying to match her damage and at least some of that range with the utility. Make sure that you can try to punish her for lacking a lot of that mobility, being able to get out of that range. And now with the Trundle matchup, I mean, NXI can take a whole other, a whole slew of different kind of matchups if he wants. I'm going to just ignore that. He can take another matchup if he wants, where it's the Nidalee yet again, going great into that Trundle matchup. You're a fan. I know you're personally a really big fan of this one, but it also punishes the Jin so heavily anytime that he wants to utilize that ultimate. It just is like, alright, well now I'm a sitting duck for a full range Nidalee spear hitting me straight in the face.
Yeah, if you're playing Nidalee, there's nothing more that you love than when there's an AD carry that outside of Flash has no immediate mobility spells.
Yep.
And so far to me, Alk Battery, 100 Thieves Next are very content on just taking a very similar draft, because if it ain't broke, you know, there's no need to fix anything up. ANEW Esports are the ones that either have to change, and you know, we were concerned about them doing a salty run back since the execution was poor, not necessarily the draft, but all right, we already know that Wolverine's happy at the sight of this. Ornn being locked in. It's such... He's like, all right, finally, we're getting better drafts. I don't know what he thinks about the Jin, though.
I can't imagine. I mean, it's not Gangplank first pick, right? So, I mean, it's not an S tier. But really, 100 Thieves kind of perplexed me, because a lot of these champions, we were talking about the Nidalee matchup, but Trundle does fantastic into a lot of these, and Gangplank, while he is going to have a much easier time in lane this time around, I can't expect for Rodolph to find that same solo kills that we saw in game 1, but Trundle and Ornn are massive problems for Fallen Bandit and for Yon to be able to deal with, and I don't know how, when we get to those later game team fights, if we get to them, that they're going to be able to kind of answer some of the threat that ANEW are posing. Now, we've got to fly through a lot of these bans. So much focus going on to Fire. Now, I'm expecting for him to try to dive a little bit. For the side of ANEW, they're more than likely going to give mid counter pick, but there's a much easier execution if they want to try and give Winter a better matchup here.
Hey, let's start with the Bard. The Bard support doesn't have that very many losing matchups here. Not only he has that range advantage, and it just has a lot of power in that level 1, but he's also someone that just can actually set up so many plays. Now, obviously, you need to get the timing right, because we have seen last week the Tempered Fates not quite aligning with the Call of the Forge God, but it is a common combo, and when you get it just right, it is like the chef's kiss. Mwah. It is so nice. But for auto here, Leona is going to be the answer of choice. Got Zenith Blade into the stun from the Q and the Solar Flare to just provide ultimate lockdown. I mean, Jin is just very upset. And I mean, Copy. We cannot sleep on this man, Zoe. Fire also has a reputable Zoe as well, but a lot of people, especially 100 Thieves fans over at 100T Talk Pot, gotta argue that Copy... his best champ is by far the Zoe.
Yeah, and the Bard matchup, kind of collecting on this before we finish up the draft, it's to make sure that the Braum doesn't come out, because the Braum would provide so many issues for ANEW to be able to deal with. They want to try and prevent that laning phase. Now, while this is an aggressive bot lane, the Bard and Jin are not going to have too much of a great time when it comes to executing with each other. And Victor now coming up means that ANEW are trying to put some resources. We had talked about it. You were really key on, hey, let's get Fire some more firepower in that lane, and now with Victor, you're giving him that team fight mage, you're giving him the ability to, I'm assuming he's going to go cleanse, if not he's going to pick up Ghost and just be a menace on the Rift, and ANEW going for this 5v5 team fight, trying to just basically outplay the enemy team here. While the Cannon Barrage will be great for 100 Thieves, I can't imagine that all of these ultimates are going to miss against ANEW.
Somewhere in the world right now, Dimitri, our friends Joshi, Cubby, and Smacks are all crying and rejoice. They see the Victor R5. They've been wanting this pick to be more popular, to be more locked in. The Halo ring. Oh, the heavenly choirs are singing right now, and it's exactly what we wanted to have change for ANEW Esports, right? Fire was on the Galio, and while he was probably the only saving grace that kept ANEW Esports longer than they should have been in that game, you can't 1v9 on a Galio, but a Victor, someone who's pumping out just damage like it's no tomorrow with the Death Ray laser and the Chaos Storm, and providing so much zone control with that the gravity chamber. Woo! I mean, and now this is a better shift for ANEW Esports to focus on here.
Yeah, and the Zoe I feel is really confusing because you already know that Bard is available. You know that Trundle and Jhin are here. You also know that Ornn is here. So why are we picking Zoe of all people? Yes, great burst. And like you said before, both of these mid laners have a really nasty Zoe. But why? Because all of the enemy champions from ANEW punish Zoe so hard. Level 6 comes after that, and Ornn, call the Forge God, you try to portal jump, boom, you get engaged upon. Mike Young is in that lane, suddenly there's a pillar right where you come back from your portal jump, and now you're interrupted. And even Bard, there's so many free engages coming out from 100 Thieves, ANEW right onto Copy, that I think that the Zoe pick, while the great burst is there, I can't imagine that it's going to kind of end up in game trying to do all that much. Now, for 100 Thieves, they do have some great damage available to them. Their damage profile is still a little bit mixed, and ANEW, they are lacking heavily in it. While yes, 5-fire itemization wise should be able to burst as many champions as possible, Shoryu on this Jhin, he's going to be purely utility, so a lot of this is going to rest on the ANEW mid laner.
Well, that's what we advocated for, right? We wanted more resources to be put into 5-fire, as he was the one that was just putting in a ton of heavy lifting. And I am, even though a lot of people were very surprised at the Trundle pick, and it's not going to have the most fun time in NXI's Nidalee, it is up to ANEW Esports to just buckle down for the early portion of the game and for the ride, because NXI is going to have his way with most of these lanes, being able to have a lot of priority from mostly the top side of the map. The bottom lane, yeah, you're going to have to tell me how that matchup plays out, but we will be getting ready for the game starting up on the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. But before we throw it to a quick technical break so we can get everything synced up, we got a special message to share with y'all. Because if you've been looking to take your game to the next level, it all starts with your peripherals. From keyboards to keycaps, mice, and more, our friends at Kono have got you covered. Kono works with the world's best designers, inventors, and makers to bring you some of the best gaming peripherals all around. Kono have been huge supporters of us here at Upsurge, and they've made generous contributions to our prize pools. If you need to find a new keyboard, check out the Hexgears X-1 RGB low-profile Bluetooth mechanical keyboard. You can use the discount code UpsurgeGG for 7% off your first order. For more information, head over to kono.store to check out all they have to offer. That's KONO.store. Kono. Discover amazing products. We'll be right back. officially on the rift for game 2 between 100 Next and ANEW Esports. 1 up for 100 squad here. ANEW Esports got a, not the longest road to climb, but, being down 1 game already puts you kind of at a tricky spot. You have to take, obviously, this game a little bit more, not seriously, but you need to be a bit more careful with how the execution plays out, because that game 1, there's a lot of things they were trying, and unfortunately it just did not work out that well for them.
Yeah, and again, I thought everyone would probably agree, but I want to get into this game too, because I want to see where Copy and Fire land. We had talked about, hey, NXI, where are we going to see him? And it seems like we're going to see mostly Nidalee almost every single game if given the matchup. This is one of his more experienced champions. I think it's his one trick. I don't want to say he's a one trick, but it's one of the things that had to be permabanned in that last ANEW series. But I want to take a look at Fire and Copy, because last game, Fire had control of the matchup almost entirely throughout the game, up until we got to the end of the game, and we saw Copy, while he was on the Cassiopeia, some of the execution wasn't quite there. I'm looking forward to seeing him on now this time. Now, Zine Invade.
Yeah, Alk Battery, they're actually pulling in ANEW Esports, because this is usually what we see from them in most of their games. When NXI says, I want to take level 1, can he get the smite down? And he does! Mike Young has been crippled early on, and even with Shori and Winter investing into the leash, they can't help Mike Young, and now he's going to have to do a wolf start and try to get back into this game.
Yeah, that is really ruinous for him. Obviously, wanting to try and get this, and not only that, but Nidalee can try and farm this lane. She can just try and go and farm all 3 quadrants now. She's going to have an easier time. And even NXI right now, he's taking a little bit of a greedier path here. He thought he was going to get the full quadrant. He thought maybe Mike Young was going to be a little bit more generous and not take his wolves, but now even getting an early gank on a Fire.
Well, NXI is not going to land the spear, but just gets a bunch of damage down.
That.
And electrocute. Very powerful keystone, Alk Battery. And when you're able to get the 3 procs, you get the nice little lightning bolt damage. Now, he is going to encounter Mike Young in the top side of the jungle, but he's not going to pursue him quite yet, because over on the bottom side of the map, Winter trying to go toe-to-toe with Auto here. But Jan, despite being pushed back and being less on health, is going to be able to heal back up. They both hit the level 2 power spike, and Winter Shoryu cannot contest in this lane.
Yeah, and this just means, again, we saw Shoryu, they're able to get the level 2 available for the 100 Thieves side, and even, yet again, he cannot take heal into this matchup. He's going to take the cleanse, try to prevent this. We had set this lane matchup as Jin is going to be really, really sad for most of this, as we even see Jan goes for a little bit of an earlier back here, able to pick himself up the coal. Both of the potions already ran down, and while they have vision of Auto, this is just going to allow some reprieve for the ANEW bot lane, pick up some more farm for themselves, and try to get themselves into a state of parity.
Yeah, it does seem that Jan went for a little cheater recall. I don't know.
He's lost some minions. I don't know if that's a cheater recall. The wave state will be fine, so he'll be fine in terms of, all the minions will be there, the wave will still stay in about the middle, actually end up pushing towards him, so it is about as cheater as you can get, but, the minions are still alive. Jan can just sit back here. Yeah, that's a Jeffrey thing.
Yeah, everything is a cheater recall, even when it's technically not correct, but he does back and get a coal, so now he's a small item lead over, but it's more so for accelerating his gold power spikes, as Jan being able to come back and match CS. Auto taking some time to clear out some wards, and NXI, we go back into this matchup against Mike Young. He's already a solid camp advantage over the Trundle. He's currently contesting the Scuttle Crab on the bottom side of the map, or actually trying to track Mike Young as he's looking and hovering around the bottom side of the map, making sure that Winter and Shoryu don't get ganked.
Yeah, he should see the duration on the buff. They should know that, hey, NXI is in the area. I was going to actually kind of pivot away over to Copy, because right now he has the, just want to make sure on the itemization yet. So he has the GLP. One of the most underrated parts about Zoe's kit is that spell thieves that you get on the W. And I was going to say, this kind of equals out to making it really hard for Fire and even Mike Young to show up in lanes. Double scuttled now on either side of the map. NXI is having the dream jungle game of his life, and with Copy sitting with a GLP available, it makes it very difficult for either of the side laners, even Mike Young, to step into the river. So Zoe able to exert some of her pressure into the mid lane. Firefire having a little bit of a rough time trading somewhat onto Copy, but I mean, he's already went through all 3 of his pots, which should mean that Firefire will have a little bit easier time laning for the time being.
And NXI just going to continue power farming his jungle. The beautiful thing about being on this Nidalee, I'm surprised he actually went for the Hunter's Machete versus the Talisman. He's not going to have that mana regen, but just using that raw on-hit damage from the Machete, more than likely he went for the attack.
He's got to get the
so
pounds.
He can just practically power through this jungle just based on auto attack resets, and he will be able to back not only with a Skirmisher Saber but a Fiendish Codex. So it's not quite the Runic Echo's power spike, but he is very powerful at this point in the game.
Yeah, and take a look at some of the path thing. They're able to get themselves some vision. Mike Young not quite up here. I actually wanted to take a look at his runes. He has gone for not only the attack speed, he's got his ability power. So yeah, he's going for that, early on, he's putting a lot of points into this takedown, wanting to utilize Pounce and that extra damage you get from it. I mean, it's pretty nasty considering all things considered. So he's got himself the lead. He's about a level. I don't know how much they're going to be able to get out of this as Otto phases through the wall. What? Wait a minute, Paul.
You got to be careful here. There's Mike Young waiting in the wings, and Mike Young's not even needed. Rodolph says, dude, I got this. And he gets purse full blood here for ANEW Esports.
Rodolph is like, hey, Mike Young, you're the person that needs help here, not me. I got it. I've got it all handled. And Fallen Bandit being a little bit greedy there, trying to hold the wave, taking up a lot of damage in similar and past trades versus Rodolph. Now, it shouldn't come too much. It will cost them his TP. They will get the dragon on the opposite side for 100 Thieves, as NXI already indexing into this. Now, so they did see Mike Young there. I don't know how much they're going to be able to get out of this, of trying to siphon away Mike Young's bot side jungle, as NXI trying to finish this scuttle for himself. They're going to aggress. Nidalee has hit level 6, which isn't as impactful as many other champions, but Bard is here. They're calling for some roams as they know Firefire has just reset, and this could potentially be yet another blue buff taken away from a new jungler.
You say it's not that impactful. I mean, it's correct. She doesn't get any fancy abilities, but her Cougar abilities do a lot more damage, and the engage has been started up, and Jan is able to actually secure the blue buff with a volley. Unfortunately, Mike Young did not believe that they were going to be able to take it away and didn't use the smite, and now Jan is going to be able to fire a little bit more arrows in lane.
I mean, that's just really bad. Obviously, getting that is not the biggest part of your bot side jungle, but taking yet another camp away shows just how much they're willing to drop everything for NXI. Now, the wave thankfully was in a great spot for them, so 100 Thieves don't get punished all that much. With Leona roaming here, they should know that Leona's not in the lane, so Jan has to step back, and Winter could go for an engage. I actually want to take a look at where he is on levels. He's not quite level 6, not able to get too many chimes for himself, so Jan not afraid of getting dived under his turret.
You see NXI already into the Mike Young's top quadrant jungle once again, taking away some Krugs. He's going to spot out Mike Young over by the Raptors, and now Mike Young has to potentially call for Firefire to help him out, but Copy already has the wave pushing in his favor, and we already see Otto also pathing towards the top side of the map. They're getting ready for this Rift Herald that has spawned, and Fallen Bandit, because he should have top priority with the AoE damage from the barrels, it should be relatively easy for 100 Thieves X to have advantage over this objective.
There you go. Give NXI the resources. Give him everything. Give him the matchup as well. Not only that, but I mean, even Otto is sacrificing this bot lane. We see Firefire in a really awkward position right there where Mike Young's like, hey, I really need help on my Raptors here. It seems like to try and get some more for themselves, they're going to try and find this dive onto Jan. Winter has ticked over to level 6. Can't imagine he's going to live much longer.
He also has Temper Fate. I don't know if they'll actually need it. Jan
Wait a minute!
One back on the winner, but unfortunately the turret damage plus the Crystal Enchanted Arrow is not enough. ANEW Esports pull off a clean dive and give the kill over to Firefire.
1 EHP available for Winter. Gonna just barely make it as Mike Young is here. They're gonna set this up.
Pillar into Call of the Force.
Nice.
Fallen Bandit is able to flash away and avoid the knock.
Amazing job right there. Being able to just, survive that. Again, this doesn't cost them that, as well as now they know, hey, there's no pressure in mid lane. Let's continue to bully Firefire. Make sure that he gets behind, but Temper Fate is gonna come in. Save it from the crack.
I can't tell you how many times
I've been waiting for that.
Winners kind of messed that up in the past before, but he got it this time, so that's progress, babies.
That's beautiful. That is, I mean, that's exactly what we want to see, right? Save the Temper's Fate. He didn't have to use it for the bot side gank, and again, NXI still keeping his advantage for himself. Thankfully, this doesn't mean I don't think anyone gets the turret plate gold, if I'm correct, because only one of them fell. If anything, that gold would go to NXI since he was the spawner of the Rift Herald, but really great job from ANEW just to try and stop some of this gold from being bled over to 100 Thieves. Now, take a look. Jan has his ultimate almost available, should be up in the next 20 seconds, and Otto, because of that roam, doesn't have his solar flare. He should be coming up now, and if they want, on this wave that's going to bounce back towards them, they can look for an engage onto Shoryu.
Cannon Barrage is also still available from Fallen Bandits, so if there's a skirmish over on the bot side of the map where NXI is focused, we can always use that power. Rodov doesn't have teleport quite yet, so he can't use his power over on the other side for bottom lane. But if we look at, it's at 11 minutes into the game, the gold lead is pretty even at the moment. Now, this time, ANEW Esports are not all-inning onto an early mid-game centric composition. They have a lot of late-game insurance, mainly in Five Fire's Victor. So the slower this game closed out, it is definitely the better for them. But whereas we look at NXI, who has completed this Runic Echoes, this is now the time where we should be seeing him try to accelerate the game further and ensuring that Five Fire doesn't reach those item breakpoints.
Yeah, they had to take a pretty awkward back here. Five Fire, I don't want to look at his itemization right now. He has about 850 gold, so he could get himself a blasting one, but has already gone his back. Copy is fresh off of base here, and I'm expecting for this trick to be massive, as we're actually seeing them kind of scuffle towards the mid lane.
If that spear would have landed, knowing that Five Fire was also slept, that would have been a lot of damage. It could have potentially pushed him out of the lane, but because it misses, Five Fire is able to have the health and the resources to push out, match this lane, and just in time for this Mountain Dragon to potentially be contested.
Oh!
But Hakapi says, we're still trying to put in the damage, and Winner throws out a Temper Fate,
what
goes very wide. Otto's going to have to flash away. Shoryu opening up the curtain call, looking for
Rodov.
to pull it down onto Otto, and Rodov is here with the call of the Forge God, but NXI flashes right in the face of Five Fire, takes him down with that Cougar Q, and now looking for more. Fires a spear, but here comes the Glacial Enchanted Arrow from Jan, who gets the stun down on the Mike Young, and now the rest of the new members are on the run. Rodov gets the charge out, flashes away, barely dodges out on the spear, but the advantage now of the Dragon and positionally goes over to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 2,000 gold now is going to be their prize for 100 Thieves. As amazing job being able to just wait out a lot of those cooldowns. Rodov not instantly calling on the call of the Forge God is a couple of question marks for me, but Winter on that ultimate just completely ruins the potential re-engage from ANEW. That not including Fallen Bandit. There was a massive TP discrepancy. Now he has it available to himself now. The Cannon Barrage able to kind of stifle some of that. So great job from 100 Thieves yet again. They're able to grab themselves yet another Dragon, and as the Inferno blazes, I mean, the team composition from ANEW, they need to be able to wait it out, but Five Fire is under so much pressure. Not only did they have to dodge the copy in his paddle stars, but we saw NXI is just bloodthirsty for the mid laner of ANEW.
He has almost doubled the CS of Mike Young, and if this pace continues, which he definitely has the power to, already 2 levels above Mike Young, we can start seeing Flame Horizon levels from NXI on this Nidalee. I mean, the more AP she builds, the faster her clears just become, and that's one of the dangerous things about this pick, when it just is allowed to snowball out of control. And ANEW Esports, they took the gamble saying, you know what, we just have to put Mike Young onto a more of a supportive utility pick so that they can put more of the resources into the Five Fire basket. He has finished that perfect hex core onto the 3rd upgrade, and it has all of those abilities fully at max, but he's still waiting on tier 2 boots. He's still waiting on a couple more items before he's really online.
Are we allowed to talk about the jungle matchup now? Because I know last game I got told, hey, it doesn't really matter what jungle you put in the situation. The Lee Sin is not going to be feeling too good.
That was different.
but what do you think? I know we got to touch on it a little bit more, but when you're the Trundle of the situation, what are some of the goals that Mike Young could do to try and get himself back into the game? Now that we take a look at this gold, I mean, he's got 1,000 down, and not only that, but some of that is also supplemented by levels. Is able to finally take a blue buff back.
I'm gonna be honest. Go next. It feels bad when you pick the Trundle and you're this early on. I mean, it's like I mean, but you're not playing the Trundle to like actually have fun in the game,
Wait
right?
a minute.
You're trying to enable the rest of your team with good pillar placements. You need to be able to subjugate the tankiest member, which is going to be Otto once he procs at the aftershock, and then Mike Young can be a pseudo front line for, you know, a few seconds in those team fights if they play it accordingly. But that's all it really is, you know. So whereas NXI, he's having the time of his life. He's having a lot of fun here. Now, if we focus on this mid lane skirmish here, Copy has to actually flash over the wall. Chaos Storm was fired out by 5fire. It's going to force Copy to burn that summoner spell, and now he's under pressure to try and defend this turret, whereas the rest of the members from ANEW, they have advantage in positioning over this Rift Herald.
Yeah, and not only that, but Rodolph has kept Fallen Bandit under his turret, and while Fallen Bandit is certainly getting some, you know, some trade gold back in terms of being able to fight back against him, it's not enough. He's run out of corrupting pots right now, and while his coal has just now been finished, they have the Rift Herald available to them. They can crack this mid turret open, they can crack this top open, and ANEW have a bunch of options available to them. It seems like they're just going to try and leave Otto or Jan on this island. There's a 3-level difference between him and his support, and the matchup between between Copy and Firefire are starting to grow. We were seeing earlier, hey, well, you know, the Zoe's going to be punished more and more. We got to see that force the flash out of her. And interestingly enough, I thought ANEW were going to try, 100 Thieves were going to try and make a roam into that top side, especially with how Otto has been playing this series, but we didn't see it quite yet, so I don't know what exactly they're waiting for. They're going to try and find something on the Firefire.
Copy is going to get locked
there
up by
Tempered
Fate, but Otto might just do enough damage by himself along with that
Ignite
cannon to force 5fire out of killing range of Copy. Call of the Forge God looking for Otto, gets the knockup down, and Mike Young is going to be able to get the killing blow. Rodolph is now back on the charge, but NXI and Fallen Bandit have been cleaning up the backside, already taking out 5fire, but Shoryu opening up with the curtain call looks to even the odds here for ANEW Esports. That's a beautiful Crystal Enchanted arrow from downtown Yon. Stops the curtain call in its tracks, but Mike Young pieces does take down Fallen Bandit. Copy looking for more, but doesn't have enough mana in the tank to be able to get one more paddle star, but maybe he can get a couple autos down. Gets the smite off. Yon flashes over the wall. One more auto attack should be able to do the trick and gets the shutdown on the road off. Yon looking for more, looking for Shoryu, but the flash is in time for him to escape from the deadly arrows. Yon putting on his best Legolas impression. 100 Thieves next. Once again, clean up the fight.
And where Fallen Bandit falls, we see the rest of his team rise up as Copy not able to do too much damage thanks to his mana issues, but Yon comes in clutch as well as NXI, finding yet again another kill onto 5fire, and then coming in to sweep up the backside. You know, has to blow his flash, but all things considered, an amazing fight for the side of 100 Thieves. We're gonna say, hey, this is looking great for the side of ANEW. Not only did the Tempered Fate land, but they weren't able to engage onto the Zoe that got stunned up. The Rift Herald gets called down in the mid lane. They don't crack open this mid turret, and I think that's what ANEW were trying to bank on. Break open this turret, maybe even back up on 5fire.
NXI, I would not do that. You don't have that kind of damage yet. This is a very scary victor, but you know what? I might take that back. 5fire getting critically low, already taking down Winter, and NXI is now just playing on the outside, skirmishing, looking for spears, and one after another. Shoryu also coming into range, but doesn't have curtain call, and 5fire has been routed out by Yon, and Fallen Bandit gets the killing blow down onto him, looking for a power star down onto Rodolph, gets the flash out, and on ANEW Esports are once again on the run, and with the dragon up on the table, it's an Infernal Soul that is potentially on stake here for 100 Thieves next.
What are they doing? Again, it feels like we were just giving so many props to 5fire, but why is he staying in that position? I think he's trying to max out on his damage potential, but with Fallen Bandit not only TP to try and keep him in the fight, he steps a little bit too far forward, and while NXI, he's calling all of his teammates, and they're like, okay, we're going for it. He calls for the pounce, he gets the takedown. I know you were having some reservations on that play. You're like, I don't know if you do that, but finds so much damage, and Shoryu gets just absolutely obliterated. No flash, no cleanse means he's going to be hurting under this tier 1 as 100 Thieves yet again are able to out-execute them on a play. Yon with fantastic positioning, and I think Fallen Bandit is really coming up quite amazing again. We take a look at this gold right now. Across the board, it's 3,000, but NXI abusing this matchup. Top lane is going to be about even, but all of that solo gold and all that solo experience is really starting to show onto Yon.
Mid turret is going to fall in favor of 100 Thieves next, and that is going to make things even harder for ANEW Esports to contest. NXI All right, well, it's a
Not
damage
again.
It's level 1 difference, but you don't want to step right
Wait,
onto that
huh?
gravity trap. Oh, NXI, that was a little too much. Jan is waiting in the wings, and Otto just needs to be able to lock down Fire, but Solar Flare comes out, barely misses. Fire definitely has the damage to turn it around, but I mean, if you're gonna burn everything from 100 Thieves next just to lock him down, then you will get him, but at what cost?
No.
Oh, he's fine.
Yeah, they don't land that, but yet again, I'll hold that. A Fallen Bandit.
Fallen Bandit gets knocked up under the turret. Mike Young and Rodov are just getting the fan jam slam down onto the bottom side, and Fallen Bandit just has nowhere to go. Had already burned the cannon barrage, so there was no way for him to be able to contest that dive in the 1v2 situation. We look at the state of the game right now, Batter. Let's calm down. There's been a lot of action. There's been a lot of scrapping. We have 7 to 6 kills, and it's only a 1,000 gold lead. So ANEW Esports are slowly finding trades back and forth. And even though 100 Thieves next have been leading and very convincing lead for the most part, you have to always have this concern in the back of your mind about this Victor. This Victor can get to the point where he can just start deleting carries like NXI on the Nidalee, especially if he's not building any defensive items. This is a Lichbane rush, so he does a lot of front-loaded damage, but when you consider that Fire already has some magic resist in his way, as well as that empowered shield from the Q, if you don't take him out, you've already put yourself in lethal range for Fire to just instantly 100 to 0 you.
Yeah, and we saw a little bit of that towards that top side when they were going for the trade, trying to kill Fire. They don't quite get it. I think a lot of it was also 100 Thieves making a couple of misplays. They invest so much in the top side, they're not even able to get the top turret for themselves, so a little bit questionable there. But NXI makes a critical error falling right back onto the laser death, the death laser, and just gets cut down at his feet. And then we see them, obviously Fallen Bandit again under a tier 2 has to try and survive against multiple members. If 100 Thieves are going to continue trying to over-index into trying to put Fire behind, things like this are going to continue to occur as Fire yet again getting all the resources.
Oh, but
Jesus! Alright, that one was way better. That was a good one. I'll give that an A+.
And the action doesn't stop here. Otto, if he can find the Zenith Blade, can lock down Shoryu, but beautiful cleanse in time is able to give him the movement speed to dodge out from any further CC lockdown. As 100 Thieves next, they landed the bullseye down onto Fire. Beautiful cannon barrage set up into that paddle star. Didn't even necessarily need the trouble bubble to get the killing blow, but it was just a nice. Oh my God, Shoryu, you gotta be careful. But thankfully, he has the front line to protect him there. But we're also approaching that point on Battery where the poke is getting a little out of control here for 100 Thieves next.
Yeah, and right now we do have the soul coming up in about a minute. Fallen Bandit finally able to break a turret, and I think this is where we start to see 100 Thieves stop dawdling with their lead. They have 3,000 yet again, but they haven't been able to really find too much. It's been mostly copy, fishing for kills onto Shoryu in this bot lane, but now that they've gotten rid of not only the cleanse from Shoryu, but making sure that Fire has been sufficiently put down behind, at least in terms of gold and as well as an experience, this should mean that this dragon should be 100 Thieves favored. Now, I want to take a look at what is available to them right now. Fallen Bandit's ultimate should be coming up in the next few minutes. Cleanse will not be up, but Winter is going to have to make a critical Tempered Fate if we want to see this, because each time he's used it, it's been kind of a whiff.
Hey, you were saying all Battery Tempered Fate does land on Neon, and he's in a bad spot, but he gets the flash out and fires back with the Crystal Enchanted Arrow, stuns Rodolph for
look at that ultimate
time, but Otto is now in the thick of it with the Solar Flare, and the Zenith Blade has the flash out as well.
Neon
is on the chase. Look at Mike Young. He is getting bursted down one arrow after another, but NXI getting a little too far forward, has the flash out back as well. But they've got the heals, they've got the damage, and they've got the kiting, but the Chaos Storm is putting a bunch of pain, and it finally gets the shutdown. The first kill of the fight goes over to Fire. Now we have a teleport coming back in, but and beautiful work from NXI getting that poke wombo down, takes out Shoryu. Fire doesn't have that much mana to be able to supply any further. No Chaos Storm to follow up for another engage from Rodolph, but he is full health and he's pretty damn tanky on this Ornn. But if Copy tries to zone away Winter and Fire away from this fight, Otto and Fallen Bandit might be able to get out, and they find Fire. Copy's gonna lock him down, but at what cost? He is gonna get locked down in that gravity trap. trap, but NXI was
soul.
buying all that time to get the Infernal Soul. 100X members might fall here, but NXI will get out, and the Infernal Soul has already been claimed for 100 Thieves. NXI still looking to try and help Fallen Bandit out of this one. It's just a bunch of meatheads against a pirate and a Cougar Queen.
Wait.
NXI finds the spear on
Wait,
the
Fallen
winner.
Bandit.
Fallen Bandit is still going to fall over to Mike Young. It could be another killing blow over on NXI, and the smite is going to secure it. It was a hell of a back and forth fight here, Alk Battery, but the main thing we got to take away, the Infernal Soul was oh my god. What is happening?
And we got the pause yet again. We got the pause for the first time in this series. I mean, every single member of both teams died at least once throughout that fight. Great positioning yet again. The ultimate does land onto Jan and forces out his flash. We have already seen him now index 1300 gold tax. Has to pick up the QSS to try and at least cleanse some of this. And what was looking like a great fight for 100 Thieves then gets completely routed as they go a little bit too aggressive. Copy tries to find the kill onto Firefire, and while it takes about another 45 seconds for him to get that, no one is able to kill NXI. He goes way too aggressive, blows his own flash, and the entirety of ANEW are probably still super thankful that they're able to pick so many kills up, so many shutdowns available for themselves, getting themselves back into the gold. That's still about 1,000 in favor of 100 Thieves. They've also gotten themselves the Infernal Drake, but Shoryu is just so pained when it comes to all of these fights. Yes, he's got his upgraded item, but in that last fight, the curtain call was cut short by a solar flare. So some miscommunication errors coming out from 100 Thieves ends up being in a new win. But what? Why? What?
Don't worry about it. Let's move on.
I think Jan was thinking like, oh, Otto and Copy, I see them in my peripheral. They're here. They're ready for this mid lane gank. And then Otto's like, yeah, I'm going top lane, buddy. We're gonna kill Shoryu. And oh, okay.
Well, we don't have Crystal Enchanter Arrow, but we got Solar Flare. It does force out the flash
Wait a minute.
for you, but now Call of the Forge God is here for the re-engage. Mike Young also has a beautiful pillar. They get the two-hit knock-up, and Rodolph does take down Jan, and this spells disaster for 100 Thieves next, because Baron is up on the table, and when you don't have your AD carrier support to be able to combat, this Baron should be free to take for the side of ANEW Esports. Firefire potentially have routed off NXI. He's going to have the dodge out on the Tempered Fate. Copy trying to do his best to stall as much time as he can, but there's nowhere that he can run. Firefire locks him down, and this is where the tides have turned, Alk Battery. One mistake is all ANEW Esports need to punish, and they can get back in this game as long as they secure this Baron. But NXI, still alive, still has a smite available ready to make a potential steal, but Winner is going to try to do his best to play goalkeeper, prevent NXI from getting into the Baron pit. He's doing the best as he can. NXI doesn't have any vision onto the Baron. It's at 1900 health, and there's no way that he can get it now. Mike Young should be able to secure this, and ANEW Esports back in the game, back with the momentum lead, now have the Baron on their side.
You take a look at that, amazing job for them. It seems like they're going to try and go for a re-engage here. Fallen Bandit not quite has the ultimate, but NXI is fishing for another spear. That shield just barely keeps him topped up at max. Don't think too many members are going to try and go for this. There are summoner spells. They have the Baron. They're going to have their recall, but you take a look at that, 100 Thieves over again, trying to find a kill onto an individual member of ANEW. This time it's Shoryu. And while they don't find that themselves, they get completely blasted on the back end right there. A fantastic re-engage from ANEW means that not only are they able to get themselves, like you said, back into the gold lead, but they grab the Baron, they grab themselves some tempo back into this game, and they find at least some footing. Again, Firefire is getting so massive. Look at the itemization. He's got the Banshee's Veil, and it's getting so hard for Copy and Fallen Bandit to exist in these fights. Trundle, yes, he fell behind early. He's the one with the gold, or at least with the experience lead. And not only that, but I mean, the pillar was so influential in that last fight. So yet again, we're seeing the team comp starting to fall, and what we set up in draft is coming true. Now, not too many objectives coming up, and really great wave clear from 100 Thieves should mean that this Baron shouldn't take too many of the turrets. But eyes on Firefire, and specifically yet again Winter, to have an impactful team fight yet again.
100 Thieves now trying to get the red buff. Mike Young steals it away. Here comes the rest of the engage. Temper Fate kind of goes wide, but the Call of the Forge God does not. gets the target locked down onto Otto, and now the rest of the members of 100 Thieves are on the
Bye-bye,
run.
Copy.
And with ANEW Esports having the Baron, Copy is actually going to be able to make it out alive just barely, but as we said before, Baron buff on their sides. They have the pushing power, they have the siege power, and now the base, they are getting ready to knock on the doors and open up the gates here. ANEW Esports, they don't have any more engaged tools available, having burned already a lot of their major ones, so it's up to 100 Thieves next to try and wave clear this out as much as they can before Otto comes back up.
Yeah, the Baron should be ticking over. It should be about done almost, if not soon. But you even take a look at this. I mean, Jan can't do anything in these fights. Yet again, the pillar lands on top of him. The current call makes it very difficult for him to not only position, but then look for more damage. And then we see the Ornn ultimate takes away half of his HP. What do you do as an Ashe with no flash? You don't want to be able to flash forward, and Copy is finding it increasingly difficult to try and deal with ANEW's entire front line, just being able to kind of aggress onto him. So more and more poke, it lands onto shore. You shouldn't mean too much, and more of this wave clear as Rodolph is going to try and beat onto this mid lane turret.
Rodolph splitting onto the mid side. He's going to be able to get the inhibitor turret. Otto's trying to lock him down, but won't commit at the solar flare. As that's just Ornn. You want to save it for Fire or Shoryu. They're the real carries of this squad. But Rodolph
here we go.
Now back on the flank.
Ooh.
Could potentially look for a Call of the Forge God angle here. Solar Flare lands back
Nice.
on the Shoryu, but who has backline access? But that's a beautiful cannon barrage follow-up. Shoryu's going to get run down by NXI. He gets exhausted, and Shoryu's going to be able to finally cut it out. Yon now on the backside, pinned between Mike Young and the pillar, but it forces him out with just the raw amount of damage that he's putting out with these arrows. Shoryu now on the backside is going to open up the Cypress corner with a curtain call, looking for one bullet, looking for the fourth. It does find it on the Otto, but it's not going to be enough. And just look at how many arrows are coming out from Yon. He flashes forward. He's looking for the kills. He picks up one. Fallen Bandit is going to be able to get the other. And Fallen Bandit now being able to zone off Shoryu. Mike Young, the Elder Dragon, is up on the table. But keep in mind, Mike Young still is up. NXI isn't. So if he gets in range to be able to smite it, but it looks like they're burning it down so fast that Elder Dragon will be secured by 100 Thieves.
Amazing job from 100 Thieves. Fantastic fight. They found the engage onto Fire and blow him up before he's even able to interact with any of the members of 100 Thieves. So Shoryu yet again getting caught out, not able to put out as much consistent damage as someone like Yon. There's a lot of burst damage and a lot of front-loaded damage coming out from NXI, and they have so many people they have to deal with. Not only is Nidalee then coming into the backline, but now with this with this Elder Drake, it should mean that stepping up to NXI or Copy is almost certainly a death sentence for some of the members, specifically this bot side of ANEW. Now, with Baron coming up in a minute and a half, should mean that if I'm ANEW, you're looking to play around this Elder Drake and make sure that, hey, as soon as we start this Baron, that is gone, and try to find some picks. And I mean, some of the 100 Thieves members are looking very bloodthirsty right now. I think Otto is going a little too aggressive in certain circumstances, but locking down the members of ANEW, doing his job, able to find that team fight victory. Now I'm interested to see where Fire ends up from here, because he's finished up his Rabadons. He's gotten the upgraded now, the Death Crown from Rodolph at this moment, and now they're going to possibly have to make a defense in the mid inhibitor of their base.
He is sitting on 587 AP, but 100 Thieves are the ones that have the Elder Dragon buff, so as long as they get him down to that 25% execution threshold, they will be gone. Rodolph looking for an engage with the Call of the Forge gone, only lands it onto one, as Copy and Fallen Bandit are going to be just fine. Looking for poke as they just brute force their way into the base of ANEW Esports and find the inhibitor. They're going to make this rotation over to the top side of the map and getting ready to prepare for this Baron that's going to be on the table.
What is Rodolph? I think that ultimate was really questionable. Not only are you maybe calling it, I think the best case scenario is that they're trying to save and cut the wave, but he didn't even aim there. They're going for a death brush here, and with no vision from the side of ANEW, they shouldn't have any eyes. Oh, there is a single blue trinket there. Yon gonna go over there and clean it, and now they have vision inside of the Raptor pit, somewhere that they haven't quite sweeped it. This could be an engage on the Copy.
Copy taking too much damage, gets locked down by the gravity trap. Yon is also up as well, and they're gonna get routed off by ANEW Esports. It's a triple kill for Shoryu, and it's a massive winning fight for ANEW to get just on the brink of being put into place. NXI, what the are you doing? Quadra kill comes in for Shoryu. Is not going to get the pentakill as Fallen Bandit has already left the scene of the crime, but ANEW Esports, they have a solid 20 seconds to push in the minion wave as much as they can, potentially opening up the inhibitor. Can they go for the game end right here, Alk Battery?
I don't think so, unless they have Ornn try to tank this. Now, Yana's up in 20 seconds, and that would be the biggest determinant of whether or not they're going to be able to get this. As Cannon Barrage does come down, it's going to be able to clear the wave, and Fallen Bandit, I want you to focus on clearing as many minions as you can. It looks like they're going to be able to get this. Firefire does so much damage!
They still have the Cannon Minion alive. They're going to be able to get as much turret damage as they just need to all in for the Nexus base. Firefire getting chunked out low, but it's still not enough.
There it is!
Esports members, they find one pick, and that's all it takes to end the game. They're back in 1-1.
Amazing job from ANEW, fighting out what was looking like a really dominant early game. We were saying there was too many mistakes coming out from ANEW. They just need to be able to slow it down, but sure, you not only getting a quadra kill right there, but Copy, again, we set this up that the Zoe was not going to have a fantastic matchup. It was going to be very difficult for her to not only exist against Trundle and the Ornn, but then we see that Firefire comes up massive with a great team fight. Yon not able to plant his feet yet again in a team fight, and while NXI tried to do as much in that early game and try to get rid of Firefire, it wasn't quite enough. And again, ANEW finally able to pick up game 2 of this series, tie up the score.
Absolutely, and I have no words. There clearly there's a lot of some things that needs to be said about the late game positioning from the side of 100 Thieves X, because they, even though their composition was definitely harder to execute from that point on, you still had the position to be able to turn in that game into another win and be in an advantageous point in the series. But now it's tied up, and ANEW Esports are back in the series, and we're going to have to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Man, oh man, we just got to see what was an insane game right there. And there's just so many things to really and truly talk about there. First things first, we got to talk about the early action that happened in this game and how pivotal that was to kind of start everything going for 100 Thieves Next.
Yeah, so with the team comp coming in for 100 Thieves Next, they have to get ahead early, right? And this is something we often see out of their team. If they have a winning level 1, they will split the map and go for a late invade utilizing their jungler, AD, and support. They do that into the bot lane, and not only do they get the blue buff, but they also end up going mid right after. They gank 5Fire. They get a lot of his health out, and in this match against Zoe, he doesn't have TP, right? So he just can't burn that TP, get back to lane for free. It really gives Victor a tough time because you need to wait and bait until you have 1150 gold to base to upgrade your Hextech core to make sure you have the wave clear to really start competing with Zoe. So that play from NXI really started things in motion for 100 Thieves, where they have some sort of tempo in the early game, and they start running away with it and making quite a few early game plays with the help of ANEW contesting a few things they probably shouldn't have as well.
Definitely, especially that second dragon fight where ANEW seemed to just walk in and try to fight for an objective that they simply didn't need to.
Yeah.
For example, they could have just either shoved out mid wave, went top lane, maybe traded for plates on top side, anything other than directly confront the 100 Thieves when they had the Ornn on their team and they had Victor, both champions that are prolific for scaling. And they just walked right into the kill zone for 100 Thieves.
Yeah. And I really feel like this game was decided. I hate to call games decided in draft, but I really think ANEW, like the reason why ANEW came back, a huge part of that was the draft they had, because yes, they did have the late game scaling, but also when you look at the side of 100 Thieves, Cleanse and QSS, it's such an efficient item against that team. And once you got some levels under their belt, a few more items, and with the scaling that comes in, it was so tough. Like Zoe, Nidalee, Ashe, you cannot roll a better Drake than Infernal Soul, right? They still end up going down and losing because there's so much scaling on the side of ANEW. And once you saw those ultimates rolling in, you outrange the Ashe, you make her worthless. And we saw how much work, especially Shoryu was doing in those fights. I mean, Yawn had a great game 1, but this game was really Shoryu showing up on this Jhin pick.
Yeah, you can definitely tell why these two players actually got the Surge spotlight to start everything off. These are the two players we were keeping our eyes on. Game 1, you definitely got to see it from the other side. But the Surge spotlight has been just very accurate from what we've been seeing how everything's been going, as you guys can see on the screen, and seeing those lovely stats going on there. As, oh man, this has just been really well done from both sides on the bottom side of the map, with everything they've been able to put out. And honestly, like you guys were talking about, comp diff, right? That was a thing that we did see as the game went on later. It became a bit harder for 100 Thieves to find their way, and it's kind of poetic. They roll the perfect Drake soul for them, and then that's when it starts going downhill.
Yeah, I mean, I like Victor into Zoe Ash. It with the cleanse, it feels so good. And with the Zoe Ash, you're already somewhat over indexed on those stuns, and you're already kind of begging for a team to possibly take cleanse into that. I feel like the Leona just makes it so much easier for both carries to opt cleanse, and I would much rather see a different pick than Leona. I know that Otto played it well. He actually found what was almost the game-winning engage in that bottom lane fight, right? Because ANEW took Baron. Yon had a nice arrow onto Fire that baited out his cleanse, and then when they were exiting, Otto found a beautiful ultimate. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't his best game on Leona, but that was a standout play for Otto in that bot lane fight to try and bring this one back. It just wasn't enough, right? In the scaling of the upgraded Deathcap Victor, the upgraded IE Jhin kind of came through, and they just started shredding the squishy team that 100 Thieves had as the game went on.
I definitely agree. Going back on that particular play, the bottom lane for 100 Thieves actually had a lot of very convincing plays. Typically, the bottom lane is a little more of a weaker side generally for 100 Thieves, but following the departure of Tenacity and Kenvi, I definitely see Otto and Yon stepping up and really coming into their own as a real carry threat for 100 Thieves next.
Yeah,
absolutely. And with that being said, I'm curious to see how the series is going to continue evolving. We're 1-1 currently right now. These teams are saying we want to stay even in the scoreboard against each other for as long as humanly possible. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take ourselves a short break. When we come back, we're going to be getting ready to break down what we're going to be looking to see in Game 3. So be sure not to go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ready for game 3 after we got to see the side of ANEW answer back with a astounding game from themselves. And boy, oh boy, it is looking exciting. Something real quick that we do need to touch on, though, is Five Fire's performance in that last game. We really didn't get to touch on too much, but even though he had a bit of a rougher time, his positioning on the Victor pick in general was just a very good pick here for him. And I'm kind of curious if we're going to see a little bit more of that going forward.
I definitely agree. I think that Victor, or Five Fire on the Victor, had a lot of missteps throughout the game, particularly getting caught with that Ash arrow into the Leona stun and almost throwing the game after 100 Thieves picked up Elder Dragon. And I think the Comet was a little bit of a questionable choice. I think Phase Rush would have worked better. But overall, I think that I like seeing Five Fire on these control mage picks that are able to deal a lot of damage really quickly at a safe range. I don't want to see him on the Galio again. I'd like to see something like maybe another Victor, maybe AP Kog'Maw, maybe a Zoe of his own, something like that.
He is a very good Zoe player as well. Both these mid laners are outstanding Zoe players. Even though Copy did take the L in the last game. On the side of 100 Thieves, I know they've been early picking Nidalee. I feel like last game they over-indexed on stuns, and I think they lost that one just because they weren't able to clean these snowball to scaling. And I really did like 100 Thieves comps better, or ANEW's comp better into 100 Thieves. The fact they could just out-interact the Ashe with so many picks in that last game was really good. I'd like to see them, if they go, like if ANEW goes for that early pick Callista, if they run back the Varus, that's great. But if they take this Nidalee, I'd actually love to see a Galio coming in from Copy, or maybe some more setup from Fallen Bandit in the top line, just to give NXI a few more tools to make sure that he lands these spears, that high impact skill shot. And in terms of Fallen Bandit, I know that, like, you know, he's ex-LCS, an academy for CLG, but he has been coaching. And so I wasn't really sure like what kind of game he was going to bring to the table. And there's a few mistakes. Like he got solo killed his Gangplank by Rodolph at some point in both the first games. But his GP play has actually been pretty solid, you know, besides a couple blunders. And if he wants to keep on going for that, he's gotten a couple good matchups for it. But this guy's an outstanding Ornn and Kennen player as well. And I think maybe switching it up if they still want to keep NXI on the Nidalee or a Graves, which hasn't even been picked or banned so far this series, and which is very surprising to us here on the desk. I'd love to see them just at least give him a little bit more setup and really focus on playing around him. And I don't know, we'll have to see which 100 Thieves shows up, because the game 1, the 100 Thieves that 3-0'd you guys to get in here definitely showed up. Game 2, not so much. They kind of had a little bit of a chuck in there.
A little uncalled for. But
yeah, a little uncalled for.
Salt the wound there.
Yeah, a little salt the wound.
Well, you know what the horror stories say in the top lane with the if you get solo killed by Ornn, you get first picked Ornn in the next game. We'll have to see if that horror story remains true. But that being said, we are going to go ahead and throw it over to the casters. Take it away, boys.
We are live, ladies and gentlemen, with the draft. And oh, baby. All right. We just have to get the confirmation from our producer. But we are heading into draft for game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wait. Oh, now we're seeing different screen. Wait a minute. Oh,
hi, Des.
hello, analyst Des. Hey.
Okay, we're back, ladies and gentlemen.
Travesty and Cubby one last time before they get to lean back and watch the game unfold, as I do enjoy listening to them and their opinions. And I think Og Battery, we very much are in agreement with the desk here that, you know, we should probably put Copy back onto something like the Galio, because as you said off air, he's not really performing on these carries for Zoe and Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia, probably understandable, but the Zoe should be something that he's more trademarked. But today, it's not really looking too hot. So if they want to continue running this Nidalee with the NXI, then he needs more lane setup. So, you know, Copy, he might be the first one to go back on duty.
Yeah, again, like Prussian and Cubby were saying, his GP's actually not been that bad. The laning phase has been a little bit questionable, and that can always be sharpened up you know, coming into this series. But I'm just so confused as to what exactly is happening with Copy. Is a guy that needed to step up. We've been constantly praising him as being one of these better Zoe players, and even in the Cassiopeia matchup, he has the 1v1 like lane matchup in his favor, and he still loses it. He has cleanse, he has flash. Mike Young was on the Lee Sin, so it makes it a little bit more difficult, especially in that 2v2. But like you were saying, if you're going to have this Nidalee, I would love to see more setup. Does this mean that Fallen Bandit is going to be, is Fallen Bandit going to be on GP duty for the rest of the series? We'll have to see, as Nidalee finally hitting the ban table, as I think Mike Young has had enough of the cat.
Yeah, despite the win overall going over to ANEW Esports, the Nidalee was just providing too much disruption and too much. I mean, NXI was just doing so well with the champion, and because the Graves and Nidalee are already taken off the table, Mike Young probably is just ensuring that NXI doesn't get a powerful blind pick jungler. Ashe is on the table as something that we've seen both teams kind of try to prioritize for B1, but the set still a powerful flex pick. It's not the Karma, but it's still something that ANEW Esports truly prize.
Yeah, and again, I don't think we're going to see Winter too much on this champion, only because it is really great for Rodolph. It allows him to have that 1v1 really strong still into whatever Fallen Bandit wants to be able to pick up, and already indexing into Ornn. I mean, I guess they want to just show this a little bit early on. I was expecting maybe 100 Thieves try to pick up their AD carry a little bit, first 2 picks in the game, but it seems like giving him that setup as soon as level 6 come, NXI will have at least a little bit of that lane to help him get into these ganks.
Well, I know you were more advocating for, Fallen Bandit doesn't have to go to Ornn duty. He can stay on that gangplank. Unfortunately, 100 Thieves do not feel the same way as you do, my friend. So
you wanted to hit him with the Ornn.
Yeah, well, powerful engage, maybe not so much as Fallen Bandit, you're not doing well enough. It's more of a, hey, Rodolph is doing too much good things, or too many good things with this champion. So more of a takeaway rather than a necessary downgrade or demotion. But Thresh going to be locked in for auto. We saw how powerful he was in the first game, being able to land imperative flays, stopping a lot of engages. Mike Young going to go back to that Trundle and looking to sap a lot of those takey stats from Fallen Bandit's Ornn.
Yeah, make sure that if Ornn is going to find engage onto the bot side, I love this from ANEW. They're hiding Shoryu and Winter. This does mean that the AD carry pool is going to get a little bit deeper. I can't imagine that Kalista is going to make it through yet again, even though Shoryu did fall behind in that lane. I think his AD carry skills are still top-notch. Here for 100 Thieves, there's a few options. They can try and pick up, copy a really strong blindable mid laner. Orianna is still available, but I think that they're just going to try and focus, get their AD carry, and then give, I think, NXI a really good matchup. They already see the Trundle, and although Nidalee is gone, there are still a few options here for the side of 100 Thieves.
I was about to say, it's a little bit more concerning when you start hovering the Aphelios, and you already have many ways that you can make the Aphelios not really have a fun time with those long-range pillars and the Tempered Fate. But, the Ashe, even though there was a couple Tempered Fates that was really good, we just saw how powerful Jan was with this champion, and now they're going to look to try and focus Shoryu's champion pool even further, trying to ban out the Jhin. The Kai'Sa could be the next one on the table.
Yeah, and Kai'Sa would be really nice. You already have a lot of tanks in your front line, and trying to get rid of this, but even Sivir, I love this adaptation. They sniped that away. It would have been really nice to see coming out from Shoryu. And Aphelios would have at least needed some more kind of lane setup, and specifically some more champion picks around it. He does have the Ornn, and he can be that hyper carry, but like you were saying, ANEW would have too many ways of being able to stick onto Aphelios and would make it really difficult. But now that we have Ashe, now that we have potentially what could be the jungle matchup of the series, I'm looking to see what exactly you see from NXI. I know we got a little taste of this before, but another AP jungler going right into Mike Young. They want to make sure that they get that echo. And while it is a potential mid lane flex, I can't imagine that Copy's going to want to play this in mid lane.
Yeah, unless, Five Fire goes for something like a Syndra just to bait it out. But, that seems pretty disrespectful. Meanwhile, Shoryu looking at picking up the Aphelios for himself here. Now this is the time where we already said before that we want to copy on something more utility focused, but if the matchup guarantees it, where you screw over an Aphelios, and obviously you should know more about this as he's been your most played champion, you got to look for something long range. And I was about to say Vel'Koz, and if I don't know about you, Dimitri, but Vel'Koz sounds pretty damn good into an Azir right now.
Yeah, I'm sure Prussian is just like, Vel'Koz, please! But not today. Not today. I don't think, at least in this game. Not in game 3. We're gonna have, oh boy, everyone was really hyped. They came into this matchup with like 100 Thieves versus ANEW. I want to see Azir versus Orianna. This is the fun matchup I was waiting for.
At least it's not Azir Corki Alk Battery.
True! I would have to agree. Not Azir Corki, but I mean, still a fantastic job coming out from ANEW. They have great ways of being able to deal with this backline. And for the side of 100 Thieves, I'm a little bit worried. Ashe is great, but has really difficult time trying to interact with the Azir. Not only that, but Orianna is going to be hard pressed to try and find something. Now, she will have many opportunities. I cannot imagine that Copy's Orianna will not provide at least some interesting team fights. The Shockwaves should be great against 3 of these members on the side of ANEW, but I'm very afraid for them trying to be able to deal with Aphelios. It's going to be massive pressure on NXI to be able to try and find some kind of flank and specifically blow up one of the members of ANEW in terms of their damage.
And if we go back to this Fire Copy matchup, now Copy not necessarily playing something pure utility based, as the Orianna has a lot of flexibility in being able to spike really hard with certain power spikes. If you go for, I think, if memory serves correctly, the Seraph's death cap gives you the most raw amount of ability power and therefore potentially the most damage. But there's also ways that you can optimize for a little bit more utility. If you want to go for the GLP, try to get the slowdown, pairing it with the phase rush gives you a lot of just options to be able to get out of some pretty bad positioning errors that might occur from Compy this game, but also the shield just providing a lot of utility either for the other 2 carries in NXI and this Echo, or for Yon and the Ashe. But, you know, once again, ANEW Esports doing what we already advocated after game 1, just go with the scaling angle here. You already have Fire on this Azir, who is going to be just a monster later the game goes on, and adding on top of it, Shoryu on the Aphelios is also going to be a monster later the game goes on. However, with the new nerfs that have come in last patch, Alk Battery, you know, what are some of the things that you're concerned about that 100 Thieves can exploit against the composition that ANEW have set up here?
Yeah, I mean, you still have, depending on how this bot lane goes, you can try and force Shoryu to have really awkward backs. He can't really back on 1100 gold like Ashe can. He can't really back on anything less than even 875 if he wants. So Ashe does have a lot more flexibility, and especially with this Thresh, they can go for yet again another cheater recall, get themselves a couple items, and make sure that, hey, when Aphelios tries to push back in that wave, now Yon comes back in with really great items for himself. He can grab himself like yet again another Cole pretty early on in the matchup, and either that or pick up boots. And I mean, yet again, NXI should be looking to try and get the advantage over Mike Young. He'll have the damage amp over this Trundle, and Echo makes it very difficult for these melees to try to come into them. Yes, the Time Winders are slow, but also that parallel convergence makes it very difficult as well for Fire. He has to be paying attention and cognizant of where this enemy jungler is for 100 Thieves. So I'm looking forward to see how ANEW specifically they need to be able to put down relevant vision to try and prevent NXI from having a good game.
Yeah, this Echo matchup in the Trundle, it's not as abusive as obviously the Nidalee matchup was, since you have that range. But you know, Echo is one of those champions that can snowball pretty heavily once he gets a couple kills up to his belt, and his build path is relatively cheap. He can always just go right from Runic Echoes into the Hextech Proto Belt, and not only gives him a lot of mobility, but also it just gives him a lot of ways to disrupt the backline. And that's going to be one of the ways, as you already mentioned, if he can land a Chrono Break right onto the backline of Fire and Shoryu, that's a 2.5 second stun that gives time for Yon and Copy to potentially even set up a wombo of some sorts paired with the Crystal Enchanted Arrow and the Shockwave. And so there's a lot of team fighting tools that are more on the hand for 100 Thieves X, but when it just comes to raw damage output and numbers, it's obviously more on the ANEW Esports side. But as we are getting ready for Game 3 and to take to the Rift, we got to take a quick technical break to sync up, but before we do, we have a message from our sponsors here in Unified Esports Association. And they're a Kansas-based company that oversees multiple products that specialize and operate as a dynamic pipeline within the esports industry, providing shared experiences that directly serve collegiate, youth, hobbyists, and amateur video game players at every stage. Starting as a small student group out of Wichita State University, since then, UEA has grown to be a veteran organizer to tournaments and events throughout the United States. They host tournaments for games like League of Legends, Rocket League, as well as Overwatch. For more information, check them out at uea.gg. We'll see you in a bit. Don't turn off that browser. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're finally on the rift for game 3. And this time we have a few questions asked, not only of ANEW Esports, but for 100 Thieves. They definitely had means of being able to end the game near the end of that 38-minute mark, but you know, one throw was all it took for ANEW Esports to take that momentum shift back into their own hands and end the game. And now 100 Thieves, you know, shifting up their composition style, no more Nidalee, no more GP in the top lane, but we still have that Ashe and the Thresh in the bottom lane resting. And now with the Ornn on their side, maybe the engages can be a little more easy to do.
Sorry, there's the river duck that was there, and no, it kind of got scared away. I love that little river duck, dude. Look, we get river grump every time the little frog is there, but man, I love that river duck. He's a rare one too. It's like random every time. It's like a % chance that he'll show up. Anyway, I had a couple questions. I know we've been talking. This is like a test or something. Everyone's gonna have some kind of answers, but I was wondering how many of the ANEW members were going to yet again take cleanse. I thought when I saw 100 Thieves dropped here, there's a lot of things that still need to be cleansed away. Maybe Fire was going to pick that up, trying to make sure that even if a slow comes out from Copy, he just immediately pops that cleanse. But it seems like Shoryu, yet again, is going to be taking this cleanse. He wants to make sure that this bot lane, if they try to go in, are not going to be able to lock him down. And there's the exposed damage. And now
that was disgusting. Oh, but it was that empowered auto attack coming in back from the Chomp. It is, or not what is called an unstoppable attack, and even after flash it'll still go through. But you're trying to punish the winner. He doesn't have the level 2 to be able to combat it, and it's just beautifully executed by Jan and Otto, just punishing the fact that winner had no spells to be able to combat with, and they got that level 2 power spike. Shout outs to I'm a Cutie Pie. You can never disrespect it all better.
I mean, even talk about disrespect. Fallen Bandit ends up going really low in this matchup. Now he has no summoners available to him. Rodolph can now shove this wave. He can do just about what he pleases up in this top lane. And I have a couple of questions now, because we had talked about that Fallen Bandit's laning phase has not been solid. It has not been fantastic throughout the series so far. And it seems like Rodolph, he was like, all right, let's just get rid of the pleasantries. We're going to just get the solo cut out of the way early and prep you for a second one, as this is probably the most positive action we've seen from ANEW this series so far.
And so far, the gold is pretty much even across the board. And as you said before, since NXI and Mike Young started opposite sides, they've opted in for this vertical jungling start. However, Mike Young already level 4, whereas NXI is still trying to play catch up, as he's now finally back on his side of the jungle and will be able to pick up that blue buff. Copy. Oh, Mike Young is gonna go for a repeat gank over onto the top side of the map, and Rodolph. Well, there's no way out for him, and NXI.
I mean, not much you can do there. Mike Young is sitting on top side. I don't know why Fallen Bandit is not punished the fact that there's no summoner side of the wave from Winter. And now what I want to see from the side of 100 Thieves is what priority do we see around this dragon? Because mid lane should be in favor of Fire. He got the most recent back off, and Copy on the Orianna, yes, it does. It has some utility, but sitting on tier is not going to excrement your damage that much further. So we have the bot side in favor of 100 Thieves. It looks like they're trying to trade now with Mike Young there to get themselves at least lane and push it in under the turret and either go for a back or find something. But now with Gravitum available to Shoryu, this should mean bot lane is looking at least a little bit more even.
Yeah, this is compared to the early games we've seen in the past ones this series, Alk Battery, it's been very tame for the most part. Yes, there are 2 kills up, but in the past before there was like 5 kills already on both sides.
I mean, also by this point, NXI was straight bodying Mike Young, so we're growing. The series is progressing. They're gonna try and look for something.
Otto's been debated. Mike Young was waiting in the wings. They did get the killing blow down on a winner.
NXI's here.
Shoryu and Mike Young have already made the play, but NXI is definitely there. All right, he has flash if he needs it to be able to get in range, but he's already used the phase dive. Not going to be able to close the gap down onto Shoryu, and Mike Young and him will be able to walk out safely.
Amazing job right there. Able to grab themselves at least 1 kill on the back end on both sides. But Winter, his Bard has not been impressive to me. I'm surprised that they're going to keep going for this. I think that they just want to continue having counter pick versus auto, but it just seems so weird that even last game versus the Leona, he wasn't able to have first roam priority versus the Leona, which again felt really awkward to me. And even with the summoner Spellbook here picking themselves up the cleanse, should only save him for the next 3 or 4 minutes. But I can't imagine that Winter's gonna have that fantastic of a time, as continuously Auto is showing, at least champion pick wise, to be the better player in this matchup.
And so far, you know, as you said before, you know, Mike Young is not getting bodied this time around, as the Echo is not one of those champions that can straight up be super aggressive in the evade. He wants to play for level 6 and he just wants to power farm. But once he does complete that runic echoes, he can be a lot more aggressive. He can go for these plays, go for the aggressive, make dives, using the chrono break to be able to execute them without risking too much. But Mike Young using the advantage that this Trundle is going to have in the combat power, taking press the attack over the phase first time around, allows him to net dragon priority, also thanks to Fire being on this Azir. But top lane, Fallen Bandit gets the knock-up, NXI is there for the cleanup. It's easy as 1, 2, 3, but Mike Young, having already committed to that dragon, is going to pick up the first dragon of the game.
Nice.
It's a beautiful Bard stun from Winter, but it's a lot of damage coming out from Yon. Mike Young can look for a potential pillar, but Otto's got that Thresh Dark Passage for safety.
That was really great coming out from NXI. Not only is he able to now punish Rodolph, they should be able to grab this Rift Herald. We see an immediate TP. I think ANEW probably have an idea that he's starting this up with level 7, Blade of the Ruin King 2. Nice dodge on the flash.
Well, at this... Yeah. Otto and Yon are now looking for a potential way to set up some more turret plates, as I believe Mike Young actually was able to take advantage of the fact that NXI was off the map and picks up the Rift Herald for himself. Now, Alec Battery, I wonder where he's going to go with this Rift Herald. We already see some plates going down on the top side. Oh my god,
Beautiful.
it's just an instant cleanse coming out from Winter, as he does have that Unsealed Spellbook. He's going to be able to walk out of that Crystal Enchanted Arrow engage. But Yon and Otto are just fighting for some plates. And they definitely... well, NXI is also making his way down towards the bottom side of the map. He has the chrono break, so he can make the dive happen, and Mike Young is not quite there yet, so Shori and Winter are going to have to succeed pressure until their jungler is able to arrive. We also see Copy already having the mid-prio first rush, ensures that Fire can't roam down.
Yeah, and now that Mike Young is sitting here, they do have vision of him. They might be looking for a counter gank, but 100 Thieves slow down the pace of the game. I don't know why we're looking to fight like this. Yon has no mana. You have no Crystal Enchanted Arrow. What's the point?
You know what? It's all about sending a message, Alc Battery, sometimes. You gotta make sure that you're the one with the bigger stick and you're the one that is in control and his power. And NXI, he still has Chrono Break if he wants to make this work out.
What are you
Definitely could have gone in for the parallel convergence, but it's... the fact that Mike Young has to just babysit Shori and Winter to make sure that they don't get dove just puts him behind in tempo and doesn't allow him to be able to set up this Rift Herald anywhere on the map.
Sure, and a lot of this also saves Fallen Bandit from having a completely abysmal laning phase. They at least know where Mike Young is. He's able to hold the turret or hold the wave under his turret. But why is NXI fishing? Really, he has a lot of his jungle available to him. And even then, Mike Young, if he wants, he can just sit down there. He's already farming up his Krugs at the same time, so a little bit confusing there. You're giving up a lot of that top priority. I'll hold that as... I think Rodolph's going to look for something as Mike Young is on his way.
Oh, well, Fallen Bandit is going to get engaged on. Rodolph already gets the Showmaker down, and now Mike Young is looking for something. Fallen Bandit is trying to clear the wave as fast as he can, throws out the wave-clearing devices. Fallen Bandit is just going to try to dive for the CS because there's no way out of this one off Battery, and Rodolph gets the killing blow.
And take a look at this. Otto trying to make the roam to at least protect him. I think they want to try and get at least a little bit of vision. But the wave prioritization, or at least the lane allocation, is very weird right now. Copy is getting absolutely destroyed, at least in the trades. 1v1, had to blow the flash already versus Fire. And now you have Otto sitting up here collecting solo experience when NXI was in the area. Yon was coming off of a reset and just immediately heads bot. This could be even another potential kill for Shoryu onto Yon if they look for it and they play their cards right. And take a look at this. Look how much damage you're able to put onto this Ashe.
Well, Christian Chandler arrow comes out, but it forces the cleanse. But we got a two-man teleport party, ladies and gentlemen. Shockwave after the knockup from Fallen Bandit makes it an easy cleanup.
Yeah, great job right there. Able to find themselves some kills. This should mean another plate going over to the favor of Yon, but Copy just recognizes, hey, I'm not doing anything relevant in this lane. I have to get the hell out of here and immediately push for some plates. So they're able to grab at least a plate, should be a plate and a half maybe. There's nothing for them to get, and they need to do a quick reset here because you have 45 seconds on this Drake, and it means that you are possible, if they want to fight for this, they can. Fallen Bandit does not have TP, and considering the lane allocations, I can't imagine that they wouldn't try to at least contest this, but it would be very weird. No ultimates available on 3 of your members, and I think ANEW is just going to have to continue to at least scale in some of these other lanes and continue grabbing some leads for Rodov.
You see NXI already collecting a lot of the minions after Fallen Bandit making that roam towards the bot side with that teleport. With the first break going down, it's a nice amount of gold being dumped into the pockets of 100 Thieves' next members. The next dragon is Cloud, so it's going to be a mountain, or not a mountain, a ocean or an infernal soul this time around. I can only imagine how amazing it would be for an ocean soul this game for the members of 100 Thieves, so they could use it to be able to withstand a lot of the sustained damage that Five Fire and Shoryu are looking to put out.
And the question for me is, oh man, Prophet Rafa, we thought it was gonna give it to Cubby. We thought it was gonna be Cubby, but this time it's gonna be Rafa. At least calling for the Ocean Soul. I'm just so confused, and I have a ton more questions right now for where 100 Thieves try to find themselves in this game, because again, Yon is getting a lot of resources. The Yon and Otto have really stepped it up, but Copy in this lane matchup is not having fun. Fallen Bandit on Ornn, something that we've been kind of just asking and begging for him, like, hey, don't go for the lane pick, like, you don't need GP, the scaling is fine, you can just pick Ornn, you are a Malphite Kennen player at this point, just be an engage, be the front line for your team. I mean, even on NXI, this is not as many resources as we've seen throughout the series, and now with this top side going down, this is going to potentially be yet another Rift Herald going over to ANEW, stagnating their gold.
Well, Fallen Bandit's gonna get caught out once again, has the flash away. Can he get the call of the Forge God out? Not quite. The shockwave comes out, but Rodov is unstoppable in that
Look ultimate. At the TP.
NXI looking for a bunch of burst damage is not gonna gank down Mike Young quite yet, and NXI doesn't have a chance to pull off the chrono break, and it's a Temper Fate that's gonna be able to land on the 3 members, buys Five Fire enough time to be able to flash out, but Copy still trying to put down the damage, and Otto is going to find the last hit down on a Rodov. Now they're looking to run down Five Fire, but he's got shifting sands. He's got the movement speed. Otto, you really want this, my friend? Do you have Ignite. People to be able to follow up on your engage? He's got Ignite, and he's got an empowered Otto from that Flay, but I think it's wise that he chose not
NXI pulling out the Jensen right there. Still has the Chrono Shift available to him. And the entire time the entire time that Tempered Fate was up, Rodov was also stunned. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow at least able to pick themselves up yet another kill. Thankfully, because of that, it should mean that the Rift Herald will not go over to ANEW, at least not quite yet. They still have another 5 minutes to be able to redeem that coupon for themselves. Copy finding himself at least some more kills and a little bit more gold is really great, but this is one of the hidden combos that we haven't really got to talk about is Mike Young with Winter on this Bard. You set up a pillar, and not only do you have a slope, you now have impeding terrain with a stun. Now with the Scuttle here, this should mean that ANEW will see this coming. Five Fire does have ultimate yet again, and TP disadvantage is in favor of ANEW, so they can go for this if they want.
But they don't.
But they don't. They just.
I feel.
No, it's okay. We'll grab these waves.
Yeah. You know, you set it up. You're like, hey man, they have the number strength. They've got the ultimates ready to contest for it. There's no call of the Forge God up quite yet from Fallen Bandit. He doesn't have teleport to join, but they can take the Rift Herald. It's no big deal. We scale.
Hashtag we scaling, boys.
Hashtag we scaling.
I don't think you want to be 100 Thieves. You don't want to be in 100 Thieves' shoes and try to outscale a Bard, Shoryu on this Aphelios, or this Azira. It is going to be a nightmare for them to try and fight them once these 5v5 team fights. And Rodolph is just getting stronger and stronger. He'll have his Black Cleaver available, and he's gonna get this solo turret. NXI is here.
Oh, he gets the Call of the Forge God knockup, but not on the Rodolph, only on the Mike Young, and he gets the Showmaker down. That's a lot of true damage down onto both Fallen Bandit and NXI. He's gonna pop the Chrono Break, but he doesn't really have enough damage to be able to knock him out. Oh, and beautiful movements from Fire using the Shifting Sands to dodge out of the Crystal Enchanted Arrow. Jan's still trying to put down the damage to get the Flash Blade down into the ultimate, and it's actually pretty damn simple for Jan and Otto to be able to punish Fire in that instance.
Yeah, he doesn't have, they know he doesn't have Flash, he does not have his Shurima Shuffle, so will not be able to get out of that, and solo lanes on both sides going down. Why is Fallen Bandit still there under that turret? Yeah, NXI is there, but all of those tanky stats get shredded, and you basically become a veritable pillow when Trundle is using that Subjugate on you. Rodolph is doing a fantastic job just absolutely blowing Fallen Bandit out of the water in this matchup. And Jan and Otto trying to find something on the Fire, while I think Fire was being quite aggressive and maybe feeling some of his damage. He's like, all right, well, I've already got an Asher's Tooth. Like, how does this Ashe really able to fight me? The Ignite from Otto makes it very difficult for them to continue. I'm just flabbergasted because, like, this Echo is really not able to do all that much, and for all the criticism or all the praise that we were giving Fallen Bandit about being this great top laner, and while the laning phase has been a little bit sketchy, he's been great coming up. I almost would have preferred the Gangplank at this point.
Hey, come on, man. He's going to be useful as the Ornn. He just has to press the R button, and then it's easy.
I've seen a couple of those already.
Well, you know, for 100 Thieves Next fans' sake, you know, all Fallen Bandit has to do is be able to line up that Call of the Forge God.
Viper's just doing in position in Fog. Take a look at this. Alright, so he's revealed himself.
You know what? It is like 2 ships in the water. Ooh, Death Sentence. Just barely grazing by Fire. Dodges out on the Crystal Enchanted Arrow and everything else. All the attempts coming out from 100 Thieves Next trying to lock down Fire, but he's just too smooth with the moves to be able to get locked down by these guys. And now ANEW Esports might have an angle onto Otto. He doesn't have Flash. He's going to get poked out. He's able to make it out alive, but them losing positioning over this dragon is really bad news for 100 Thieves Next, and ANEW Esports are right where they want to be. Now 1 dragon away from Soul Point, and it is Ocean. So it's just going to be that much more difficult for 100 Thieves Next to try and burst them down.
See a position where NXI actually is able to have any influence in this game. Yeah, he's farming up. To what, though? He's going to get some more AP items. I'm assuming he's going to be able to finish the Sork Pen boots soon. And while Copy is trying to go for what seems like Spellbinder, no, Spellbinder's Aether Wisp, but I mean, he's got some junk items, especially with this NLR. Without another NLR to match, or maybe even an Aether Wisp, his itemization is going to be really weak going for the spikes. He's trying to get as much AP upfront raw damage before finishing any of these items. But NXI not able to do much in any of these fights, and Ocean Soul will be the nail in the coffin for 100 Thieves, I have to think.
And that's the nail in the coffin. Then 100 Thieves Next. They're sitting on a 4-minute timer as Copy might get caught out. There is a teleport coming in from Fire, but he's all by himself. He still gets the Shurima Shuffle down, but he's going to give his life over to Jan. It's mid laner for mid laner. Is that going to be a worthy trade for
Look at Jan.
100 Thieves X are just laying down the crowd control, and that could have been somewhat disastrous for ANEW. They looked for a very ambitious teleport flank, and I think for their case, it was not the right call.
Yeah, and why? Like, okay, so great setup. Again, Fire with a great positioning. Why is he sitting there? Like, he has to know, oh, wait, this is a really bad flash. No one is able to really control for me. I have to hold that. Sure, he does not have ultimate. He had Infernum in that last one, and that could have been a game changer for how they were clumping up, how many melees. Now, Aphelios in position. NXI trying to look for potentially another re-engage, but fails the phase dive. So should be going over, but they're going to try and aggress for this. Check Rodolph.
Rodolph goes down for the face maker. Chrono Break comes out. NXI is able to secure the Baron, and now can they turn the fight around? Rodolph is very scary. He's got a Black Cleaver, and he's got the Blade of the Ruin King, and he's just smacking kids left, right, and center. Forces NXI to flash over the wall, but the Baron is secured for 100 Thieves Next.
Yeah, now this is the Rodov show. This is, I think if anyone were to ask before this series, they were like, yeah, Rodov will carry this game. And I think no one had that on their bingo sheet for this game, for this series. When they were looking at Rodov, a lot of the setup was, look, he is willing to play these engaged. He's willing to play both strong and weak side. He's doing fantastic, but I don't think any of the members of ANEW or even 100 Thieves are really ready for Fallen Bandit to get rocked in this lane. Yes, the experience is even, but the gold right now, I mean, he's 5,000 gold ahead of Fallen Bandit right now on this set. It is nuts. He's able to get his reset. It looks like he's going to be going for a Randuin's Omen, but I mean, words cannot describe what I'm watching right now, because Rodov is like single-handedly holding ANEW in this game. Firefire is trying his best. His itemization is going to be coming in rather soon. Firefire has not had the best game, and we're still waiting for his Ludens proc. So while this tier 1 turret goes down, ANEW, they just need to stall out for another 5 minutes. The Tempered Fate should buy them some time. Stall out on this Baron.
Tier 2 turret is going to fall in favor of 100 Thieves next. And keep in mind, Ocean Soul Point is still up on the table, and it will be spawning in the next minute and a half. So that is something that 100 Thieves next need to make sure they are not only in position way beforehand, but also they prep the vision around this area so that ANEW Esports don't have a way to just easily walk in, let alone contest this Dragon Pit. So 100 Thieves next backing. They're collecting in and cashing in on some power spikes. Death Cap being finished by 100 Copy. He's gonna have a lot of damage output. Fire has found Otto because he was sitting on a ward, and Otto was just not prepared for it. They didn't get the vision control that they needed and did not realize that they had eyes on him already. NXI just goes in and says, you know what, that was kind of a mistake of my part. Goes back with the Chrono Break, but just like that, with 100 Thieves getting pushed off the Ocean Soul with 40 seconds to go, is a great position for ANEW Esports to be in. As long as they can continue pushing 100 Thieves out of this jungle, there's no way they can contest for the Soul.
I mean, cool, they got Baron, and like you were saying, they're not going to be able to contest for the Soul. They're already using so many of their resources. I was wondering when Fallen Bandit was going to back the TP discrepancy, or at least the TPs are both down for top laners. Rodov just making his way immediately to this fight. The Sun Disc should be able to stall out for a little bit, but now there's some crucial ultimates that right now, if I'm ANEW, probably going to look to try and force onto this. Firefire does not have flash. He does have his ultimate coming back up, and here we go.
Beautiful Tempered Fate. It stops the call. The Forge God and Shockwave only lands onto one despite picking up the Death Crown. It's not enough damage. Rodov getting picked off, whereas Fallen Bandit is going to exchange his life for the Fire and the rest of the backline. But Crystal Enchanted Arrow finds its mark, and Copy gets the assassination down on the Fire, takes him out of the fight. And without the mid laner from ANEW Esports, it's only Shoryu to put up the damage. And Rodov, yes, he's very fed on this set, but he cannot fight into this massive front-to-back team composition that 100 Thieves next are having to ramp up here, and they delay the Ocean Soul.
What? I mean, I don't know what it is with Firefire and finding really weird engages that end up kind of ruining the team. I'll hold that as they're going to find Mike Young. Should just make quick work of the Trundle.
This is massive Valk battery. ANEW Esports is just one mistake after another, and 100 Thieves now being given the momentum here. They're looking to punish. They deny the Ocean Soul. They take the inhibitor turret, also the inhibitor as well. Baron's not up on the table for another 2 minutes, but this will give plenty of time for 100 Thieves to clean out the rest of the jungle and reset and get some vision control for this next upcoming objective.
I was about to praise ANEW for having fantastic vision control and for 100 Thieves kind of falling asleep at the wheel at clearing it out. They should potentially just go for a reset. They have a lot of gold sitting in their pockets, about 1,100 on 3 of their core members. And like you were saying, setting up for Baron in a minute and a half is really crucial, because if Firefire is able to have great positioning, then fine. This fight for ANEW looks like how we were expecting it. He does a lot of damage. I don't want to take that away from the ANEW laners, but Rodov has not been able to grab into this backline, and while they're stopping Fallen Bandit from landing the call of the Forge God, they're just gonna find Firefire, punish him!
Firefire gets hit by the knockup, and he does not have any time to shift his Sands way out of that one. There's no flash to be burned either. It just barely came up, and now, since there's still plenty of time to be able to go on the other side of the map and prepare for Baron. Wait, Jan, you don't have anyone there.
Alright, this is 2 now. This is the second one we've seen. Come on. We're just randomly fishing. Here we go.
NXI and Copy and Fallen Bandit have the flank, but they don't have Call of the Forge God again. Rodolph getting a bunch of burst damage onto the backline, but it looks like it's just a sacrificial lamb play. Shoryu throws out the Moonlight Vigil, but there's nothing to be able to follow up for, and everyone's just flashing right on top of Shoryu. No flash, no cleanse. That's the 80 carry for our new Esports going down. Otto finding winner. He's going to be able to use the magical journey to be able to get over the wall. Beautiful death sentence from Otto. He's able to block him down with the flay. And 100 Thieves next, if they can pick up another kill on winner. Firefire is actually still now respawn. Witter getting chased out of his own base right now. 100 Thieves next. They have a large minion wave, but with Firefire here, do they have the means to be able to even siege against this guy who has so much wave clear in his arsenal?
He has the shove, he has the stream of shuffle, so 100 Thieves, they playing cautiously. They know, hey, we can't actually step up. They just have to go for this fantastic pick. I know we were flaming the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Ooh, here we go. That's a really deep one from Rodolph.
Rodolph is going for the deep end. He doesn't have Showmaker, but he needs to try and see if he can find something, but it looks like it just ensures that 100 Thieves next can't go the straight way down. And now Baron is live and up on the table. ANEW Esports, considering that they have a lot of their cooldowns bar for the Subjugate and the Moonlight Vigil, they can always take it to 100 Thieves if they want to start the Baron. And so crucially, we see 100 Thieves next have to take the time to reset, and it could cost them.
Yeah, they have to go for a slower reset, stagger the backs right now, because now they're waiting for this mid turret to push out. They do have an open inhibitor in mid lane, but like you were saying, they do so much damage to this. NXI, watch for where he is on the map, 4,000 counting.
NXI is nowhere near it. Shockwave comes.
Oh,
holy moly, Copy! That was a ton of damage, and Mike Young is going to be able to burn down the Baron, but Fire is going to be able to trade one back on the Copy. He has to flash over the wall, but 100 Thieves next. They're looking to run down the remaining members of ANEW Esports. Fire about a quarter HP. Fallen Bandit looking to make sure that he doesn't get the recall off. NXI going to get exhausted by winner, so I wouldn't imagine he can still go for the
Firefire down.
Well, they're actually trying to do it. Meanwhile, Firefire, it's Otto and Fallen Bandit. It's not necessarily carries Otto. That's a lot of damage coming out from Firefire, but he flashes into the bush, avoids the vision, and allows Fallen Bandit to get the setup.
Really just obviously taking advantage of their back timers. Great job to you to ANEW, but yet again, I mean, Copy, we've had some question marks against him, and this time around he was kept out of the pit, but lands massive damage, just eviscerating Shoryu out of the fight. He has the smite available to him. He was kept out of the pit thanks to not only Fire pushing him out, but also blowing his flash, not able to quite fall into the pit. And I had a lot of questions for Copy coming into this game. What kind of style we were going to see from him on this Orianna, and the laning phase was certainly not great for him, but this time able to come out huge for his team, just gets rid of him. And again, Fire not having an amazing time unless Azir. I was wondering what champion was going to be. Last time it was Corki, this time it's Azir. We see the TP coming to mid, potentially a re-engage here from 100 Thieves.
Death Brush was there for the time being. Temper Fate comes out. Does it potentially interrupt
NXI
to make an engage? Looks like NXI is going to be able to chrono break back into the fight, looking for winner, but Jan has been able to kite out Rodolph here. It's 1-for-1. The jungler is down for 100 Thieves next, and the Ocean Soul is on the table here for ANEW. But 100 Thieves potentially could be able to take it toe-to-toe with them if they don't play their cards right as ANEW Esports. Looking for the Death Sentence. Fallen Bandit misses the whiffs the knock-up here, and Copy doesn't have Shockwave to be able to come out. Inferno doing a bunch of damage to both Jan and Fallen Bandit, but they're keeping them at bay. Surprisingly, 100 Thieves just holding strong and trying to buy as much time before NXI can get back up. They're trying to burn down the dragon and not allow Mike Young to get into the pit. He can't get into the pit. They deny Ocean Soul once again. They don't need to continue fighting. They just need to stall them out and take this slow. They've already won the major battle here, but 100 Thieves next, potentially feeling more confident than they should here. Alk Battery, this is giving me a lot of anxiety watching these two teams just stare each other down in the river.
Yeah, they know that there's some cooldowns that they need to wait for. Fire with no flash, no ultimate. There's not much that they can do. Shoryu, while he landed in a fantastic Moonlight Vigil, was not able to get too much out of it. So they're waiting. They're like, can we really go for this fight? They're looking for some kind of miss position so that Fire can maximize on damage. But with no mana available to him, it's going to be pretty rough. Thankfully, on the opposite side, 100 Thieves are able to not only grab another dragon, but successfully get themselves out. And take a look at the itemization. Copy's already finished his Rabadon's Death Crown now. Jan is also just a monster in team fights, able to not only grab himself the Runons, but also has his Infinity Edge and the QSS. So we'll be able to at least get out of a potential long-range engagement from the side of ANEW. They can look to press their advantage. There's not much on the map from them, and Shoryu does have some really key components in his inventory with this with the Runon, sorry, but they need to find something, and Fire needs to be able to grab some kind of pick on onto 100 Thieves with this Azir. I'm sorry, I'm just like, my brain is fried when I see these fights, man.
Stressful. We're at
Fire keeps getting coughed out. I'm just.
Let's call. Hey, Dimitri, and Twitch chat. Let's breathe. Breathe in.
6 seconds. You know, I don't even think the fight is not
You're
gonna.
interrupting the breathing exercise. Breathe
My
in.
bad. 6 seconds.
Oh,
Here
okay,
it goes.
breathe out. Temper Fate is going to barely whip onto Yon. He's going to sidestep it out. Fallen Bandit is there, but Rodolph has the teleport flank. He's looking for a key target. Who is it going to be? He's going to bring in Yon, but he gets
Look at NXI.
That's a lot of true damage coming out. NXI going in for the backline for the
Yon?
Hail Mary, but gets shoved out by Fire. But 100 Thieves X, they've done enough damage. They've taken out Shori and Rodolph once again. They can pound down on this inhibitor turret, looking to unlock it even further, but Fire is still up on the table. He doesn't have the Emperor's Divide, but he still has a lot of damage. He's sitting on double and needlessly large rods along with this 2 Nashor's Tooth and Luden's Echo's Power Spike, so they cannot sit in these soldiers for too long or it will cost them. 100 Thieves next, they have the positioning, they have the front line to take both inhibitors and walk out of the base.
Yeah, they should just go for a reset here, push in this last wave in mid lane, and then look to get this Baron set up and ready. A minute before that happens, Fire again is being stifled. NXI, I want to give you a personal handshake for doing what you can in this matchup. He is immediately diving for Fire and taking his attention away from 100 Thieves backline. They're constantly trying to trade, and while Rodolph, again with fantastic setup with a flash teleport play to try and at least kill one member, it is not enough on the opposite side. Now we see Yon, he's finished his QSS. He now also is sitting on an elixir, so his damage will be maxed out when compared to Shoryu. He's just sitting on an agility cloak in his inventory, 2 levels ahead. And yet again, Fire not able to do anything in that last team fight. Has to use the Shrima Shuffle defensively against NXI, and while they kill the enemy jungler, ANEW are left, just bleeding all over the floor. 2 inhibitors down. Don't think they're going to be able to contest for this this Nexus, or for this Baron, sorry.
If you look at the gold lead that Yon has over Shoryu, you might throw up a little bit because it's we're looking at 4,000.
It's the makeup for Fallen Bandit.
Let's see, but this is why we're glad the Fallen Bandit is on the Ornn, right? Because he's already hit the 2 items that he needs to be tanky as all hell, right? And so he's doing more than what his team really needs him to do. Whereas Yon, he's got a lot of these resources, and and going into this series, we were looking at Yon as someone who can be a really powerful team fighting carry, but we didn't realize if he would be able to step up. We thought Shoryu and Winner going into the series would be the better bot laners, but time and time again, they've just been able to show up on the day of the series, and it's been a lot of what's holding them in as ANEW Esports poising around 100 Thieves next, trying to get the advantageous position.
They have a minion wave in their bot lane. They can't really overextend for this fight. The wave is going to slam onto their Nexus. Someone has to back. Only Fire has TP, and if Fire is out of this fight, this just means a free Baron. I'm expecting for even ANEW to just try to give this up and go for an Ocean Soul potentially, but they just do this fast enough, they immediately can roam over.
They get the question mark pings down. They fire the blue trinket, but they're burning it down so fast. Temper Fate will probably stall a little bit of time, but ANEW Esports, they just give way. They're going to try to get advantageous positioning on this mid wave. Fire is already TPing down. They're going for the Ocean Soul. This is their 1 win condition. Maybe with this, it'll be enough power to be able to fight them. They're burning it down incredibly fast, and NXI is just nowhere near it. Fallen Bandit comes in. Mike Young secures it, but it's a beautiful knock-up combo from the knock-up. 100 Thieves next gets so much burst damage down, but Shoryu cannot withstand it. It seemed like he was going to be able to survive, but that is the final nail in the coffin for 100 Thieves next to end this game.
That was amazing coming out from Coffee. Finds 3. That, alongside Fallen Bandit, the members we had the most questions for, show up in Game 3 of the series, and this should mean even with an Ocean Soul, most people would say, hey, Ocean Soul is pretty overpowered, but I'd say that being able to ace them, take their base, is a little bit more strong, as now breaking open this base, breaking open the Nexus, Game 3 going over to 100 Thieves next, and what was looking pretty shaky, Fire needs to somehow find his footing in the series.
Yeah, I have to say, Alk Battery, massive change from 100 Thieves next in terms of composition. You know, that this Echo pick may be a little questionable in how it fit into the identity, but NXI made it work, right? The idea was just to create as much disruption as he could by diving the backline and just trying to stall for Jan and Copy to do as much work and basically act as a pseudo front line along with Fallen Bandit and Otto. And, you know, Alk Battery, I want to be able to dive into this a little bit more, and I'm sure that the analyst desk would love to get a piece on it.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to take a little bit of a pause after.
So, but yeah, we are actually gonna be taking a very brief pause. We're going to try and go for a hard reset of the entire stream. So everyone, and we are back with Game 4 and draft going underway between 100 Thieves Next and ANEW Esports. This time around, 100 Thieves Next are going to take the blue side, and ANEW Esports, we already know that, you know, based on the game 2, it showed how important having that R5 counter pick availability was to lock in that victor.
Yeah, and this time around, I think Copy, I was talking to the people on the desk. Copy had a fantastic game this time around. The first two were not great. He got his Zoe matchup, but this time around, an absolute great job on this Orianna. He sacked his lane, and for as much crap as we were giving Fallen Bandit, him falling behind in his lane took a lot of pressure off Jan and Otto, who have just cement this for the last time. I know we'll probably bring it up again. They are finally kind of rising to the occasion that we expected for this team. So really proud to see that. And even with Fallen Bandit, it was a little bit of a liability, but Rodolph not really to do too much on the set.
You know, looking at the bans coming out from 100 Thieves Next and ANEW Esports, you know, ANEW are starting to pay a lot of respect towards Otto's Thresh, you know, and just considering the gravity of that ban, how much it means for Otto coming from a place where he had the role swap from bot lane to support. It's not easy to pick up one of the more harder, if not one of the more difficult champions in the support role and, you know, get your opponents to ban it away from you just because Otto has been that damn good on the champion. The Karma, however, will be taken away as that's a powerful flex pick, and the Ezreal is going to be the last ban from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Ezreal's probably just going to stay there. Potentially for the, I mean, this could be the end of the series, right? 100 Thieves are at match point. This does mean that ANEW, I think what's going to happen is they are going to either have to ban Blitzcrank or get themselves a really powerful team composition into it. Because Otto, when he's not on Thresh, yes, things like Nautilus have looked really great. The Leona, we had what was almost a game-winning fight to Cubby, to quote Cubby, was really great. But I think Blitzcrank might be even better to try to punish ANEW, because so far, Fire's positioning in each one of these fights has not been fantastic and has been caught out time and time again by the Thieves. So if there was any way to just try to close out the series a little bit faster, it would try to get Otto onto something that we've seen so much tape of.
And the Graves first pick has finally been locked in for the first time this series. It's been banned for pretty much most of the game. And ANEW Esports are looking at picking up the Thunderdome Bear here. And it could be a flex pick for either Mike Young or Rodolph in the top lane. I would imagine they're not going to show their hand quite yet on what they want, so they can look at a support pickup or some type of AD carry pickup. And Shoryu, you know what, he felt pretty confident on the Aphelios. You know, there was a couple times where he got blown up, but when he was given the space, he had the damage. But you know what?
Thank you.
Considering that,
Thank you. We don't need damage in this game. I think Shoryu is going to do fine with this Ashe. Take it not only away from Jan, so you get rid of another potential engage tool from this team, but I mean, the more Freljords you stack, the more crowd control you have. And interestingly enough, with that Thresh ban means that the Senna is the one that gets through. So going to be seeing what was Jan's key champion throughout all of SGC.
Is it a Wukong angle here, Alk Battery?
Yes, only because Ashe is super vulnerable to it, but it is pretty early on into the game. Can't imagine that they'd want to show that as soon as possible. So now, with this Ornn locked in, this does mean that ANEW have a couple of options of things that they can get rid of in the second ban phase.
Well, now how does ANEW Esports want to round out the draft? Do they want to get a priority support to match with this Ashe, or do they want to pick something else? There's potentially a flex pick for the jungle, top lane, and or support. Oh, I guess we're going to show our hands early and give Rodolph this Camille, so we know where this Volibear is going to go. It's going to be locked in for Mike Young in the jungle.
Yeah, try to punish Fallen Bandit yet again, and this time, I think this is way better than the set. Not only is it, much more of a side lane threat potential, goes for the 1-4, can just very easily side lane, but also has massive kill threat onto this team. I mean, Senna, as soon as she comes into range of Camille, we have to start asking questions of where does Rodolph find his hook shot. This is still also a potential flex, although Camille jungle has kind of fallen off. I wouldn't imagine that they'd want to take it into Grace. But
yeah, sucks now, dude. Don't even say that. Come on, man. As soon as they took away her ability to stun monsters, it's just been very difficult. And she has such an expensive build path because she relies so heavily on that Trinity Force that there's no point in taking it. But we do see a couple more bans coming out, mainly supports. I believe one of them is the Nautilus. I can't really make out the other one. I believe it's a Maokai as the
that is Maokai Nautilus.
Oh, yeah. Sick.
Dude, come on. How do you not know what Maokai Splash Ray looks like?
Oh, wait. Come on, man. Beautiful. It's grayed out. It's small. My eyes suck.
So, it looks like the last ban.
Yeah, the last ban coming out from 100 Thieves next, apart from the Galio, is going to be a Bard. They're not going to let Winter set it up. More Tempered Fates comboing with that Ashe with the Crystal Enchanted Arrow. So now, the famous Winter Braum, baby. It is the Freljord bot lane special. You got so much crowd control. You got so much utility and slows. I think this is a great pickup for ANEW.
Finally, honestly, at this point, ANEW's like, all right, Winter, no more fun. You're not allowed to play Bard anymore. You're done. You're gonna be put on the Braum slave duty. You're gonna have to do this, and they are immediately able to get a counter pick yet again, setting up for this Blitzcrank. Obviously now it is gonna probably, with this pick, not gonna be fasting Senna. We've been seeing more and more of Senna just going to lane and farming it out, getting all of her stacks. Now she does fall behind at least a little bit, but I mean, this should still be great. Now the thing is Blitzcrank's probably gonna want to get out of this lane as soon as possible. Same with Jan. They don't have fantastic kill threat. Ashe, while she is immobile, will just be able to outdamage either of them. It's going to have to be, hey, do we kill them in the span that it takes for us to knock them up, ignite, lock them down? And if not, I mean, Shoryu yet again can just go wherever he pleases at this point, as Copy gets yet another chance at his Orianna, leaving up counter pick for Fire.
ANEW Esports, you are back against the wall. What is the answer into the Orianna?
Please.
And it could be the Ziggs. This is something that Fire has already played to some success, and it's locked in, baby. ANEW Esports, they're looking for another 2 games to get back. If they can win this game, it will go to game 5, and you'll hear the bee-woo-woos, and it's all going to be resting on the hands of this explosive expert here.
I mean, Ziggs is just fantastic into this 100 Thieves lineup. It does suffer a little bit against this Ornn and obviously the Blitzcrank, but Banshee's Veils will quickly shore up that weakness. Orianna's gonna have a really hard time trying to interact with her, and Senna and Graves are gonna be really hard pressed to try and get into the backline. I am very excited to see Fire on this pick. Not only does it kind of take away some of the situational awareness you're gonna need on someone like the Azir. This time we'll see a lot more damage. He'll be able to break open that mid turret and hopefully get to roaming a little bit more versus someone like Copy. And I'd love to see ANEW finally kind of open up their mid pick for Fire. I'm hoping that this is not the end of the series, but 100 Thieves, they've got some pretty confident picks of their own. Copy having a fantastic game yet again on Orianna, and Blitzcrank for auto is something we cannot shirk.
Yeah, and when we're looking at this composition for ANEW Esports once again, You know, we talked about the amount of crowd control that they have access to. You have Crystal Enchanted Arrow. You've got Lockdown with the Hextech Ultimatum. In fact, that 1-2 combo is pretty devastating the more you think about it, because you're guaranteed to lock down one priority target, and then boom, Mega Infernal Bomb is going to go right smack dab in the middle of it, doing a bunch of damage. It's not going to be as, impactful as being able to lock up a bunch of members, but still, if you can eliminate one of these carries in 100 Thieves Next, you're decreasing the overall DPS that is coming out in these mid-late game team fights. As the way with these games have been going, and neither team being that successful at closing out the games very early on, I imagine it's going to be another 35-minute plus game here.
This time around, they have some more accelerants in this game, especially around Mike Young. Giving himself the Volibear is just so powerful. Allows for them to finally dive onto this backline, specifically for that bot lane. If they want to try and punish this, ANEW, at level 6 comes around, they can go for dives. They have Camille as well for teleport flanks if they want to try and find this. So an extremely deadly comp from ANEW. And 100 Thieves, yes, I've been praising some of these champion picks individually for them, but it's going to be pretty hard pressed for me to try to at least defend some of them, as Graves does not have a great time trying to deal with Volibear. And again, a lot of this damage is not going to be mitigated from the side of ANEW. So 100 Thieves, they have their options. They can try to wait out some of this damage. They're going to have to try and survive, and if ANEW don't kill them on the first time around, it is going to be the Thieves going to be able to take away this game.
My question here this time as well, we were kind of very, actually not kind of, we were very, very criticizing of Five Fire's Azir play, making a bunch of engages with the Emperor's Divide that just, it didn't seem that necessary. It's one thing where you can always pull out the montage reel and say, oh yeah, I scooped up 3-4 members right into our team. But a lot of those times the engages were not only delayed, but almost practically stiffed by 100 Thieves Next. They locked him down so fast that by the time he got the engage off, he was down already to a quarter of his HP, and it was very easy for 100 Thieves to clean up. We don't need you to do the engage, we need you to do the damage. And this time, thankfully, Ziggs is, I would imagine he's not gonna try to flash, get a satchel charge to just spike someone back in, right? He's gonna be focused on staying in his lane, staying in the back of the team fight, and just chucking out bombs and looking for the Mega Inferno bomb whenever there's an opportunity.
Yeah, this is another champion that this time doesn't require Five Fire to go into the enemy team. He can quite safely stay in the back. He will have to try to outrange Orianna and Senna, which isn't difficult for him. But against Ornn, they do have some setup. And ANEW, they have this great dive composition. Again, they have amazing ways to find engagements, both long range and short range. So I don't fault them on that. But we saw
back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. Some more unfortunate technical difficulties, but we did want to give a quick shout out to Hypertension for winning the RAM, the first giveaway of the evening. We still have another giveaway going in, so if you want to enter, check out the raffle bot down below in Twitch chat. Make sure we will be giving out another giveaway once this game 4 is over. We'll be seeing you, though, as we get ready to sync up for Game 4 on the Rift. Don't turn off that browser. We'll be right back. On the Rift for Game 4. This is officially match point for 100 Thieves, who have taken to the blue side of the map, whereas ANEW Esports, they got a lot of ground to cover. They do have one game already in their back pockets off of Game 2, but they need to bring it back in this game to get to Game 5 and play those silver scrapes, Alk Battery.
I want to see ANEW pull it out in the end, because when we were coming into this series, we had a lot of really good hope here for the side of ANEW. A lot of people were keeping, hey, well, 100 Thieves, they've changed out their roster. ANEW were the better team on most of those days, and while 100 Thieves were able to take some of those wins, we were looking at this as a much weaker roster compared to Kenvi and Tenacity, but now we're seeing it. ANEW's roster itself doesn't seem like they're all together, at least not tonight, because Fire is not performing up to the caliber we expected, and Shoryu and Winter are slowly recovering, but even Winter is still finding some stumbling blocks in this game, in the series.
This is a really interesting level 1 setup that's been going on. 100 Thieves were first going for a potentially level 1 invade on the top side of the map, but now we have a delayed level 1 invade coming in from ANEW Esports. And Fallen Bandit is, oh my gosh, Fallen Bandit is coming in to make sure that he can assist and ensure that NXI gets off the ground. He doesn't mind taking the sack and ensuring that he can always teleport back to the top side of the map. Otto is just going to protect NXI, and NXI, because of Fallen Bandit's sacrifice, NXI will be able to start off the game just as normal, whereas Mike Young is now going to have to operate leashless and start off the game.
Oh no, he's getting the
very
leash.
Whoa,
What?
no way.
What are they doing?
What the heck? Well, oh, because NXI is looking to invade as well. Firefire's not level 2 quite yet, but if he can get another minion, he's now going to be level 2, but Otto gets it down. Oh my god, they took the blue buff away!
NXI got the blue buff!
Gets it, and he flashes over the wall. It's absolute disaster for ANEW Esports. Firefire was trying to get the mid priority down, but he wasn't able to roam in time.
Oh, no, not Firefire.
And now Firefire has to flash away. NXI is going to get a bunch of damage down, but it's not going to go for the killing blow quite yet. Don't tell me, NXI. Leave Mike Young alone, man.
Okay, Rodolph is coming down. I think NXI knows, like, hey, I can't go for this. I can't play as aggressively as I want to. It seems like Rodolph is actually going to try and catch him on this blue buff. Has the tactical sweep. Had to make sure. Yeah, he has a hook shot, but I don't think he wants to invest it quite yet. What an insane early game from 100 Thieves. And one that puts... not only was Mike Young behind, but he also kind of ruins his bot lane's lane for them. He's like, all right, well, cool. He blows the flash, so now there's the flash not only up at the heal and the exhaust, so summoner spell discrepancy for ANEW. And what was looking like, okay, guys, just salvage it. You are the stronger bot lane. That's one way to get over the hump.
Oh, Winter is still level 1 because they haven't been able to pick up enough minions from all of this back and forth level 1 shenanigans from both teams. This is just not a good state for the game for Shorty and Winter to be in. Oh, Fire could be in big trouble. He already burned the flash from before, but got that satchel charge to be able to walk away safely.
And now take a look at this. NXI, he walks in mid lane. He's there to push the wave, and with Otto protecting the bot side scuttle, Mike Young is in a world of hurt right now. Not only was he able to get that get that kill for himself onto Winter, like you were saying, the level deficit between these two is going to be massive. Now, I want to take a look. Jan does have about 700 gold. It looks like he is going to go for a recall yet again. Early recall, the wave will push back in his favor, and they'll be able to get themselves a Cole. Even Shoryu going for it this time. Wants to re-up on some potions. Probably get himself a Cole as well. He's like, hey, wait. You know, Jan's been doing these recalls past couple games. I want some of that. I want some free backs on a Cole. And I think Shoryu notices, hey, we can't actually back on this wave. We have to be able to push it, hold, maintain the wave, and at least punish somehow, because 100 Thieves are slowly starting to ramp some of their, their objectives lead in favor of them.
A Fallen Bandit has kind of a difficult wave to work with, is stacking and push towards Rodolph in his favor, or against him, and Mike Young being on the top side of the map. Fallen Bandit is at risk of getting ganked. Mike Young is still only level 3. Fallen Bandit is gonna go. Oh my god.
Beautiful.
He burns the flash. He's trying to burn as much as he can, but it's a teleport from Copy. I don't know if you want to be there.
Why?
He's not gonna get punished as much. Unfortunately, they thought that they could turn something around, but
well, now he's just pinched.
Well, if Fire wants to rotate up, but it doesn't look like that he's going to commit towards that. Mike Young will go back into his jungle, and NXI is going to take this time to start up the dragon.
Yeah, I was about to say, hey, like, this is really great for Fallen Bandit if he's able to just flash out, use his W, but not only do they stack the CC, they also find the kill onto Fallen Bandit. Again, Fallen Bandit's going to have to play weak side. I was expecting, actually, you know, hey, with this matchup, they probably want to get Rodolph ahead as far as possible, and a lot of this was delayed because of that early game. But again, setting up Rodolph, getting himself the assist early on, and getting him this early push is probably what ANEW wants to get. This mid-wave is just going to be Fire throws a couple abilities, clears the wave instantly, and then looks for a roam. And right now, Shoryu and Winter, they are put on the back foot, and they should have had that winning 2v2, but this time around, it is just going to be them farming out the lane, waiting for a little bit, and we're gonna see I want to see where this matchup ends up lying once we get closer to something like a Rift Herald in the next 2.5 minutes.
And they definitely are on pace to be able to have the stronger rotation upwards. Now Rodolph will more than likely have top lane priority, so it'll be difficult for Fallen Bandit to come over, but if he's willing to just play low econ this game and sack a lot of the CS to the turret, then as long as he's got that Call of the Forge God, he's going to be contributing more to the fight. We already saw how well it worked out for 100 Thieves. For Fallen Bandit to lose, 50, 60 CS towards the matchup, they still won the game. Now, Mike Young, oh, he might be in a world of hurt here. Fire throws out the Mega Inferno Bomb, and it's just too damn easy to lock him down. But Copy is able to trade one back down onto the Thundermare. Meanwhile, Otto and Jan are trying to step back into his match, but they get the cook down on the Shoryu, and now they have to all in before Yon bursts him down, but it's too late. Otto with these hooks are just so insane, and Yon being able to get the level up, is going to get a few more stats, a few more mana and health resources in the tank. Winner doesn't have flash. He's got nowhere to run. It should be another kill for Yon. And just like that, 100 Thieves next bot lane has not failed to disappoint at all this series.
Yeah, when NXI falls, it seems like Yon and Otto are more than willing to step up. Gets caught out on a rotation. Fantastic job to Mike Yon. I want to give him praise. I want to give some kind of praise to this team, or specifically to Mike Young, who's been set far behind. Fire was able to get that Mega Inferno bomb off, but Shoryu and Winter kind of uncharacteristically dying very early, not able to cut through the healing and the sustain of this bot lane. Shoryu blows the heal a little bit early. I think that they were expecting for them to, or exactly Winter to try and fight this wave again, but falls short yet again. So Yon and Otto able to not only take the kills, but with Dragon coming up in the next 2.5 minutes, I'm not expecting for them to really be able to do much. I mean, Rodolph is stacking a pretty massive wave, and this should call for a Rift Herald on one side.
Now Rodolph having a bigger wave here for Fallen Bandit. Yeah, it's just correct from earlier. Yon and Otto have been doing fantastic. I kind of up my words there, but moving on forward, going into the next dragon, which should be coming up in the next, I want to say 3 minutes here. Actually, it's only 2 minutes and 10 seconds. It should be a Cloud Soul or a Mountain Soul this game, since it's going to be an Infernal next time. Otto was making a roam towards the mid lane, seeing if he could find any picks, but with Mike Young here on the bottom side, Yon's going to be pushed off the turret. He's not going to have as easy access to the CS on this tower. And Mike Young, if he can get a level 6, he can access the Stormbreaker, and maybe there's dive potential here.
Did Fallen Bandit just use ultimate? Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure of that, because he switched over to Ignite. I think he was trying to find a solo kill onto Rodolph. But Mike Young trying to tick over to level 6. Now, bot lane has it. There is a TP coming in, preventing this dive.
Yeah, from Rodolph, he has Exec Ultimatum. They can obviously juggle the turret really well here, but they're buying actually a lot of time. It was a beautiful stopwatch, and oh my god!
Winter? Okay.
They foiled the 4-man dive with only 2 people. 100 Thieves next bot lane is smurfing on these.
What is Winter doing? I mean, he's trying to tank the turret for his team, yeah, but we were talking about, is Winter having a not too much of a performing in his game? But that was awful. I mean, they don't quite get the turret down in time. Rodolph has to blow the TP. It doesn't amount to much, and even gets themselves a kill, so 100 Ds, fantastic job there, but ANEW, what are you doing, buddy? Back to game 1.
I have no words here, Alk Battery, and if those are the plays that are coming out from ANEW Esports when their backs are against the wall and it's match point for 100 Thieves next, I cannot imagine what the comms are like, what the mentality is like, what the momentum is like for these players. You know, we talked about a lot of this roster having a lot of experience in their back pockets and being able to rely on that when things get tough, but I mean, this is almost inexcusable. Like, how does that happen where you have a 2-man numbers advantage and you not only don't get any kills off of it, but you lose a member of your own?
Yeah, especially calling down Rodolph in this instance, I think at least somewhat equalizes the laning phase for Fallen Bandit. It should make up for some of the deficit between the two of them. I mean, it just buys space for 100 Thieves, and I don't know why we're looking for that dive. Okay, if Mike Young is level 6, I think we have a different story on our hands, but that was not the case. We see them end up falling, and another dragon. NXI has had free roam on this map since that early game. He fell once before, but getting himself the Rift Herald in the back pocket. He's also got himself the Infernal Drake, and now that we're going to have Cloud Soul, not the most influential ultimate here for 100 Thieves, but still, I mean, Fire has also not really done all that much. He has a level lead for himself, but even Fire hasn't neutralized this lane. Nice flash.
Poppy burns down the shockwave, but Mike Young commits the flash, gets the stun down, but with Call of the Forge God up on the table, Rodolph is actually able to stop him in his tracks. NXI cannot get the last killing blows down onto ANEW Esports, and Otto tried to make the roam in, but he's not able to salvage the mess that they have created in ANEW Esports. they are able to bounce back from the terrible dive onto the bottom side of the map and come up huge, picking up 3 kills onto 100 Thieves next.
And now I want to see where they kind of get more of these advantages, because they're not going to be able, I don't think they're going to be able to push too much onto this turret. Fortification should save them. Five fire.
What? Oh, we're just going to disrespect Orn damage.
Here's
now.
Copy.
Well, Copy comes in with a teleport, but he's able to.
What are they doing?
Quickly, just looking for one more onto Winter, but he has the flash wave. He cannot disrespect the glacial Winter by passive coming out, but Shoryu taking a lot of turret damage. He's able to flash out at the very last second and walks away without losing Winter or himself.
Okay. That was super close there for ANEW. They weren't going to be able to get that turret. They needed to just try and take as many plates as possible, but by fire, either they didn't see the TP or they just didn't play around it. Either way, they get taken advantage of, and this should mean the mid lane turret going to be taking a few more damage. I don't think that that's going to be the mid turret, as Rift Herald spawning shouldn't mean that all of those plates are going to go down. I mean, a great job from Copy and an excellent job from Shoryu to be able to find that kill just to try and even it up. But, I mean, 100 Thieves still come up on top of that. They get all of these teleports out. They are not going to be available for the upcoming Rift Herald, which again will influence 100 Thieves being able in an easier position to get that for themselves. Yon, I don't think will have ultimate in that situation, but I mean, right now, at that point, that is probably the best play for ANEW, as they're just fighting for table scraps.
You know, it's so hard to look at this game and see the decisions that ANEW Esports make and determine if they are the right calls and they're just the execution is bad, or if they just are not good decisions at all, because there's been so many steps that have been missed that ANEW Esports are trying to skip just to get themselves back into the game, but you can't do that.
Look.
Yeah. Winner
Sorry.
and yeah, they're fine. They're fine. I know things get.
I just hear all of those pings from Otto and from Yon, and it's just like it's taking up mental real estate. Like all of the RAM in my head is gone. I'm probably gonna need an alloy installed.
I mean, this has been a very stressful series and one that creates a lot of anxiety in all of us here. Rodolph has the flash. Fallen Band is still going in for the clap, but it's not enough damage. But if NXI is in the wings there, Rodolph doesn't have Hextech Ultimatum quite yet. Looks for the burst damage. Doesn't take him down quite yet, but they're trying to push in a minion wave, trying to be able to ensure that Rodolph cannot escape. Hextech Ultimatum is still not out yet. They're holding on to as long as they can, but it looks like Rodolph is going to be not able to get quite out yet, but they get the knock up. Rodolph is looking for a play, and it's just not enough there from Rodolph.
See, it was the same kind of numbers. It was 4-2, now it's 2-1, the same kind of ratio, and that's how you did the dive. ANEW, there you go. You got a free lesson. You get your top lane turret taken as well, and I think they should be able to trade this for mid-tier 1, but a TP coming in from Fall Bandit, they're going to try and punish this.
And they don't have Call of the Forge Gods, so it's going to be hard to knock him off. Fallen Bandit. He saw the play. He had the angle correctly, but Five Fire was just 1 pixel out of reach there. But Five Fire will be able to escape. Otto also roaming up onto the top side.
Oh no, Mike Young.
He's got the red buff. There's no way that he doesn't get out alive. Yeah, he has the burn Stormbreaker, which kind of sucks, but now there's potential re-engage. Fallen Bandit still doesn't have Call of the Forge God, and we don't have mid laners collapsing up for any time, and it's just easy for Five Fire to say, hey, I don't even need to walk there. I just chuck my Mega Inferno Bomb and I'm gonna pick up an assist.
What? I was gonna say, like, ANEW,
like that question a lot this series.
Yeah, you know, it's just like very questionable what some of these teams are doing. I think 100 Thieves, they were setting themselves up very greedy from NXI and from Fallen Bandit. Obviously, NXI is probably calling for Fallen Bandit to just roam into the jungle, make sure to take this. They could have gotten themselves a Rift Herald and just been set up to go for this this dragon coming up. But even then, they're yet again leaving Yon on an island, making sure that, hey, he's getting not only solo gold, but he got the solo turret for himself. So running up an experience for himself versus Shoryu. I'm a little bit confused because now they have to take their choice. They have to kind of pick their poison here. Do we go for the dragon? Do we go for the Rift Herald? It seems like dragon is going to be our fight of choice. And ultimates are available. Yon does not have the Dawning Shadow. Take a look at where Shoryu is.
Fallen Bandit finds a knock up onto Winner, but a Crystal Enchanted Arrow onto Otto prevents some time. They dodge out onto the Mega Inferno Bomb. Rodolph is looking for the flank. Does have the hookshot and the Hextech Ultimatum up if he can find it, but NXI gets into the back of the Dragon Pit and now puts them at Soul Point. Just one more Dragon and Cloud Soul will be theirs to take, and just like that, 100 Thieves next realize we don't need to fight anymore, but Otto walks right into range of Rodolph. They get the Shockwave down. Collateral damage barely goes wide, but Call of the Forge God is there, and they found Five Fire. He flashes out of safety of the knock-up range. NXI is going to try to close his gaps right on top of him. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have satchel charge. Just one more tick can proc the phase rush.
Phase rush.
He needs to be able to gun him down. Fallen Bandit gets the last hit on a Five Fire.
Why are ANEW not committing onto this play? You have the flank coming in from Shoryu. He has flash. He can reposition if he needs. Rodolph is there to pinch. Shoryu's not able to implement any of the damage, and even though there's a level lead, 50 damage on Smite is still not enough and an excuse there. Mike Young falls away, is not able to get that dragon, and like you were saying, with that soul point, it is becoming more and more apparent that 100 Thieves are in the pole position to take this game 4. They are ready to take this Rift Herald. They are starting it up. TP in mid lane, and now Shoryu, no ultimate, is kind of stuck in this awkward position where he's like, well, I'm gonna farm. I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to do. And even Five Fire, yet again, he has a level lead. He's level 12. He's like 30 CS up in his lane, and he's not able to do anything with the Ziggs.
He's still waiting for that death cap power spike. I know it will be massive, and it will lend to almost 1,000k, or not quite the right numbers, but 1k numbers in terms of damage once it does hit the center. But, you know, you saw how poorly set up the dragon fight was. Five Fire just kind of chucked it without any CC, any a lock in place to be able to ensure that the damage would go off. Now, Hulk Battery, just to give us a moment to catch our breath, we got to pause. Not sure what the what has happened, but it will give us some time to breathe and to try and figure out where to go from here.
So 3,000 gold behind, 3 dragons, 3 turrets. They're not able to break any of these. Rodolph seems like really far behind at this point. He not only made a pit stop for TNF, but also for Cole, so having to invest a lot of items into, or a lot of gold into his itemization. And with this Rift Herald going down, there's not much in terms of being able to split push. Once he gets Trinity Force, maybe, but Fallen Bandit has also picked up a lot of great items for himself, will mitigate a lot of that damage. We haven't seen Rodolph have impact in team fights, and even when they're grouping for these fights, Rodolph should be splitting. He has the TP advantage. I don't know why we're not seeing that. Mike Young is kind of far behind. I need Five Fire to be able to get in and specifically take Copy out of the fight before it starts. He doesn't have TP now. This should be the window that, hey, Five Fire with his advantage, he's going for a little bit of a different build where he's picking up a rabbit on second item. With all of this flat damage available to you, I'm expecting for him to be able to take out some member of 100 Thieves. I don't care who it is at this point. If it's NXI, awesome. If it's Copy, even better. But the damage from Ziggs is just basically being ignored from the side of 100 Thieves, rightly so.
Yeah, you even look at the builds that are coming out from most of these 100 Thieves members, apart from Jan, he's probably the squishiest member here, but Copy with Seraph Shield and Merc Treads, he's not going to go down to a combo from Five Fire. Neither will NXI, boasting the health pool from the Black Cleaver as well as the Merc Treads for the extra magic resist. So really, Jan is the only one that could be in danger of just getting blown up by a full Ziggs combo. But, I mean, Jan is not the most contributing member in terms of damage. He is going for that lethality build, but you got to worry about Copy, who might have picked on the Rodolph, but he's just buying enough time for Mike Young to flash over the wall. Dawning Shadow comes over the wall, gets some shields and heals down, but Rodolph will still not die, and Otto may have committed a little too far forward. Where's the rest of the members? Why are we committing to this play? ANEW Esports definitely should have the upper hand on this one. Fallen Bandit is going to get stunned up. Mike Young will zone Otto away. Jan is now coming in for reinforcements, and NXI finally, after pushing in the mid wave, is going to come rotate over. Make sure that 100 Thieves next don't give up any more members. They look for the hook. They get it down on a winner, and it's just hook, line, and sinker. Otto on the Thresh, on the Blitzcrank, just finds them when he needs to. And Fallen Bandit is already pinging for the Cloud Drake that is spawning in the next 50 seconds. That is Soul Point on the table for this squad.
I thought that it was already really greedy that Copy's gonna go for that engage. He utilizes the ultimate. He blows the ignite from his summoner's spellbook. Or sorry, it was from Auto. I was like, okay, why are we looking onto this pick for Rodov? I think they were just trying to take him off of the map and make sure that that split push was not available to him. But even see there, Copy gets taken down. He has to go for a respawn here. He's finished his Saros finally, but I mean, why are we looking for that pick? You have you need, I would expect it to be a little bit closer to the objective. Maybe it's worth it. Now, ultimates should not be available. They were able to get the Stormbringer and the Hextech ultimatum, so great part there. But now 100 Thieves on the opposite side, they're able to drop this Rift Herald in mid lane, and they can just move over and grab this Cloud Soul. Fire still not doing any damage in any of these team fights, and I mean, at this point, you even take a look at Jan. You had talked about Jan before. Right before that fight, he's gone for the Edge of Night, so he's really unable to be interacted with when it comes to those fights. Not only that, but he's also getting a little bit more tanky. So really, for the side of 100 Thieves, they're taking the right steps. They're finding victory in a lot of these fights. They're looking for something.
Oh, they Shockwave lands on a Mike Young and Fire, but it actually kind of helps Mike Young because it pulled him away from danger. And with that, Mike Young is going to be able to walk out alive, but without the Volibear for the front line, they cannot protect from a dive. Mike Young is just going to complete the recall, and hopefully Fire and Winter are able to get out. The tier 2 turret will fall for 100 Thieves, but no members from ANEW Esports will die.
This just in. Rodov is finally taking the tier 1 in bot lane after the whole team was sitting around mid and the dragon was started. Should just be, I don't think they're going to quite start up Baron as some of their members are waiting for a reset, but why does it take that long for Rodov to reset or to even go for that turret? Maybe it's because he doesn't have enough vision in bot side implanted to him, but I think right now they need to just be able to find however much gold they have. And Fire with the Mega Inferno Bomb, so questionable. There's no way you're going to be able to contest that objective. Just use it to clear the wave. I mean, at this point, Ziggs is just making sure that the wave is never under their turret for the side of ANEW.
Otto was ready. He was zooming, looking for the pick on the Shoryu. And you know, to keep in mind with Cloud Soul, they have that extra movement speed to be able to close in and make those picks. So Shoryu's gonna have to keep on his toes. He still has both summoners, so he shouldn't die from a pick quite yet, unless.
Oh no, Copy! No, Copy!
Down. Oh no, Copy! You're gonna make the same mistake, and he's gonna get instantly bursted. There's no way out. And now ANEW Esports have a potential advantage.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Oh, fancy feed from Otto. Gonna be able to dodge out on the Crystal Enchanted Arrow thanks to that movement speed. And now Mike Young is gonna clear out some vision, hopefully to set up for some mid prior.
I think Copy was taking a little bit of a book out of a page, sorry, out of the Fire book. Just randomly die.
Damn, man.
Oh, okay. We're good. I mean, nothing comes of it, right? Like, I'm expecting for the side of ANEW, it seems now they're gonna try and overload onto Fallen Bandit, punish this guy. You have the level lead. They're going to try and go for this. They can also just easily break open this turret with a Zig Satchel Bomb.
Fallen Bandit is going to try to defend as much as he can, but I don't know if you want to stay here for too much longer. Finally gets the flash out after getting the knockup. There is a
TP from Copy.
Copy. This is a Fire move. I don't know if you want to make this move, but he gets the shockwave down. Does he have enough damage to be able to back it up? Dawning Shadow comes in. Fire is critically low, but he's still not down yet. Throws out the Mega Inferno Bomb, putting more damage as he can kite away, but it's a beautiful collateral damage. Boom, boom, pow. Fires off all the ANEW members. It's a triple kill for NXI. No way! It's a one girl! Kenvi in the pentakill! Kenvi and Tenacity may have left 100 Thieves, but the spirit of 100 Thieves lives on in the new jungler!
NXI with the penta. That's 2 of them in a row for you, Rafa. You get 2 in 2 days. Sorry, 3 days, but great job from NXI. He's able to grab that for himself. It was an insane engage. We're actually... The TP, I think... Okay, it was a pause. Okay, I see Winter quit, and I'm like, oh, no, please don't tell me that was an FF. But, I mean, we take a look from that. I mean, Copy, TP, he lands a massive ultimate. I was waiting for the collateral damage from NXI to land, and they're just waiting out all the cooldowns. Shoryu with still an ultimate and flash available. Gets taken down 16-1, and now, taking a look at this jungle matchup, NXI is skyrocketing forward with 4,000 gold in his pocket in advantage, and I mean, great job from Copy. The Yon ultimate saves so much time. It just it delays a lot of the damage from ANEW, and their dive composition is now we're seeing the repercussions of this dive comp when it doesn't get off to a start. When Fire is behind and not having a great game. When Ash right now has actually zero influence on the map, and when Mike Young has been permanently removed from the game. So great job from 100 Thieves next, and I know ANEW right now are hurting to try and find. I mean, they've got to be racking their brains together incredibly hard to find some way back into this game.
I am just shocked, and I don't know. Words are completely failing me right now, Alk Battery, because you. I mean, what do we say? I mean, like the game's not over yet, obviously, right?
Yes.
And it's only a 2,000 gold advantage. But you know, it sometimes when massacres like just what happened occurs on screen, it takes a while for some of the best players to try and recover from that. I mean, we're seeing these fights that ANEW Esports are trying to take. They look advantageous on paper, and then we see this, as you said, this flank from Copy. I mean, anytime we saw Fire try that with the Azir, it got immediately stiffed. And they had a lot of the champions that, or the main champion in Ash that could have stopped that play from happening, but Copy made it work. He found the shockwave, almost 100-0, both Fire and Shoryu, forcing them to get the hell out and run for their lives. And even though they were trying to kite as much damage as they could, NXI is just able to clean up with that collateral damage. And so it's just all these efforts that ANEW Esports are trying to throw, it just bounces back like a brick wall. And so every time they try to find an opportunity, try to find something, it's I don't even know if it's a question of anymore, are ANEW doing the right things? It's just, can ANEW execute the things correctly, or can they play better on a mechanical level than 100 Thieves? Because
how few mistakes can ANEW make at this point?
Right.
They need to be able to clean this up. I mean, we're in basically match point right now. It's 24 minutes. It's only about 3,000 gold, but across the lanes, there has to be some level leads and experience difference. Not only the gold in some of these lanes are absolutely crushing. And ANEW, I mean, we've been commenting on it all night. Fire is not the same player tonight than he has been all series, basically all of Scouting Grounds. Yeah, I know. I'm just looking at this gold. I mean, yes, he has that gold lead, but what has come of it? It has only been in the last 10 minutes that we've actually seen ANEW take any of these turrets. A little bit ago, it was 3-0 in terms of turret. It's now 4-4. Some of that is Rodov, but when you have Ziggs in this lane, and when you have Ziggs in general, what are they supposed to do? They push the wave in, they force the enemy mid laner under their turret, and they try to take the turret as soon as possible and look to try and abuse the Ziggs satchel bomb. We have seen absolutely none of that in the laning phase. Fire's positioning has been questionable, his damage has been non-existent, and I have to call into question, how do ANEW get back into this game when Shoryu's unable to do much into these team fights, and Mike Young has been, again, forcibly removed alongside Rodov?
I mean, Mike Young, thankfully, isn't playing a carry jungler. He is
Thank God.
He is just a frontliner. He has a giant meat shield. That is his job. And yes, he is down about 4,000, 3,000 gold from NXI, but I mean, that's just how the matchup is going to go. All that ANEW I can foresee doing is just using Fire's strength as Ziggs to stall the game out. I mean, this is what happened in Season 4, right? The Ziggs would just permanently stall the game out until 35 minutes, 40 minutes, trying to allow time for the rest of ANEW Esports to catch up on gold. And at some point, I mean, Rodov is not doing much with the split push lead right now, but he can eventually. At some point, especially if you're an ANEW Esports fan, you just have to believe and have faith that Rodov can hit some item breakpoint where Fallen Bandit just cannot deal with him 1v1. And then once you start pulling members across the rift to deal with Rodov, that is maybe where ANEW can look for a way back into the game.
Not if Mike Young gets caught out here, has to blow the flash. And, I mean, it's getting really rough for them, because now Mike Young has been taken out of his jungle. He's not able to get any of these camps available to him. Oh my Jesus!
Diego Maradona has entered the game. Otto is no longer there. It's the hand of God coming in to pick up 5 Fire, a crucial member for ANEW Esports, not just for damage output, but as we just talked about, the ability to stall this game and prevent the minions from crashing into the base. The inhibitor turret will be unlocked. The inhibitor will soon follow. And 100 Thieves next. Rodolph is on the bottom side of the map, but there's no way that he can beat them in a base race. Teleport is going to come in. 100 Thieves next. They're going to roll the dice.
Oh my
they
God.
Land the hook down. Shockwave hits all 3 members. 100 Thieves next. They wiped the floor onto ANEW Esports. ANEW Esports, Jesus. They might have been looking at a new roster, but it's no match for the power of this organization. Tenacity and Kenvi may be gone, but Fallen Bandit, NXI, Copy, Yon, and Otto are just an unstoppable force. And 100 Thieves next will be your UPL Summer 2020 champions.
I mean, it starts with Poom and it ends with Otto, no? 100 Thieves supports are something else. They must be made with some different kind of breed, because that was absolutely beautiful. Otto has been doing a fantastic job throughout the entire series, but all in all, 100 Thieves take what was an incredibly dominant series. Game 2 only being basically the closest it has been all series long. And even Fallen Bandit, call him a liability, call him a fossil all you want. He's the sturdy foundation upon which this team is able to then rise above. And Yon and Otto, yet again, showcase their bot lane superiority. There was a couple of questions between him and Shoryu for, best AD carry in their position. And I think Yon is slowly starting to cement himself with this duo as some of the best talent here in Scouting Grounds. Copy as well, doing fantastic. And obviously NXI had one banger of a Graves game this today.
The fact that these guys got to go toe-to-toe again tomorrow, I have no words, to be honest. I know I've said that a lot, because this series has just been jaw-dropping, not just at the amount of dominance on one side of the map, but also just the multiple execution errors. And 100 Thieves are not escaping that. They've made some plays and errors too, especially in game 2, where a couple members got caught out one by one, and it was a game that arguably was in their favor before ANEW were able to punish. But just I'm I don't know. There's a lot of things that the players have to think about going into tomorrow's final best of 5. But, we do want to quickly shout out, I believe the raffle is about to end for...
Yeah, it was Slasher's Hat. Slasher's Hat, congratulations on winning the Alloy stick of RAM there. Or is it 16 gig? It's 16 gigs. I'm pretty sure he won.
Hell yeah. That's a lot of gigs.
All right. I mean, there's a lot of questions we have, but I think the analyst desk will do best at being able to answer after such a banger of a series.
Are we getting the desk back? Is that
yes.
confirmed? Oh, yes. Hell yeah. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience through everything. I'm glad that we're able to conclude the series, but don't leave yet, because we have a wonderful analyst desk in Travesty, Cubby, and Prussian. We're going to break down that final game for you.
And what a fantastic game to end off the night with. Before we get started on breaking down everything, first and foremost, I want to give a shout out to our casting crew there for absolutely throwing down inside of what was a wild game for there, as 100 Thieves Nets able to come out on top and become your UPL champions here. What a game here, gents. I don't even know where to start with how phenomenal of what we got to see coming out from 100 Thieves Nets.
I mean, I really thought that this was a game where I looked at the team comps and I saw, all right, like ANEW wins these, right? Like they have Winter on Braum. They were flexing around the Volta-Bear. They had a Ziggs into 2 immobile carries in the Orianna and Senna. And I really thought that this was something that ANEW was going to bring back, but a trend that we've seen throughout all these games was that Fallen Bandit and the rest of 100 Thieves Next are really good playing around this bot side of the map. And once again, that was the major difference as the team did such a good job playing around this lane in Game 4.
I gotta agree. And if there's one player that we have to look at for the success of 100 Thieves in the series, we've got to talk about Jan.
Yeah.
From the 2 Ash games. We'll wait.
Yeah,
we'll wait.
We'll wait.
But I mean, I think NXI got a pentakill. I mean, he played fantastic.
That was pretty
we haven't
cool.
talked about that. So much happened. We didn't even talk about that.
All right.
When you're able to get a pentakill, that is always a nice feeling to have and whatnot. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, you get to see who your series MVP is here today, and it is Jan. We talked about it on the desk for a good bit. Even after the pentakill, sometimes a pentakill can sway the heart, but you cannot put down the performance that Jan put in every single game inside of this series and really put on his carry pants down here in the bot lane and really was just performing out of his mind all series long.
He was nuts. I mean, bringing back the Varus into Callista Game 1, he performed very well on that pick dancing around the team fights. I mean, his use of Summoner Spell was what won them that Game 1 and sealed up the game. And then being able to pull out the Senna here too. It's Jan's he's the most he has the most picks on Senna throughout all of SGC across all leagues, and bringing that out and actually seeing a farming Senna, whereas most of the time with 100 Thieves Next, we've seen fasting Senna and kind of switching up that lane. I mean, he still performed so well. And I mean, he had a lot of great moments in all the games. I mean, I know that I'm remembering that Summoner Spell usage in Game 1 around that mid-game fight, around the mid lane turret that really changed the pace of the entire series. This game, the stopwatch to stop the 4-man dive, and him and Otto won that as well, which really killed any tempo that ANEW Esports had on the map. And I thought this guy was fantastic, the most consistent performer throughout all 4 games, and very deserving of the MVP series.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can contest that. Someone else that can't be contested here, by the way? It's just something that's absolutely lovely. Remember, we had Summoner Diff, we had Comp Diff. There's also Host Diff. My prediction.
Oh, God.
Hey, listen.
Oh, man.
I called the 100 Thieves next when you guys are all over there in the new camp. The big brain, man. It hurts sometimes to have a brain inside of this good old noggin, man. It's a rough time, man. It's hard. It's hard.
It's a new stream. It's a new host, a new producer, and I'm still getting host gapped. Bad times. Oh, man.
But hey, ladies and gentlemen, that was an absolutely fantastic series to be able to see. I'm so happy I got to see this. It was so energetic.
I'm sorry, but you're not the only person who picked that. And yes, they can hear me.
Nobody else picked that. Production, go back in your cage. Somebody
I got production gap too. I lost. I think Prussia was closer with the 3-1 guess as well. We're all just. I don't know how I keep on making it on these desks, but I guess they keep on having me back, even though I'm really wrong. So
all I got to say is you're good at making us look good, man. Anyway. Anyways, with that being said, I mean, all toxicity aside, we gotta say one more time, congratulations to 100 Thieves Nets for putting on such a stellar game. Shout outs to ANEW as well for getting all the way up here and looking like some steep competition throughout the series. And really, thank you to all of the people who came out into the Twitch chat. You guys are the real MVPs for me. Without your support, we can't have series that are as fun as this. So we greatly appreciate every single one of you. Make sure you guys all have yourselves a Poggy Woggy night and have yourself a safe one.
And but before we go out, guys, hit that sweet victory.
with no fear. Ooh, you only lose the gold. You push with a fever. Oh, your time keeps going on.